Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and this is the Mike Graham Show, and there is the sun. And look at the time. 6:58 and 39 seconds, it says there. By the time I finish the sentence, it's actually 42 seconds. But look, we've gone early. Yeah. We thought, why not? Friday, Freaky Friday, fun Friday. We are, of course, in the south section of the Mike Graham Show right now. Over to my left, that's not the wrong way, is Will Geddes, who's in the north section. Doesn't want to be in the north section.
Nah.
Wants to be in the west section, but we haven't got a sign for that yet. We're going to try and get
Got to buy my own, apparently.
So anyway, this makes up for all the times we haven't been on time, doesn't it? This makes up for at least 2 or 3 minutes of when we've been later rather than earlier. And we've got plenty to do this morning. We've got Plank of the Week coming up a bit later on. Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood join us. We've got Adam Cherry, we've got Linda Dubley. The Bishop's going to be on. Bish Kai Dura, of course. Lee Harris, Sunil Sharma's here. Johnny Gould, Ralph Schulhammer. I'll be back.
This is Ralph Scheulhammer, and I'll be back.
And I'll be back. And we've got plenty of news to talk about. For some reason, though, Will,
yes,
and I know you won't like this story at all, and I don't particularly either. Every single paper seems to have been obsessed with this World Cup boycott story. We're going to boycott the World Cup. We've only just had the World Cup, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be another one for 4 years. And they're all getting
Spain is being invaded right now.
Spain is being invaded. Where the hell is the picture on the front page of Spain being invaded, right? Not on the front page of the Times, not on the front page of the Sun, not on the front page of the Daily Mail, not on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. It's not anywhere on the front pages where thousands and tens of thousands of people have rushed over the border in a place called Quetta, I think it's pronounced, right?
A population of 84,000 and 20,000 surged onto that little town. So a quarter of its population yesterday.
It's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, the Mail, I think, at least have managed to get it up to somewhere like page 5. But, actually, no, I said a lie. Sorry. Not page 5, not page 7. Page 9. Spain emergency as hundreds pour over the border from Africa. We've got some footage of it, actually, haven't we? Yeah. We've got quite a lot of footage of it. So should we
click 3 and we can count the women?
Oh, yeah, because according to a piece in The Sun, apparently it was mostly men that were involved in the running over.
Mostly. It's like 99.9% mostly.
Well, I think 100% is now considered mostly, because if you look at this piece of footage that we've got here, which is from yesterday afternoon, have a look and see if you can spot any women. Any women? No, right there. Maybe around the corner, maybe. Down there? No. Seen any?
Yeah.
Have you seen some?
Not one.
No.
Not one.
No, I don't think I saw any. That's
mostly none.
Mostly men, it would seem, who seem to have decided to run into Spain. And of course, because it's in the part of Morocco, it's a sort of bordering northern Africa, isn't it? But it's a Spanish territory, effectively. So presumably the reasoning for these guys doing this is they get into Spain and they can stay in Spain.
Yes, because the Supreme Court in Spain came out with this ruling that basically said if you come in by sea, they can have a stay of leave and won't be immediately rejected. So if you come in by land, you could be immediately rejected, but if you come in by sea. And I loved the statement by one of the Moroccan ministers who came in and said, oh, they didn't know about that, and they didn't know that loophole and that they could exploit it. Oh, yeah, sure. 20,000 people mobilised.
Well, these are the same people. Was it not like a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, where Spain said that they were going to offer asylum to
amnesty.
Half a million people. And of course, then about 4 million people suddenly turned up and started running across the border in Gibraltar.
And reports, allegedly, that of this 20,000, they've already started robbing the place and tearing into people's homes. I mean, it's So I shared it with a couple of friends yesterday and said it's like a scene out of World War Z.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. But I mean, the fact is that I don't understand why nobody seems to think it's a big story in Britain. Or at least the papers don't think it's a big story.
World Cup, yeah.
I mean, the World Cup, I couldn't care less, to be honest. But let's have a look. Hang on, what have we got here in terms of...
And the Clooney's.
The Clooney's about to move
what a
house.
shame. They got forced to evacuate their French home over wildfires so they can go to one of their other 100 homes.
Yeah. Let's have a look at some more of these clips. There's another. How about number 2? This is Quetta's beach scene. See if there's any women in this. Have a look. See any women there?
Nope.
No? Any women?
No, not yet.
We have women identifying as men. He looks like a bloke. So does it.
Yeah, I think she's
I don't think
Spanish.
she's in part of the invasion force. though.
Yeah, she's pointing the wrong
No,
direction.
she's going the other way. It's a very
Running away from them.
yeah.
I think we should all invade Morocco right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good idea. What else have we got? Number one, another invasion clip. Should we do that one? See if there's any men in that and women in this one. A few hundred, they said.
Wow.
Right?
What is wrong with
Hundreds
these
of
newspapers
migrants
now?
have stormed into Spain. That's not hundreds, is it? Thousands.
Wow.
That's incredible, isn't it? I mean, imagine if that was like Brighton or somewhere. Do you think they would
you can
cover
imagine
it
the
then either?
families
there's no
terrified.
way that is, a few hundred.
No,
Is it?
no, absolutely no way. But what I don't understand, Mike, is why is the MSM, or is this a mute question? Why is the MSM downplaying this so much?
Well, you have to ask the question, don't you? What is that all about?
Yeah.
But what you can see from the kind of what I would call the coded messages that you get.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the Sun, right, they've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Still nothing. Suffolk is burning. It's not actually.
No, it's not.
Suffolk isn't burning.
No. Apparently, the fires this year are down on last year.
They are.
Yeah.
Mind you, that's what they say about the migrants situation as well, isn't it? That's also down. Yeah, so they've done a tiny little bit at the bottom. Give us our money back is their main story on page 17 of The Sun. Furious French cops wave migrants through. 4 more die trying to cross the channel. Down the bottom, a tiny little box, as we used to call it. Thousands of migrants streamed into the Spanish territory of Ceuta yesterday, prompting the government to vow to send in the army. And then it says, at least 9 migrants died after crowds of, wait for it, mostly young men. Mostly young men. So they've written it into the Sun report to say that it's mostly young men.
They're all going with
Why?
They're all going with the same rhetoric on this, aren't they?
It's
They're
really
all,
weird, isn't
yeah.
it? It's really strange.
Very odd.
I went so early, right? I forgot to actually fire up my my iPad, so I'm just about to do that
Mike,
now.
do you want to give the poll to Charlotte live on air?
Yes, we have got a poll because we didn't have one until relatively recently, but we are going to now do a poll today, which is because it's a big, nice holiday weekend coming up. One of the first sort of school holiday weekends. We're going to do what is your favourite traditional dish, right?
English dish.
Favourite English traditional dish. So we've got curry,
Chinese,
fish and chips.
fish and chips,
What's the fourth one then?
roast or kebab.
Kebab's got to be that. Kebab, yeah, it's going to be kebab. So
Traditional British dish.
So Chinese, curry, kebab, or fish and chips. Yeah, those are the 4.
Nice.
Take
What are you
your
going
pick.
for, Mike?
I'm going to say curry actually.
Yeah,
I think curry is probably the British traditional food now
I'm liking that, Will.
because
Chish and fips for me.
Fish and fish.
Chish and fips.
or as they say in New Zealand, fash and chops. Fash and
That
chops. they
sounds
used to
more
say.
like Belfast.
Fash and chops. That's no, there's a bullet you hear behind you. Just,
Big super chat.
Yeah,
Mike
go on.
Crawford's gone big, gone early.
he's gone early.
Ooh.
Simon, thank you very much
Wow,
indeed.
Simon.
£50.
He's helping us out big time this week, isn't
Thanks,
he?
Simon.
Fantastic. Top man. I'm just going to write good morning, everyone. I'm doing everything in real time today, right? So I'm
There you go,
writing
Mike. One
good
more.
morning, everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
On the feed. There we go. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Super chat from, it's the Spanish women I'm so worried for. Yeah, I know. Well, this is it. Mostly the Spanish women,
Yeah.
probably. One from Tina, and the left say they're not here to take over.
Exactly.
Well, how soon would you say before some of those people get from Ceuta into
Up here.
mainland Europe and then into Britain?
Couple of days.
Couple of days?
Couple of days.
Maybe a week at
Yeah.
most.
And then get on one of those mega dinghies.
The mega dinghies,
Yeah.
Yeah, where mostly men. They're generally
Mostly men. Again, mostly men.
Unless you're Darren
Yeah.
Jones, of course, the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who
Of
used
course.
to say that it was mostly women and children.
Yeah.
Do you remember when he went on news? He said it was mostly. The great thing about the new Andy Burnham sort of administration is you don't see any of those idiots anymore. It's almost like Rachel Reeves didn't
Wait.
exist.
Just wait.
No, but she's disappeared.
Yeah.
Darren Jones disappeared. You never see him.
But new idiots will emerge,
Mike.
Mike.
She is. I
Yeah.
quite miss Rachel
I
Reeves.
miss her.
I miss
don't.
her. I mean, can we not give her some kind of job here? Can we give her we can come and make the coffee or something? What do you think?
What? That'd be promotion then, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be at least something that she could really actually admit to having done, as opposed to what she didn't really do.
You could do customer complaints.
Customer complaints.
She'd be great on customer
She'd
complaints,
be really
couldn't
good
she?
on. Yeah, all those people that go, you've gone a bit late. She could deal with all them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You started the show at 7:01. Talk to our friend Richard III, and he'll sort you out.
Yeah.
She She could do the traditional customer complaints thing where you actually give the specific complaint and she'll answer it with an entirely different answer, won't she? You know,
yeah, thank you very much.
She has those
indeed.
special skills.
Yeah, your call is important to us.
And it will be recorded.
We'll be getting to you as soon as we possibly can. How about this?
No.
What?
This is everyone's going mad here.
What's going on?
Mick Rose.
Oh, blimey, 50
Wow.
euros. Thank you very much.
Thank
How's
you,
this
Mick.
going on? What's going on here?
Is it your birthday, Mike?
I don't know.
Did you not tell me?
It actually will be my birthday next month, though, in August.
Awesome.
Yeah, August I'm not going to say, actually. I'll wait until it comes, because it's bad luck.
And then he'll be almost as old as me.
Yeah, well, I mean, but never as charming, or indeed as good.
Yeah, right.
As good looking. But cheers, anyway.
Hardly. You have your fans, Mike. Just look in the chat.
Oh, yeah, they're all there. Now, let's have a look. What else we got?
Well, we could have a look at Christian Drogan talking about the dinghies.
Oh yeah, Christian Drogan, because Christian Drogan from Watchmen was over in Calais, or just shortly off the coast of Calais, the other night when they were looking for the bodies of the 3 women, as it turned out, or was it 4 women who died? 3, and bizarrely they all died.
Hang on, so it's just the women that died?
The women died, yeah.
Right.
So hang on, there weren't any men?
Mostly women.
Mostly women?
Yeah, mostly women.
Mostly women died.
Yeah. And isn't that strange?
In
Because,
fact, all women.
Yeah. So the women obviously.
What does that tell us?
It tells you that the men who got on the boats
Killed them.
in their space.
Yeah.
Either killed them or allowed them to kind of expire before their very eyes because they trampled over them or something.
How chivalrous.
Yeah, really chivalrous.
Yeah.
Sorry, pedant of the day.
Yeah, go on.
Pat Lawrence.
Pat.
We know it's pronounced Ceuta, but we're not Spanish, so we say Ceuta.
Yeah.
Ceuta. He's calling it Ceuta.
Yeah, we're not Spanish, Pat.
Ceuta. Ceuta.
Scorchio.
I think it's now pronounced. Jesus Christ! Who are those people coming running at me?
I was going to use another rude word then, but I then remembered where I was.
It's the new name of the town.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Will somebody stop those people coming? Yeah, that's where I live. You know. Ceuta.
MLB Peace Planet. I like this one.
It will be Peace Planet. Battered fish is Jewish, apparently. Refugees from Spain and Portugal brought them over to the UK. Yeah, do you know, that's one of those tropes that old James O'Brien always comes out with.
Oh, really?
You know, where he goes, oh, yeah, everybody talks about British fish and chips, actually fish and chips. And people like him, you know, who are kind of pedants and people who hate their own country.
He hates everything,
Try to make out that, you know, nothing is actually British. There's no such thing as British, you know, history.
Kill
There's no
me
such thing
now.
as British heritage. You know, everything was brought here from somewhere else. Immigrants built Britain, you know, all that kind of cobblers, you know.
That man is just pure cobblers, isn't he?
It really is.
Really
I
is.
think we need enough super chats for you to have a holiday, Mike.
That's a good
You're working
idea.
So hard.
That's it.
Before, lock up your daughters. Now in Spain, lock up your daughters. Yeah, lock up your daughters in Spain. Yeah, absolutely right. Mostly men are coming into the country. Oh, hang on, got a picture coming in from Charlotte. Is that the poll?
Yes.
Yeah, here's the poll. We've got it. What is your favourite traditional English dish? Curry, Chinese, fish and chips, or kebab?
Fish and chips is winning.
76%.
Nice.
I got curry, Mike.
See, I think curry is very much more British now than almost anything else. You know, fish and chips quite hard to find as well.
Oh, yeah, but you know, if you hunt it out, you can find some good stuff.
If you get good fish, no, I'm a big fan of all of it.
It's not something I'd have regularly, but but when I do,
it's quite expensive now as well.
Yeah.
Well, depending, Michael, where you get it.
Well, yeah, but if you go even in the little town in Sussex where I'm going to be at the weekend eventually, if you go there and get like fish and chips for say 3 or 4 people, it's about 35 quid or something.
3 or 4 people, so 10 quid a head. It's not bad.
No, I think it works out more than that. Maybe
Does it?
Yeah.
50 quid.
Well, it's probably a posh fish and chip shop.
No, it's really not.
Is it not?
No, it's just an ordinary fish and chip shop. Does reasonably good fish and chips, but it's like 12 quid a go or something.
Yeah, there's a really good place on Lissom Grove, just off the Marylebone Road.
I know the place. I know the exact place. I went to school there, you know.
Oh, did you?
In Lissom Grove, yeah. St
Did you?
Edward's Catholic Primary School.
That's where you learn how to knife fight.
It's attached to a nunnery. There's a nunnery there. Yeah.
Oh, what a surprise, Mike.
Well,
that explains an awful lot,
does.
doesn't
We had
it?
one of the-
You were at school next to a nunnery.
One of the cruelest. No, it was attached. I mean, the nuns were taught in the school, and they were very cruel. Some of them as well.
The penguins.
Yeah, the Sister Henrietta used to hit me over the knuckles with a steel ruler.
And now we pay good money for that.
Yeah, I mean, now you're talking West Kensington, I think, and closer to Barron's Court than Mayfair. Right. Anyway, so a couple of other stories to mention to you in the course of what's going on. The World Cup story I'm not really that bothered about. But here's one that you particularly like. Apparently, there's record reoffending going on.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Since the Labour government
Early
started
release.
releasing people early. 70,000 people have been released early from prison.
It's insane.
And they're all reoffending, bizarrely, because that's what they do. Because they know they can't be taken back in, presumably.
No, because they're overcrowded.
Because they're overcrowded.
Yeah.
So they must have worked out in their heads, actually, it doesn't matter if I reoffend, because there's no chance of me going back inside.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. Give
Totally
me a
mad.
week. I'd get this sorted out.
Yeah.
Well, just don't let them out. Huh? Yeah. I like the way you did that. What's
A
this?
man this morning.
Jane Ferguson. Oh, thank you very much, Jane. It's very kind. This is great.
I'm
you
loving
know.
the gift too.
You do need a holiday, Mike.
I do. So you started with this the last time. The last time I went on holiday, I came back. There was another studio here. What do you think he's up to?
Oh,
He's up to something.
Your best interest.
Pooch and I have been planning
every
things.
time I go away, I come back and there's there's a big expansion going on. You know,
Well, as long as it's for the good, mate.
not that I'm complaining.
Yeah.
Obviously not. How about this? The wildfire near the nuclear plant. Right. That's where is that? That's on the front page of the Times.
Yeah.
Picture of a helicopter trying to drop water next to
That's a
big.
particularly small helicopter.
It's a very small helicopter,
Yeah.
quite a large looking nuclear plant, Sizewell, on the Suffolk coast. A source raised concerns about air conditioning systems at the plant.
Right.
What does that mean?
No idea.
A wildfire in Suffolk has spread to 150 hectares, prompting concerns at the nearby Sizewell B nuclear power station. Firefighters are expected to continue battling the blaze into tomorrow. Yeah.
That sounds like a false news to me because I mean I've been to some of these kinds of facilities in the past, Mike, you know, to do security reviews and whatever, and a lot of them they'll have breakpoints for fires, for floods, for all sorts of things
Presumably they
because
just
it's
dig
the
a
main
trench, don't
utilities.
they? And that's a called a fire break.
They'll have various different countermeasures to protect them against natural elements, you know, potential environmental elements sort of impeding on them. So, I don't know, it sounds a bit like
A source who is
false
familiar with
story.
operations at Sizewell B said there were concerns at the plant that ventilation and air conditioning systems could be affected. Now, allow me to translate what I call Fleet Street speak. Right?
Please,
what
yeah.
that means is that they couldn't find anywhere to say that, so they're going to call it a source, right? But they've actually come up with it in the newsroom.
Yeah, of course,
because somebody who knows nothing about nuclear plants at all has sat in a newsroom and said, what about the air
Let's
conditioning?
get a sexy angle on
What
it.
about the air conditioning? That's
Yeah.
bound to be affected, isn't it? Because, you know, there's smoke and fire everywhere, so it's almost bound to be sucking in the air from outside. So there's
love it.
bound to be concerns. So we'll write this. A source who's familiar with operations at size will be. So from that you can take to mean somebody who's not familiar at all with
Or ever
operations
been
at size
there.
will be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to blow the whistle on all this, but I think it's
No,
time,
it's
Pooch,
great,
that
Mike.
we start
We
to get
need
to
to
the
hear
heart.
this,
We
yeah.
get to the heart of some of these stories and the way they get written, right?
Mike, hold on. We got a 50 club.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 50 club.
50
Wow.
Club. Wow. This is from Judas Goat. I'll join the Friday 50 Club.
I think we should
yeah.
Hit that like button. Yes, please, indeed. Well done. Thank you very much.
Wowza.
Judas Goat.
This is amazing.
50. I wish I was 50. You know, I haven't been 50
So do
for a
I.
while.
So do I.
Yeah. So apparently EDF, which runs the power station, says the wildfire is not affecting operations.
No,
That's in
it
the
wouldn't
same
be.
paragraph.
Yeah.
But this is the same paragraph as the guy who's told them that it will be affecting operations. So
And this is on the front page of the Times.
This is the front page of
This
the
is
Times,
really
formerly
depressing.
known as the Thunderer,
Yeah.
formerly known as the most important newspaper in
the
world,
world,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Never to be doubted, always to be trusted,
Yeah.
completely and utterly.
If I ever got quoted in a newspaper, if
yeah.
it was the Times, it was like taking the rest of the day off.
Yeah, you would basically
Yeah.
go, you know, it's in the Times, so therefore there can never be any question about the veracity of it,
Yeah.
right? But I'm afraid.
You know what? You
this
translating this Fleet Street speak
Yeah.
is, I think the viewers will probably find it really, really helpful. I do,
Yes.
definitely. You
Well,
know,
because I think the thing
in the
is-
same way as me interpreting stuff that happens in my
Yeah.
world, people find it helpful
Yeah, of
and they
course.
find it useful.
Absolutely. This is a funny story here. BBC has been forced to pull a children's educational game that placed Guy Fawkes alongside Nelson Mandela, Rosa Parks, and Emmeline Pankhurst as astonishing activists.
What?
Hey?
What?
the hell's going on here?
What is where
apparently
is this?
This is an online resource which invites primary school children to learn about people who fought racism, campaigned for women's rights, and changed the world forever. And they've included Guy Fawkes in that, who tried to blow up Parliament.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, possibly not the greatest role model.
Maybe not.
I mean, some people
Maybe.
might say it's a shame he didn't succeed.
Is Helen Keller on the list?
She's not. No, I can't see her.
No, what is it?
Got it?
Boom.
See what I did?
I couldn't hear her coming either.
Yeah, no, I know. There was a joke about her moving the furniture around. Do you remember?
That's it, Jack.
Another super chat coming in. Super chat from Stable Fairy. We are being invaded by men in shorts and t-shirts. They have nothing with them. Some of them don't have shoes.
That sounds like a Weatherspoons on a Friday.
And what's your point, caller, as they say? What does that mean? You mean that we shouldn't be worried about them because they haven't got
No,
shoes?
it means we should be worried about
We should be.
Yeah. I mean, some of them haven't got shoes because they've been throwing the shoes at Christian Drogan. Because that's what they do. They throw shoes at you, don't they?
Yeah.
It's an Arab thing.
Absolutely. It's
Apparently
like that famous G.W. Bush. Do you remember when Bush was in
when they
Iraq
threw them at,
and he
at
had
the
his
press
two
conference.
shoes
And he had to
chucked at him?
dodge them.
He did really well.
He was quick, actually.
Yeah, he was really good.
Mike, hang on, it's all going off here.
What's going on?
That's it. More money.
£51.
Bloody hell. This is like one of those auctions,
Oh,
isn't it?
okay.
Don't go on holidays. When are you giving me a job? I'll send my CV into Pooch.
All right, send it in.
Send it in.
Send it in.
He said he would work for nothing the other day.
Did he?
Yeah. So maybe we'll give him
Oh,
the...
well, I didn't see that.
no, he said he would work for nothing.
Slave labour already on the Mike
Absolutely.
Graham show.
Yeah. Well, we call it an internship.
Oh, sorry, internship.
Just
Same
same
difference.
kind of idea.
Same difference.
But there's plenty to do here, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely loads.
We've got so much going on.
The branch off into chimney sweeping as
That one
well.
to your left is going to be doing the show.
Oh yeah, can we announce that?
Yeah.
What can we say?
Oh, well.
Well, what can you tell us? What's the show going to be like?
Pooch, well, the show is going to be about an hour's long, isn't it, Pooch? We're going to, and obviously I'm at the mercy of Pooch as to when it's going to be broadcast, but it's going to be called We'll Get His Front Line. That's the working title at the moment.
Like it.
I'm going to get some really interesting guests on from all sorts of parts of the world. Some you may recognise, some you've maybe never seen before.
Right, okay.
And
Will some of them be in silhouette?
No, none will be in silhouette. I'm not doing any of that nonsense. No. Well, I don't know. You never know. If I get someone really sexy, we might do that. That's a very good point, Mike.
Yeah.
But there'll be a few faces that you may recognise from your TV screens or from your Netflix or whatever.
Nice.
That will be on there, who've been in this world, and I've known and had various adventures and mischievous activities with over the years. So we're going to share a few stories.
There'll be some stories you can't tell, obviously.
We'll change names to protect the innocent, but we'll talk about some of the precarious elements, like half my team being arrested, me spending 3 hours in the stand at the old Bailey. Teams of mine being arrested in parts of the world, me being arrested in parts of the world. Some of the things that you might not think are the naughty things, but you can easily step over that line and get into trouble. So I'm going to pull the veil back on what's happening behind the scenes and hopefully and make it very much your show as well. Really, really important. I'm going to have you guys sort of contributing, throwing questions in, and there'll be some take home in there.
And what do you think, once a week, something like that?
I don't know. Depends.
Once a week,
once a week to start with.
Loads in the chat. Everyone's loving that, Will.
Thank you.
Any hot guys?
There'll be loads of hot guys. Yep, loads of hot guys.
We like all that.
And hot girls
Will it be
as well.
mostly hot guys?
mainly hot guys.
Mainly hot guys.
No, there will be some hot girls too. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, we've got to be fair on this one. But some interesting people from interesting parts of the world.
Here's one from Sheridan. He says Mike's going to be a billionaire on the Fortune 50. Is that the Fortune 50 as in the Friday 50?
Yeah. I think they mean
the Fortune 500. And
Fortune 500. Yeah. I'll go for that.
Yeah, I think so. With all these 50s coming in, mate.
I wouldn't mind the Fortune 500. Count me in, says Hannah. Awesome, says Vickles.
Great.
Will having his own show. Look forward to that. Brilliant, says Linda. The thing is, people sending Mike all this money. How much does YouTube get? I bet most of it. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know how it works. I don't really know how much of this stuff works. I know what the SAS writer bloke looks like because he went to a speaking event. He did.
I got a great story about him.
Red Black says,
Mr.
I'm a
McNabb.
hot girl due to the weather.
Got a quick one there.
Yeah, go on. Mike, please wish my husband Bob a happy birthday. We're watching from Elche, is that right? Elche?
Elche.
In Alicante.
Is it Elche?
A very happy birthday, Bob. And it must be nice to be in Alicante, where you won't be getting warned about the weather, presumably, unlike in Britain. We're constantly being told we've got wildfires everywhere.
Oh, did you see Polanski prattling on about it yesterday?
Zach Polanski?
Yeah.
No.
He was prattling on about the environment.
Yeah.
What a
that's
muppet.
why I was wondering.
What was that?
It was Roman Polanski. Because whenever I hear the name Polanski, that's who I think of.
Yeah.
I don't think of Zach Polanski because he's so not on my radar.
He's not on
I never
anybody's
think about
radar,
him,
is
right?
he?
And she's back. Hold on.
Who's back?
Cindy's back. She
was back. No, she was back yesterday.
Okay, I wasn't here.
Yeah.
Hi, Cindy.
Yeah, she's back. She wasn't well. Now she's fine. Mike, could I work for you for a week internship? It would look good on my resume. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we can figure something out.
Some remote stuff.
No problem at all.
Come and work on my show.
Yeah.
I'll need some interns.
You'll need some interns.
Yeah, I will.
Easy to do.
I'm a lovely boss too.
I bet you are. I bet you're a really good guy to work for. Actually, we are. We are nice people to work.
I don't know. A few people might not agree.
Generally speaking, let's see the Telegraph up because they've got a big story.
What are they about?
Council tax. They say Labour's going to make an £18 billion council tax raid.
Yeah.
So therefore your council tax is going to rise by an average of £500 by 2030.
Wow.
Under Burnham's premium. 500 quid extra.
That's a heck of a lot out of people's pockets. That's a heck of a lot.
It's another 10 quid a week, isn't it? So it's another 40 quid a month or something. That is a lot.
That's a heck of a lot.
That is shocking.
I mean, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
Mike, we're going to see so much coming in. Did you see Trump's statements as well to Burnham about
yes.
the illegal immigrants?
About the illegal immigrants saying
Yeah.
he's going to do something about it, but also about the North Sea as well, because
about
Burnham
drilling there.
Burnham has now said, in fact, on the front page of the Daily Mail, that he now believes actually drilling in the North Sea could ease the cost of living. I mean, you know,
No
shit,
SH1T,
as they
Sherlock.
say. I mean, it's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Andy Burnham was urged last night to get Britain drilling after he admitted that North Sea oil revenues could ease the cost of living.
Yeah.
Prime Minister hinted at a shift in Labour's ideological ban on new drilling, saying that at a time of tight government finances, the North Sea was a resource we cannot ignore.
Yeah.
It was about bloody time, isn't it?
Why aren't we doing it? I mean, do you remember Trump came in for a whole load of
Well, we're not doing it because
arguments.
Labour
and it's not fracking. We've already got the holes there. We've already got the gas
wells,
seams,
the
and we've
wells
got
are already
everything
there.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
just
to
opening them up again.
Opening them up again. Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of which, we got Ed Miliband today, who's now, of course, the Foreign Secretary. I find that hard to believe as well.
Yeah.
But we've got a little clip of him, I think. I mean, it says Ed Miliband goes to Europe.
1 second.
I wish he would, and then not come back. Number 5.
From London to Paris to Madrid. Our relationship with Europe is at the heart of our foreign policy, and I've been visiting our closest neighbours that have been so badly affected by the wildfires, and together we're going to tackle the climate crisis because it's absolutely in our national interest. And that's what our foreign policy is all about, because the old idea that there was foreign policy and policy about Britain no longer holds. Whether it's the cost of living or climate or defence and security, we've got to work with our allies because it's right for Britain.
But is he being followed around by some kind of camera crew now?
You know what? You and I both know what it's like to do, you know, even for my little sort of hot takes that I do on my Instagram. That takes me a good bit of time to figure out what to say, where I'm going to film it, cutting it together, everything else. Did he actually do any bloody work when he was there, or was he just literally poncing about having his picture taken?
Well, probably the latter, I suspect.
Yeah, I
because,
think
I mean,
so.
that's all he does.
Yeah.
Because he can't influence anything.
No.
He's not really making policy. He's
He's
the
doing
foreign
nothing.
secretary.
It's just
We haven't
wandering
got-
around.
We haven't got any foreign policy. I mean, I haven't heard Andy Burnham talking about anything to do with anything foreign. Have you?
No. Oh, well, apart from Zelensky getting another big handout.
Oh, yeah. Here comes
That was
Volodymyr
it.
Zelensky with his handout.
Yeah.
Well, let's give him a few billion quid and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
But that's not really foreign policy.
No,
That's-
it's not.
That's
and we're still sending, what, 140 million to Pakistan or something?
Yeah, that's
every
already
year?
gone. Foreign aid,
Yeah.
That's already
What
gone.
the hell?
What's happened to that guy, by the way? Is he still walking around in Bradford or wherever he is?
Yeah, he is,
You know,
yeah.
or
Well, the
Rochdale.
head of the
rapist.
raping gangs.
Yeah, the rape gang.
Yeah, he's
guy.
still there.
He's still there.
Yeah, because Pakistan don't want to take him back.
Right,
Oh,
so
surprise,
we're
surprise.
just keeping him then?
Yeah, so we're going to keep him.
Oh, great.
Well, we could donate these super chats for his flight back. Look at that.
We could do, yeah. There's another one
or-
from Steve. Thank you very
Or
much.
to a team
indeed.
I know.
Yeah.
Wasn't there,
Who could
was
deal
there a,
with it.
wasn't there a happy birthday message
right.
just
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
Another one from Mick Rose. Thank you very much. Sod off, Ed. Very good.
I can never get that picture out of my head, Mike, of
Exactly.
Miliband eating the BLT sandwich.
Oh, I know.
I love that. Can you
Shocking.
find that, please?
This from Stephen. Hi, Mike. Can you please wish my wife a happy birthday today? She's an absolute fanatic of your show. Stephen, thank you very much indeed. Isn't that great? We met a guy the other night, didn't we, who was telling us that his wife completely agrees with everything I say.
Yeah.
And they ended up having a row because until he met me, he didn't realise how sensible I was.
Yeah, I agree with that last chap.
I missed that one. What did it say?
Here we go.
What does it say?
Last chat there.
Super chat from Cookie Boy. If they don't do a good job for Will, they vanish.
Look at this one.
that's
From
brilliant. Yeah.
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Oh,
there you
morning,
go.
Charlotte.
Thank
Well
you,
done, Charlotte. Charlotte's not here today. She's working remotely.
Yeah.
which
She's in her
is-
gym jams.
She's been working very hard this week, so
Yeah.
thank you. Please wish
what about our
please wish my
bonus
lovely wife Martina happy birthday. We love the show. Thank you all, says Marmat. How about that? There we go. Thank you very much indeed. A lot of people got birthdays today.
Yeah, we had a lovely conversation yesterday, didn't we, Mike? with the
We did,
conversation?
yeah. We ended up, we were due to meet somebody for lunch and they couldn't make it in the end, so we just had our own lunch and in a very nice place. Am I allowed to say where?
Yeah.
Century Club in
nice.
Shaftesbury Avenue.
Yeah.
Which was kind of where this all began,
Yeah.
bizarrely, because the first kind of proper show that we put together was after the budget, if you remember. it would have been probably back end of November, 2025.
With Mark Littlewood.
And we had Mark Littlewood who came in, and William Yarwood was on the
Yes.
show, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And Jamie Jenkins. And you were sort of brought in shortly thereafter. But we shot. Pooch is a member there, so we managed to get a little sort of corner office
Meeting room.
I remember,
which was really nice.
yeah.
And it did really well.
Yeah.
And that was when we first kind of went, blimey, this is good. It was like 250,000 views, like really quickly.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's seriously
So it was
impressive.
actually nice to go back, 'cause it's a lovely place. It's got a really nice vibe. It's very kind of
I like the
relaxed.
cemetery. I haven't been there for ages.
Have you not?
I used to have an office dead opposite,
Did you?
above the fire station.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so my company used to have a whole floor there.
Right.
And the funny thing is, the guys in the fire station beneath it, which is right on Shaftesbury Avenue, right in the middle of the West End.
Yeah.
On a Friday and Saturday night, it was quite hilarious. It was like an episode of Magic Mike with the guys
really?
standing out the front,
Oh, I can
waiting
imagine.
for all the hen parties
Right.
to go past.
Right.
Always
well,
used to
and there
chuckle.
would be a few other people going past as well in that part of the neck
Oh,
of the
yes.
woods.
There was one or two.
They were quite keen on firemen.
But I was never a member of the Century, but I heard it was lovely.
Yeah, it's a nice spot.
I've been there a few
We'll
times.
have to get you in there for a drink. But speaking of firemen, should we get Angela Rayner, because she's talking about firemen, believe it or not. You don't make that face at me.
Why?
Sorry, and keep the volume going.
1/5 of £50, Mike, says Sunshine Hawk. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. There's a five. There's a sort of a theme, isn't there? Five.
Yeah,
The
Five.
band called. In fact, there's a guy from Five who follows me, who lives in Australia. Remember Five, the band?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's apparently a big fan of mine, and he's still. I think he's still performing. But Five was one of those boy bands that didn't really last all that long.
What was that, a 90s band, wasn't it?
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was kind of
something
90s boys band.
Yeah, very much so. And I think he was one of those who during COVID decided that he wasn't going to play the game along with all the other crazy Australian.
Oh, really?
You know,
Oh, Ezzy Boy.
Ezzy Boy, Pooch, all the nicest people are members of the Century Club. I love the roof and the nice weather in this weather. Maybe a glass next time we cross paths.
Very nice.
There you go.
If Ezzy's buying.
Ezzy's bike. You know, it could be a date there for you.
Oh, here we go.
How about this? Hey, Mike, you haven't wished Stevie and me a happy 44th wedding anniversary yet. I watch you every morning. This is Angie. Very, very happy.
Happy anniversary.
Well, so you know it was their 44th wedding.
I know.
I did know. I was waiting till the next hour, to be honest, because I didn't want it to get caught up in all the other
We want to give it the
wishes.
right moment.
Yeah, so I thought
Yeah.
I'd wait. So give you a special 44th wedding
That's
anniversary. shout out.
impressive, 44 years.
That's great,
That's
isn't it?
really impressive. Well done, Steve
I
and
managed
Angie.
14.
NBL.
Mine was
You're a bit shorter than that, I think.
a lot shorter than that.
How short?
Well, the first one, blink and you'd miss it. Second
Really?
one, 9 years. Yeah.
That's not bad, actually. No,
That's not bad.
I spoke to a friend of mine who went
Get
to
less for
one of
murder.
those very expensive weddings in America.
Yeah.
Where about $250,000 was spent. You know, party in the Hamptons, the whole thing.
Nice.
They split up 3 weeks later. I mean, you shouldn't laugh.
We shouldn't laugh.
But it's bloody funny.
But it is funny,
apparently
yeah.
the people the parents had to borrow quite a lot of the money to spend.
shit.
So they're not,
Excuse
very,
me,
they're,
sorry.
they're not very happy about it, as you can imagine.
Ouch.
NBL, please, Planet.
Sorry, Pooch.
MLP, please,
Love it.
thank you very much. Another
Yeah.
couple of quid, it's all good. Have you added all this up yet, by the way?
No, Charlotte's doing it.
Charlotte adding it up.
Excellent.
Very nice. Should we go back and check the old-fashioned chaps and see what's going on?
This is
with
going
the
to pay
food?
for your holiday, isn't it?
yeah.
This really will.
Yeah, I mean, the way things are going at the moment, I'm going to Margate.
You're going to go to Maldives
Keep
soon.
sending the money in,
Yeah.
I'll be the Maldives. Yeah. Pick a
And I
name.
can come too.
Actually,
Yay.
wait, that could be the next. That could be the next poll, couldn't it? So, what's your favourite traditional English dish? Curry, Chinese, fish and chips, or a kebab?
Fish and
I'm
chips.
surprised kebab's so low.
Yeah,
you know
I
why
know
that
that.
is, right?
Because nobody's drunk.
No,
That's why.
because one, nobody's drunk, and also two, nobody admits to liking kebabs because they're so unhealthy. I think that's
Oh
what it is.
yeah, but it's kind of a guilty pleasure, isn't it? A
Yeah, of
greasy
course.
kebab, but you
Yeah.
have to be very drunk
Yeah.
to appreciate it.
Although, I mean, I have to say, I discovered a place that was actually good when sober.
Really?
And if you find a place that does good kebabs when you're sober,
Let's do it.
The one around the corner here is.
The one round the corner here, I
is it
haven't had
good?
a kebab
Yeah.
there, but
I have.
Pooch says very good. Yeah, I used to go to a place in Deptford, which was open till 5 a.m.
And what about the kebab?
Yeah, thanks anyway. Anyway, let's have a bit of Angela Rayner because we need cheering up. This is her talking about firemen, right? I think it's number
You reckon she's been hosed a few
number 8. I reckon so.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Pooch.
I want to pay tribute to the brave firefighters that are tackling the wildfire in Suffolk. Thank you. Your skill and dedication and bravery is outstanding. My thoughts are also with the residents that have had to leave their homes and know it's incredibly difficult circumstances. The Prime Minister has made clear that the whole of government will ensure that the fire and rescue services, mutual aid and local services have all the resources they need.
You're right.
Now, I don't know if I should read this out. It's a message from somebody that knows me well.
Yeah.
Are you going to admit to buying 2 kebabs at once? Well,
I've done that.
yeah, I mean, but there's a reason
That sounds
why.
like extortion to me,
Well, no,
Mike.
but
Do
there's
you
a
want to pass
reason-
it to me?
No,
I'll
there's a
deal with
reason
it.
why you have if you're getting it delivered, you have to do that. Because,
Why?
Well, because otherwise you don't reach the minimum level for the delivery. So you end up having, so you have to.
Threshold.
So yeah,
Is it?
if the threshold say a tenner,
Yeah.
right, and the kebab's only £9, you
Yeah.
have to order 2.
So what happens to the second one,
Put
Michael?
it in the fridge and you eat it the next day.
Oh, tasty. A
Yeah.
nice cold kebab.
Yeah, well, you can heat bits of it up. Well, obviously, under those circumstances, you'd have to be quite drunk before you.
The next morning?
before you've made
to
that
drink
decision.
the cold kebab.
Yeah, no, you get to sort of 1 a.m. And also, it's the only place.
always throw it at noisy neighbours.
If it's that late, it's about the only place that's open. You know, 'cause everything else is shut. So anyway, thanks for giving that away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delete that number and block.
Oh yeah, well, I haven't done it for a very long time. I mean, ever since I stopped sort of eating.
Well, you're
the
looking
wrong-
so. You know what?
the
It's
wrong
funny. I was
thing.
looking through some old
Yeah.
interviews that I was trying
Yeah.
to purge, and my goodness, Mike, you're a different shape to
I
what
really
you were,
am.
mate.
Well,
you
I
really
didn't
are.
realise it until you see those and you think, crikey,
Wow.
that is unbelievable.
I
you
know,
It was
I know.
really bad at one point, but I didn't really notice. It's
No,
funny, isn't
you
it?
don't. You don't. I mean, I was 11. This time last year, I was 11 kilos heavier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You look very well.
Trained like nobody's business. Intermittent fasting.
Intermittent
I'm a
fasting.
big fan of that.
Do you think she got to have a go when she was at the fire station?
I bet she did. Yeah.
There you go, look.
Yeah. Angie
I bet you do,
smiling
Angie.
down the fireman and told you, thanks, Alan. And somebody had to make that joke, didn't they?
It was incoming, wasn't
It
it?
wasn't me.
Denise Fletcher,
Yeah.
love a fireman.
Yeah. People
Oh,
do.
what lady doesn't?
Women love firemen.
Women
don't they?
love firemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, right.
Oh, here we go. Will needs a frontline mug for his coffee.
Oh, Kim, you are
Very good.
and that's why you're Kim the Creative.
Kim the Creative,
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree with you entirely.
Yeah, I can, well, you can have a couple of the herons if you want as well.
Oh,
What are you making a face for the herons for? You
I'm going to get birds of prey
can have
in.
Donald's crane. What about
Is that a euphemism?
that? No, he sent us a crane thinking it was a heron.
Did he?
It's been the subject of
I told
rancor.
everyone that the herons are still here.
Yeah, they are still here.
Yeah.
It's just that we moved
Actually,
them out
Charlotte
of the way.
sort of like bobbed them into shot,
Yeah.
didn't she?
Yeah. Are you going to turn it
There we
around?
go.
Oh, this is really good.
Look at
now.
this high-tech
'Cause
stuff.
Now you're
I've got to
saying,
change the ISO.
yeah.
That's
Brighten
it.
up. There we go.
Oh, look at that.
Herons.
Wow.
So now,
Hold on.
why can I not see it on my screen here?
Because I'm cut-
He hasn't switched us over yet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
There you go. See
There you
look
go.
at that.
Fantastic.
Isn't that amazing?
Excellent.
Those
Herons are
books,
there. And actually, that is where you filmed the Thought Police,
Yeah.
right, which people should watch because it's bloody
They
brilliant.
should, yeah. A lot of, funnily enough, people are starting to pick up. I'm doing a Thought Police
There you go,
podcast.
look, that's where you sit.
That's where we sit. Yeah, that's where we did Thought Police podcast with Lewis Schaefer, who's very, very
Lewis
funny.
is hilarious. I've
Very-
been on with him a couple of times.
very
He is
understated.
hilarious.
He's like, we've decided he's like a character from Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
You know what I was
Or he
about
could
to say?
be in
He's
Seinfeld or something
yeah,
like that,
he is this the
Woody
acerbic version
Yeah.
of Larry David.
Yeah. Well,
isn't
I'm
he?
softening him up though.
Yeah.
I'm getting the softer side of Lewis Schaefer out.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there
absolutely.
one?
There is one. Yeah, because every time he says anything nasty, I say not allowed to talk about that. And then sort of bring him back
Just
to
diffuse him.
Yeah, just bring him back to.
So how did you
He is
react to that?
very
How
funny,
did you
though.
react?
Oh yeah, he thought that it was a message, right? Because I
Yeah.
ran
Yeah.
into Kevin O'Sullivan. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, I did just see the little jibe towards an old mutual friend of ours.
No, I didn't see that. But anyway, so yeah, but Lewis saw the picture of me and Kevin and thought it was some kind of message to him.
Yeah.
that he was out. That he was out. and
Yeah.
that Kevin and I were going to go back and do the podcast together.
Yeah.
but we can't. So it's me and Lewis now.
Oh,
So that's all good.
yeah. No, Lewis is hilarious.
He is.
He's a very funny man.
City here.
Super chats more coming in. This one from Philip. Phil, every time I see that Nob Miliband, all I see in here is Butthead from Beavis and
Yeah,
Butthead.
it is.
He
yeah.
looks a bit
yeah,
like
he
him,
does.
actually.
Looks exactly
That's
like
a really
him.
good shout. I'd never thought of that, but he does look really like
We should
him.
try and get a picture of the
Butthead.
two of them side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try and do that, and maybe Charlotte can fix that for us in the meantime. But yeah, so what else have we got?
No, Lewis Schaefer's
Bernard,
great.
Is his birthday yesterday?
Man from Kerno, birthday yesterday, celebrate with others today. Well done. Many happy returns a day late. Man from Kerno. How about this, right? You
We've
know
got to
about
get people liking as well
Yeah,
today.
please, yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, because we had a great day the other
Really
day where
good.
we got up to like 10,000 likes.
Yeah,
so let's try and
from
do
about
that
3,000 or something.
Because it is the last day of July.
And it pushes the show out also, and it
pushes,
keeps
yeah.
your algorithm aligned to
Yes,
it as well.
it does.
So you won't have a problem finding the show.
And more
No-
subscribers, please, as well,
Yeah.
if you can, because we're doing okay, but
And share.
we could be doing more. We
Share
could
to
be
your
doing better.
friends who haven't
Yeah, exactly
discovered.
right. Exactly right. Share it all. I've got a bit of a problem, actually. I need Pooch to help me with, because when I put myself up for getting notifications, I'm getting too many notifications now, and I don't know how to stop them.
I can help you with that. I'll do that for you.
So we can do that during the news, maybe.
Yeah.
My friend Cliff says, me and my wife Kim clocked up 50 years back in May. Can you believe that?
Wow.
He and I,
That's
I
brilliant.
knew him from the age of about 14 when I started working in
Really?
in the bakery in Hampstead. Yeah, Cliff was a proper pastry chef. He'd actually trained to be a pastry chef.
Amazing.
And so I've known him. Probably the guy I've known the longest.
Is he still a pastry chef now?
No, not
or-
anymore. No, he ended
no?
up becoming a black cab driver for a while.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. So
I always thought that would be a really nice, it would be an interesting job and a nice job, because you've just got all these different, you've got a carousel of different characters coming
black
into
cab
the-
driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
apart from the fact that you now have to drive around in London, which is a bleeding nightmare.
I don't
mean,
mind
even
that.
just coming out of here now,
Yeah.
every single day when I try to get home, which is only normally a 15
Oh,
minute
there's always on this particular road.
This particular road
Yeah.
around here, and also down towards the Old Kent Road. There's just traffic everywhere.
Yeah.
Because there's roads blocked off. There's God knows what going on. You know.
But you have the joys of air conditioning, Mike.
I do have the joys of air
Yeah.
conditioning. That's very true.
Yeah.
And I've got to go to Manchester today as well.
Really?
Yeah, because I've got to go and get my son from university.
Oh, you said, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I've got to
yeah.
bring him all the way back to...
Load up the car.
Load up the car and bring him all the way back to Sussex on Saturday.
Wow, well, that's going to take you, what, 4 hours, 5 hours?
No, more. It's
Yeah.
about 5 hours from here to there.
Yeah, I was
It's
going to
probably
say,
about
to
7
get up
back,
there. Yeah.
I would think. Yeah, 10 till 12 today, after this show. Don't miss it. It's going to be great. Plank of the Week coming up before that as well, at around about 9:30. Also, we'll be talking to the Bish, who's going to be here as well. So, shall we get some news first? Next?
Yes, absolutely. Let's do
And
it.
it's getting a bit warm in here as well, do you think?
It is getting a
We
bit
have
toasty, actually.
It's getting a bit
Yeah.
of AC, maybe, if we could.
I'm Fiona MacLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. The Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position, with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Ed would go his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Yeah, you weren't having a go at Kai, were you?
At Kai?
Yeah.
What, the Bish?
Yeah, look, there you go. 'cause
Don't
there's a
bash the
message
bishop. No.
Oh, no.
No.
You know what bash the bishop means, don't you?
I think they're just.
You know
trying
what
to get-
bash the bishop
Yeah, I
means.
do. I do know. I remember we had a conversation with Emma Wolf once, and she didn't know what it meant.
No.
No, you kidding?
We did it on air. She didn't know.
Sheltered childhood.
I know, she hadn't
I'll
heard
say
of it.
Sheltered
Imagine
life.
Having bashed the bishop, but not knowing what it meant.
Yeah. Well, I
There you
suppose
go.
that's the case in some situations.
Cindy again?
Cindy, we really need 8 Mike Graham merch. 8? Is that just a misprint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hoodies and V-neck shirts. I really want to advertise my favourite show. I'd love a weekend chat too. Yeah, well, listen, Donald's in charge of all the merch, isn't he?
Yeah,
So
contact Donald.
he's the guy to get in touch with, and he's got one size fits all T-shirts.
Yeah.
So you can have one of those.
Wow, thanks, Simon.
Brilliant.
This is great. We should,
I'm loving the gifts that are coming with them.
You did promise, Pooch, to bring some shirts in.
Yes, okay. I'll
So
bring
maybe
them
next
Monday.
week. Maybe next week. Then we can give them to people.
Yeah.
And if they wish to give them to somebody else,
Yeah.
you can.
That's nice.
People that come in, we give them a T-shirt.
And do you know what we should
Might as well-
So on Monday is going to be the Burnham competition announcement.
Oh, yes.
The clips people have sent in. The Burnham alert.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Burnham alert.
Yeah, because we'll definitely have a Burnham alert. At the moment, we're just doing a manual kind of beep, 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 beep. That's the Burnham alert.
It was it? Right.
It's beep, beep, Burnham, because it was going backwards. You know? and he loves a bus. So it's like, just imagine the
Like a
Burnham,
normal person.
Imagine a Burnham bus.
Burnham bus.
You know, because he loves a bus. Because a bus is for
Flat tyres on all
ordinary
four.
people like buses. They travel with ordinary people.
Luke.
Here's a question for you. Oh, Charlotte's done that picture of Beavis and
Right, I'll do
Butthead.
that, and then here we go.
That's brilliant.
One Donald.
I think you need a new merch guy, says Luke. That's a bit harsh. I mean, give him a chance, you know. Give him a chance. He's working his way through it. You know, there we go.
Brilliant.
That is really good, isn't
That
it?
is on the money.
That is definitely. That's all you need to do, isn't it? When you get Ed Miliband alert. Anyway, Cliff just said to me, "Were you really only 14 back then?" Well, I was when I started. I think that's when we first met. Extraordinary stuff. Great show today, by the way.
Yeah.
Not Happy Gardening doesn't think so.
Not really about anything.
Boring today.
Boring. What's boring
Thanks.
about it?
What have we done wrong?
Yeah, what have we done? What's up with happy? It's obviously not unhappy gardening. You should change your name, mate.
Miserable gardener.
Yeah, miserable, well, sod. You know, we are giving you
We're trying our
what
best.
nobody
here.
else can give you, right? Here's a story for you. Dynamic pricing to hit car parks.
Now, what's that even mean?
Well, you know, dynamic pricing basically means we're going to rip you off because you want to buy an airline ticket now,
Right.
and everybody else wants to buy one, so we're going to put the price up.
Yeah.
So if you want to buy an Oasis ticket, for example, they did it with that.
Right.
And the same seat will cost you more money depending on what the price is doing at the time. So
Okay.
so it's like a fluctuating price, basically.
Right.
So yeah, an Uber will do it.
Yeah,
if
I
you're-
know Uber does.
if
That's
you're-
why I never use them. I always
Yeah.
use black cabs.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So suddenly the price goes up because it's 9 o'clock on a Saturday night or something.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a car. So they're now talking about doing it for car parks.
What?
Which would mean that if there's
So
fewer
different
spaces-
times of the day or
Yeah,
spaces?
different times of the day, depending on
That's
how many spaces.
ridiculous.
Isn't that ridiculous?
That is
Because
ridiculous.
it's literally a
But then again,
license-
private car parks have always been a bit of a cartel anyway.
It's a license to rip people off.
Yeah, they always have.
I used to pay 40 quid a day to park in the NCP car park around the back of London Bridge.
Yeah.
And that was where I got the back of the car smashed in.
Oh,
So
great.
for the privilege of
Brilliant.
£40 a day.
For zero security.
I got no security.
Yeah.
And
Just got a
the
bit of
car broken
concrete.
into. I know, shocking.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocking. Anyway, Sunil Sharma's here, so let's talk to him, because he'll have a view, I'm sure, about the invasion of Spain by the Moroccans. Sunil, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike.
Good to see you. Sorry to keep you waiting. So now the people say there's an issue with the sound, by the
No,
way.
it was before.
But
These
it's
are
gone.
old.
But it's gone now.
It's gone.
So
They're old.
well, it might be that my feed is a little
Yes,
bit
it
behind.
is.
My apologies. Anyway, apologies if the sound went off, but it's back now. What about this story? An extraordinary story, but not one of the newspapers in this country has decided to put it on the front page. Not one of those pictures of the marauding, masses, numbers, thousands of people coming into Europe effectively from North Africa has made the front pages. Why not?
Yes, it's disgraceful, and especially as there's a good chance this could potentially impact the UK with some of these migrants ending up coming to the UK. I mean, it's extraordinary seeing those pictures and seeing those clips yesterday of all those Moroccans crossing the border into Spain. It's scary, it's worrying. It's not too surprising, but I think actually seeing those thousands, I've seen some estimations being more than 80,000 people in one day is astronomical. And I think it should really be a massive wake up to the whole of Spain, to the whole of Europe, in terms of what exactly is going on. And what was incredible about those pictures and those videos, I don't know about for you guys, but I didn't see a single child or a single woman who walked over. So it's very interesting that all these people are men between the age of 18 and 40. And it's really, I don't see any women or children coming across as refugees. So I think that's deeply scaring. I think Spain in itself is a melting pot. I was actually there for the last 10 days, and you you wouldn't find a Spanish flag. You wouldn't think that they just won the World Cup. Instead, you'll just see free Palestine flags everywhere.
Oh, really?
And yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I was so shocked and so surprised to see that. So I think, unfortunately, Spain just seems to want to, go down the route of just destroying itself. And I think that's probably the message for the rest of Europe. It'll be really interesting to see what the rest of Europe, how they react to this, because surely we're going to now see some sort of wake up call for all the other countries, especially the ones neighboring Spain.
Well, you would think so, because of course we were just talking about this earlier on. That only a few weeks ago they were offering amnesty, weren't they, to migrants if they wanted to come into Spain, and they said they would give something like 500,000 migrants visas to stay and live in the country. And of course, what you knew was going to happen happened, which was millions and millions of people turned up wanting to get into the country, and probably succeeded in doing so. And they've got this left-wing government now who don't seem to have any care in the world about admitting as many migrants as they like, not expecting them to move further north into France and then eventually into Britain.
Well, I think that would definitely happen, and I'm really worried in particular when you have somebody like Andy Burnham. I don't think he has the courage or anything in him to stand up to what's going to happen in the next few weeks and months. The sheer numbers, and by the way, I think the numbers are increasing even as we speak. I think if you, I don't think Spain actually has the capacity to deal with what's happening in that small town. I feel so sorry for the ordinary Spanish people in that town, around that town, because their lives are going to change drastically. That the next issues for the next, I don't think to even exaggerate, the next decade is going to be completely different just because of the stupidity of the Spanish government. I mean, the current Spanish leader is an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to Spain. He's an embarrassment to Spanish culture. He's an embarrassment to their history. And I think most of Europe needs to have a look and see what's going on here and think, okay, this is just, even whatever their views on what's going on with refugees or how many people they think they should take in, they should look at yesterday's events and today's events and just decide that something has to change. And I hope the UK, one of the things to take away from this is that the UK can actually have a look what's happening and decides that we're going to close our borders and actually take it more seriously, because yesterday is a really alarming example of what can happen when you continue to have a soft approach on migration, when you continue to use the rhetoric that the European leaders are using. They're so soft and they're so weak. People will take advantage of this, and I think it will continue until we actually see some sensible government from Europe, which I just don't see right now.
I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? I mean, it took Andy Burnham about a week before he even mentioned the I word, immigration. And when he did finally mention it, he said that the small boats were getting reduced in number, and in fact, the system was obviously working, which it clearly isn't, because there's more people coming in his first week now on small boats than there were in Keir Starmer's first week. So yeah, overall the number is smaller, but that could change because there's more and more coming on bigger and bigger boats. And I mean, it's ridiculous to even call them small boats now. They've got these super dinghies with 160 people on them.
Well, yeah, and when we saw this, a few people who died recently coming across, trying to come across the channel. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I think Andy Burnham isn't capable of dealing with the situation. I don't think any of them really are. I think it was a good response from the Italian Prime Minister. I saw her response in terms of her comments, but people need to be tougher and stronger. Europe is being invaded. It's not just happening in Spain; it's happening across Europe. The numbers are absolutely astronomical. The amount of people that are coming in is crazy. The profile of people coming in is disturbing and worrying. Spain is losing all of its culture, its values, and that will continue to get worse. And the same thing's happening in the UK. I don't think we should be, almost too critical of Spain, because it's happening in the UK. The exact same situation that's going to now happen in Spain has been happening in the UK. And the great thing for these refugees coming across, if they do come to the UK, they'll get the welfare state will fund them. No ordinary taxpayers will be funding their healthcare, will be funding their dental treatments, whilst the rest of the country suffers. So, Andy Burnham needs to really wake up. They need to take this. If the European Union actually cared about European people, this would be the number one issue. But obviously they don't. So this won't be the main issue that they talk about. It's scary, and I feel sorry for all Spanish people. They've obviously had the issue of the wildfires, which again was so poorly covered globally by all media outlets in terms of this whole agenda, where it being about climate change rather than being about the fact that there's some absolutely crazy arsonists working across France and Spain. More than 100 people have been arrested just alone in France. I don't know the exact numbers in Spain, but another example of how loony a lot of Europe is going right now, and it's sad and it's scary to see.
Yeah, it really is. And as you say, there's no indication that anything is slowing down, really. I mean, the fact that there's fewer people coming overall this year so far is partly due to the fact that there was a lot more people who came at the beginning of 2025 because the weather was better than it was at the beginning of 2026. So I don't have any confidence that overall, when the year comes to an end, that there will be less people here than there were last year.
Yeah, likewise. And I think, the impact that this is going to have, I don't think you can stress how major that this impact will have, and with the numbers just continue to increase. The reality is that people in the UK are being replaced. That is the harsh reality of what's going on right now. With the numbers that are coming in, with the changing demographic, I don't think it's a racist thing to say that right now in the UK, the white English people are being erased, and that is going to continue to happen. In the UK, in Europe, in the US, everyone is obsessed with Japan, going to Japan, visiting Japan. Why do people want to go to Japan? They want to go to Japan to see Japanese culture, to see Japanese people, to see Japanese actions, how they behave. It's so different from the way we are, and that's why people want to go to Japan. And so therefore Japan generally try to protect their culture, although they've got a few issues themselves, but generally speaking. But it seems as if when any European country, whether it be Spain, UK or France, tries to protect its culture or tries to protect any of its values, it's the first thing people will say. People like Andy Burnham and his party is, you're being racist, you're being unfair, and there's no absolute obsession with multiculturalism, when most people don't want to see multiculturalism. They want to see the country that they live in, their values being respected, and for other people to adapt to those values. Instead, what we're seeing is almost a role reversal, where we're now having to adapt to the profiles of people coming into this country, which is absolutely ridiculous.
I know, it is insane, absolutely insane. Sunil, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Sunil Sharma there, reporting into us saying that this is not going to get any better anytime soon. And there's no sign of it, is there? I mean, I met somebody from, I think she was from Romania, down at CPAC when they were here doing their thing a couple of weeks ago. And I said to her, well, when were you last in London? And she went, about 5 years ago. And I said, I think you'll find it's changed quite a bit since you were last here. And she said, actually, I noticed when I was last here that it was pretty bad. Yeah. And I said, look, I'm sorry to say this to you because you're somebody who's foreign. I said, but there's too many foreigners here. And she said, she said, I'd come to London, I want to see English people, I want to see English culture. I don't want to come and see, somebody else's culture from some other part of the world. In the same way, if you go to Istanbul, you want to see people from Turkey. You don't want to see, people from different countries in a country that you're visiting.
Sunil made some really good, valid, incredibly valid points. Yeah. But I was monitoring chat as well, and someone made a very, very good point, which was about Christian churches being burnt through arson. Yeah. And I would be
in France a lot. Though,
and I would really like to see some aggregated data on how many churches have been attacked. Whether that be individuals going in there and assaulting people, which we know that's been happening. Yeah. Secondly, being burnt, through malicious intent, and then also look at the number of churches which have been acquired through financial means to then convert into mosques. Yes. Now, I'm not trying to be Islamophobic, but then again, I don't care. I think ultimately it's looking at how insidious this takeover is. We've got the very overt, which is people coming over on boats or storming onto the beaches in Spain. But it's more the covert side of things, which are really sort of far quieter, far less sort of tagged. Yeah. Because, again, one of the things which I've always had a problem with, Mike, is that the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice and the Border Force are not joined up to actually gather sufficient data about people who are coming in here as migrants, whether that be asylum seekers or illegal, and they're attributing to particular crimes. The only data we've got is what we see in the mainstream media or we get on other channels, and there's you, Lauren the Insider, various other people who've got some great stuff. which is putting that data together. And it's trying to pull all that data together rather than actually rely on our government agencies and departments in the civil service to go, right, let's look at the ethnicity of particular crimes and be upset.
Well,
and so we cut through a lot of the nonsense.
Well,
do you know what I mean?
The government just last week trying to stop that information from being released. Remember, there was a lawsuit going on to try and make them release the information.
Yes.
Because they do it for prisons.
Yeah.
They do it. You can find out what percentage of a particular nationality is in a prison.
Yeah.
But you can't find out, a particular nationality's breakdown of crimes committed.
Yes.
Which is collected by the Home Office.
It is.
Which they don't want to share.
No.
And you go, well, why don't you want to share?
Why
it?
not? Exactly.
Why are we not entitled to see those numbers? Why are we not entitled to know what the ethnicities are of people committing crimes in this country?
And then we've got the domino and cascade effect of radicalisation within prisons. Do we hear much about that anymore?
No.
That's all gone very quiet, hasn't it? And then we've got this early release programme that the Labour Party have decided in their infinite wisdom to implement. So you've got individuals...
Burnham says he's going to pause it. He doesn't say he's going to end it. He's going to pause it.
Oh, great.
But I was talking
Brilliant.
to somebody about this yesterday. I bet you any money...
But how many people are being radicalised and released?
Yeah, but I bet you any money it doesn't get paused because they'll say, oh, but we've already got this in train and we've already got plans to release these people over here.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll stop and pause it in about 3 months' time.
Yeah.
By which time all of these bozos will be out.
Yeah.
70,000 people have been let out. There's
Yeah.
a story saying, as we mentioned earlier, that there's more, recidivism now going on because people come out
and
because they know
reoffending.
they're not going to get sent back in.
No, exactly. And they're just being ram-packed with people. And again, it's like these fires. I mean, we were talking about earlier. It's a convenient excuse for politicians to say we haven't dealt with reservoirs, we haven't dealt with mitigation measures against wildfires, to say it's an environmental issue. It's utter nonsense.
I know. It is complete and utter cobleros, as we say in Spain. Some more super chats coming in. Thank you very much indeed. Wait for it. Mick Rose, thank you very much indeed. €1.99, very kind.
Every little bit helps.
Another one from €2. They're all heading to the UK. I bet you
they will be.
Because they'll know that from the grapevine of immigration that, if you get to Britain, you've got probably a good chance of getting a house. Morning, my faves from Malta, says Karen. Thank you very much indeed, Karen. One from Matt, super chat. Thank you.
Wow, nice.
It's really building up, isn't it? Another one from A. Well, look at the staff in the Home Office. It's compromised.
Totally agree.
Very true.
Totally
the Home
agree.
Office has not been fit for purpose for a very long time.
And this one, Mike, this is a scandal.
Yeah. There are knockoff MG show mugs on Etsy. They've been authorised by the show. Have they been authorised by the show?
No.
Look at that.
Blimey. Isn't that amazing?
£9.99.
£9.99
on you.
That's a bit...
Only
that's
10 left.
It's a bit cheeky.
Wow.
Well, it says report this item to Etsy.
I'm on it.
Should we do it?
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Mike.
We'll hunt them down, Mike.
When are we going to get a full UK live schedule, guys? What shows and when, etc.? Also, will you be releasing a UK live app? I think yes to the UK live app. We're working on that. Pooch is working on that. The plate spinning's going well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pooch is the only guy who, when he's decided he's spinning too many plates, decides to start spinning a few more.
Yeah.
So
he does pretty good on an hour's sleep every night.
He does
doesn't
very
he?
well, yeah, absolutely.
It's not
Drugs
bad.
help, obviously.
Mike, one more, sorry.
Hey? Oh, hang on.
The sound went.
Mike and Pooch, please wish Claire a happy 50th again. There was no sound. Claire, a very, very happy 50th
Happy birthday.
Well
Happy
done
50th,
to
Claire.
you for reaching the great milestone.
Didn't ask me, but I'll say it anyway.
Yeah, well, I think I'm sure they all want it. They all want it from you, Will.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
as it were. Will Getty's here with me, of course. Coming up a bit later on, Linda Dooble's here, Adam Cherry as well. Ralph Schurlhammer is going to be joining us. Johnny Gould as well. And a bit of Plank of the Week later after the Bish as well. The Shepherd. Funny how many flee the utopia of Islam.
Yeah.
I know. And then complain over here.
Then they complain over here that it's not Islamic enough after having left the Islamic Republic of God knows where. It's all very
surprising.
Hard, all very strange. Anyway, let's get some news, shall we, with Fiona McLeod.
Good morning. I'm Fiona McLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. The Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Ed would go his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Thank you,
Edward
Fiona.
Hughes' hose.
Very kind. Edward Hughes is what?
He's talking about Edward Hughes got his hose out.
Has he?
the other day, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Disgusting.
well, I mean, you're not supposed to. There's a hose pipe ban,
Exactly.
in various parts of the country. But although, there's a trick, and I don't know whether I should say this to people. But
Oh, I know, what, the watering can trick.
no, it's not a watering can. It's better than that. If you're watering food, you're allowed to use a hose, right?
Really?
So if you're growing something,
Yeah.
now what's to say?
Would it apply if I stuck that second kebab out in the garden?
Yeah. Well, actually, I've got a message from Donald on the kebab front, which was quite funny, which I should read out. Where is it? See if I can find it. Oh yeah, he said, after a hard night's work, I used to toss my kebab in the bin, perfectly marinated the next day. Yum yum.
Oh, nice.
That's in Scotland. So what they do in Scotland.
I thought he'd batter it.
Eat out of the
I thought
bins.
it'd be a
They
battered kebab.
We actually did a story when I was at the Mirror up there.
Yeah.
Because there was a takeaway joint that did a deep fried
In
kebab.
Glasgow, but I bet.
Deep fried kebab. I mean, we sent a reporter there hoping that he might actually just die because it was like literally.
He was a popular lad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they used to do deep fried pizza as well.
Oh,
Can you imagine?
gross. Can you imagine?
I just can't. I mean, I couldn't have eaten any of that. But yeah, but we used to be in the garage till sort of 5 a.m, and then we'd get kebab on the way home and eat it in the car.
What were you doing in the garage?
What was the name of the club?
Oh, the garage.
The club.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, not the petrol station.
Like Alan
Donald's
Partridge.
Club, one of the most famous clubs
Yeah.
in Britain.
Oh, was
if
it?
not the world, yeah.
I was never a big clubber.
I wasn't really, but
Not
when
in
you
that
know,
sense,
but when
anyway.
you know the owner, it tends to give you a slightly different perspective because we didn't used
True.
to hang around in the club, not listening, not being able to hear anything. We used to sit in his office.
Oh, we've got to do Boysdales too.
Boysdales, we've got to do.
We've got to do that.
We'll
Yeah.
do that very soon.
There's someone talking about the hose pipe
Good night, Edward. Please can we have a video of Edward watering his cress?
with his hose.
Well, this is the thing, right? If
Yeah.
you just buy some cress from the supermarket as you
Yeah.
can, or buy one of those basil plants or something, right?
Yeah.
Put it out in the garden,
And then water it.
and you can water it because that's
Brilliant.
allowed because it's food. And if you accidentally
Rosas will be on your doorstep.
if you accidentally water the grass
Yeah.
in the meantime, that's just
Oh,
unfortunate.
it's overslip. Oops.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just, I'm
Clumsy
sorry.
me.
Yeah.
Guys,
What's
this
this?
is insanity.
Another 50
Oh,
quid
wow,
from Simon.
Simon.
Blimey. How much has he sent so far?
150, 200.
Blimey.
It's unbelievable.
Simon, you're very kind.
Simon.
Thank you very much.
Did you have a good night at the casino last night?
You might have done, yeah.
I think he did.
He's our biggest supporter.
He's our big supporter. I think he won the lottery, didn't he?
Did he?
Isn't that the story?
I'm not sure.
I think so.
Good man.
Well, it feels like we have, anyway.
We've got
Yeah.
Mark Leopard Kinson on talking about he's here to talk about the Spanish invasion.
Oh, yes.
Late guest.
This is a guy
Awesome.
we met down at CPAC, actually, a couple of weeks ago. We were down there. Mark Lou Parkinson from Multi-Canal Radio in Madrid.
Yeah.
He might be able to talk to us about what's been going on down in Quetta, which I think is probably, he's going to tell me that's not the right pronunciation. But Mark, very good morning to you.
A very good morning to you, Mike. Indeed, the right pronunciation is Ceuta.
It's Ceuta.
Ceuta. That's it,
Ceuta.
yes.
Okay. Oh, that's good. And is that sort of would that be considered to be Castilian Spanish or what?
Well, yes, obviously. I mean, this is one of two cities that are part of Spain, but are located on the northern coast of Africa. Actually, Ceuta is the one that's closest to the Spanish mainland. It's actually, I mean, geographically, it's on the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar, right opposite Gibraltar. That's where it's located, actually.
Right. Okay. And so, what's been the reaction in Spain from what we've seen? We've been quite surprised that in London, the newspapers haven't really done that much with the story. It's almost as though it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal, isn't it?
Well, it is a big deal, and it should be a big concern. I mean, not just for the Spanish people, but I'd say for all European nations.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to bear in mind that these 40 plus people who have invaded this city, because that's the way to call it. It's an invasion. This is a city whose total population is 83,000.
Right.
people, and 40,000 plus have breached the border
Right.
fence into a European Union territory, into a country that's also part of the of space Schengen, which means that once they are pulled out of Ceuta, because that's what the Spanish socialist government is going to do, it's the same policy that they've been applying to the Canary Islands. Each time, boat after boat of people have landed on any of the islands, the Spanish government will pull them out, will ship them over to mainland Spain, where they will be allowed to roam freely, not just all over Spain, but all right across Europe.
Right.
I'd say, including the UK. How many of these people will end up at the jungle in Calais and will be getting on the dinghy boats across the English Channel? I mean, it should be a big concern for all the European unions. In fact, the Italian Prime Minister, Mrs. Giorgia Meloni, has already said that Spain should be sealed off, which is nice wording for saying expelled from the Schengen area, because
Yeah.
she obviously is concerned about her own country and doesn't want these people ending up there.
Yeah, right. What are people saying about how and why this happened yesterday, and what was the reasoning behind so many people deciding just to breach the border all at the same time?
Well, the shocking aspect of all this is that this mass movement of people has been actually sparked by a ruling from the Spanish Supreme Court. This ruling came out last month, and what the Spanish Supreme Court said is that a migrant, or for that matter, anybody trying to enter Spanish, the Spanish territory, and is being pulled out of the water, cannot be sent back across the border. Obviously, the consequences for this really de facto apply only for Ceuta and Melilla, because the other land borders Spain has are with Portugal and France, which would not apply, would they? So the application of this ruling is really will only pose a big danger for Ceuta and Melilla. What actually put into motion this ruling by the Supreme Court? And this is the other shocking part of it. Back in 2024, actually on the 14th of November 2024, an Algerian citizen was taken out from the waters in Ceuta Bay. What this man had done was try to enter Spain illegally by swimming around the breakwater into which the border fence turns into once it reaches the beach. So apparently this man was in a state of distress. So the Spanish Coast Guard, so to speak, it's a section of our police team called Guardia Civil, the civilian guards. So this man was in a state of distress in Ceuta Bay. So he was rescued, obviously, as his intention was to enter Spain illegally. He was given first aid at a Red Cross post and then sent back across the land border. Now, what happened is that this man filed an appeal at the local court of justice in Ceuta, claiming that he was illegally sent back across the border, which he was trying to breach illegally.
Right.
And so this case has gone through all the different court systems in Spain until it made it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that this man was right, that he could not, as he had been pulled out of the water, he could not be sent back across the border, because according to Spanish law, that can only happen if you entered Spain jumping the border. In other words, if you breach a physical or solid barrier. And the Supreme Court considered that being pulled out of the water is not breaching any physical barrier. And this is what sparked all this situation. Obviously, this ruling was then published. I mean, it went like wildfire right across the social media in Morocco. And this is the situation we have.
Right. So that's what they're kind of capitalising on. Listen, Mark, really appreciate you coming on at such short notice. So thank you and good luck. If you see any of these Moroccans coming our way, point them in the opposite direction, please, if you don't mind. But thank you.
Well,
very much.
we're trying to do that too. The things we hope that the Spanish government should be doing that, and it's not.
No, exactly right. Mark Leopard Kinson from Multi-Canal Radio in Madrid. Thank you very much indeed. The video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. Bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Got some more super chats coming in, so let's keep those going, shall we? It's a Freaky Friday. We're getting loads of them today. This one from David, who says, keep up the great work, Mike, and the team at the real home for common sense. That's what we are. Thank you for that. Another £5. This one from Chris. Mike's holiday fun. Have a great time in Cyprus.
Have you been to Cyprus?
I have. It's lovely there. I don't talk about it much. Best wishes from Tit North. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you about Cyprus one of these days if I get the chance, but I don't like to mention it too much. Bob the Seagull has sent us some money as well, super chat. Thank you very much, Bob the Seagull. And one from Mick Rose again. I cannot get Tally Money because I live in Ireland. Really?
Really?
Well, that may be the case. I don't know.
You can get illegal immigrants, but you can't get Tally Money.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I don't know what the situation would be with that. I don't know why wouldn't it? Because it's online, so why wouldn't you be able to get it? I don't know. We'll maybe ask Cameron next time we talk to him.
Yeah.
Let's see what the deal is with all of that. But we've got now Johnny Gould to talk to. And some people are saying they put money into Tally Money and it's gone down. Yeah, because the price of gold goes up and down, right? Yeah. So sometimes it's a good time to buy it when it's down because it goes up.
Yeah, you just got to stick with it, be patient.
It's like a pension fund.
I think it's going to go up because we're going to be starting to move to digital currency, and don't start me on that.
Yeah, exactly right. But also, like with pension funds and stuff like that, you sometimes look at it and go, it's not something you should look at every day. No. Because some days it goes down, other days it goes up. So we are in a place at the moment, I would say, where the economy, as I've said many times, is going to get an awful lot worse before it gets better. Which is why I think.
Advice from civil servant.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that.
Civil serpents. Yes, thank you very much indeed. I don't have a sovereign, actually. Funnily enough, no. So if you've got one, do send it in, and we'll see what we can do that.
We'll accept sovereigns, Nazi gold.
Yeah. No, sorry, steady. Right, Johnny Gould is here. Very good morning to you, Johnny.
Good morning, Mike. How you doing?
No, not bad. Not bad. We've just been talking about this invasion down in How do they pronounce it? Down there is northern Morocco. It's not easier to say, but it's apparently Spain. I can't understand the papers here this morning. They've all gone mad about the World Cup. I know you'll probably care about the World Cup story, but I don't really. I think I do care more about 40,000 Moroccans marauding over a border into Europe, which means they can now access Dover, basically, effectively, if they just get on a train. What's going on?
Well, luckily, Ceuta is part of Moroccan mainland. They've got this unusual history, haven't they? Where Ceuta and Melilla, these small enclaves inside Morocco, are not actually part of Spain, so they cannot get on a train and physically go from Morocco into mainland Spain, although now they do have some kind of European protection. Brexit does seem a very good idea, does it not?
It does.
After this, and we need to be separate, and it's frightening. It's organised. This isn't a surprise, and also, you know, I was in Barcelona where there has been about 3 months ago on a holiday, and the place has changed so massively. You know, it was such a beautiful and elegant city in the noughties when we were getting into sort of the European Union and getting into that sort of flavour of, well, you know, in the early sort of noughties, the late 90s, maybe European integration is something different. Maybe we can benefit from this. Some of us were a bit more skeptical of it, but now we got into a taxi in Barcelona. It's on my Substack, and it was read thousands of times. And the mood of the Moroccan immigrants that come here is one of revolution, is one of Islamization, is one of getting rid of all the culture that we have in this country. And Barcelona has a very specific Roman Catholic tradition. If you look at Sagrada Familia, arguably the most beautiful cathedral in the world, it stands above the city as it does. It's got an amazing history, but it is being threatened by this influx of people who want us dead, Mike.
I know.
You know,
Well,
they
what was
want to
interesting was
caliphate.
we were talking to Sunil Sharma earlier on in the show. I don't know if you heard, and he was saying he'd just come back from Spain, and he was shocked to say that even though Spain has only just won the World Cup, he didn't see any Spanish flags anywhere. All he saw was Palestinian flags everywhere.
It's shocking. I've been to Spain a couple of times. I've been to two very different parts. As I mentioned, Barcelona a few months ago, and at the turn of the new year, I was in Malaga, in Marbella, in Puerto Banús, and we took a little ride up to a mountain town which had a fascist tradition. There's no doubt about that. It had like a kind of fascist tradition. It was very Spanish. But then, if you look more closely, they were waving the Palestinian flag. They go together. People don't seem to understand that yet, that this is a kind of Islamofascism. But the people in Spain who wave the Palestinian flag suffer from something called suicide empathy.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they doing? Why are they doing this? What is it for? Is it hatred for the? Is it hatred for the people more? You know, this is how Germany lost the war. They hated the Jews more than they loved themselves. And as the war accelerated towards defeat for the Germans, they killed the Jews even more number in 1944 from Hungary and Greece and other places. So you just wonder what this empathy for suicide is. It's very upsetting, Mike.
Well, we saw,
upsetting.
didn't we? We'll get into it with me. We saw this week all those people from Palestine Action marauding around outside Westminster Magistrates Court, and I think the police arrested over 100 of them. And they don't seem to be. They don't seem to understand that they're breaking the law, and they don't seem to recognise the law.
They don't care.
They don't seem to care about it.
No.
I mean, it's a very strange thing. And I used to say at the beginning of all of this, you know, when after October 7th in 2023, when all of these demonstrations started happening, and I said, you know, I grew up. I'm maybe a little bit older than you. I grew up in North London, through the 6-Day War, through Yom Kippur War, through the kind of Golan Heights problems, Moshe Dayan and Golda Meir, and all of that sort of history that we all remember. And there was no demonstrations on the streets in favour of Palestine or Jordan or anything else, because the people from those parts of the world weren't here, but now they are.
Now they are, and they've changed the consensus of the country. And we get to the story this morning where this board of peace has declared that Hamas are willing to demilitarize. Hamas have responded with what they call a hudna. And a hudna is not the same as what Westerners think demilitarization or peace is. It is a calm while they remilitarize over a period of time. You know, if you don't smash Hamas, if you don't get rid of the people that want to destroy the Western world, we are literally kicking the can into the future. At the moment, Israel is created a buffer zone which controls about 60% of what is the Gaza Strip. Now, that is not expansionism. That is not about Israel taking control of Gaza. They don't want it. What they do want is their population to be able to move back to the south and to the Gaza envelope. Because if you know the map of Israel, there's an area called the Gaza envelope, which is a sort of fatter area of Israel, which runs parallel with Gaza and goes further down towards Eilat. And that area is quite empty. There's quite a lot of desert there, but yet there are small communities who want to return there because they've not been able to live a normal life since, as you say, October the 7th, 2023.
No, exactly right. And I mean, there's no sign. I mean, so Netanyahu was in the White House this week. Presumably, I mean, everybody I speak to in Israel from time to time just wants permission to kind of go after the Iranians and put an end to it all once and for all. You and I have spoken about this as well. But not any closer to that point, really.
We're not. And the problem that we have with the American-Israel war on Iran is that the purposes of them have become so divergent. America is interested in Hog Island and the Straits of Hormuz and the terrorism that is being enacted upon their shipping, and obviously the world recession which they can threaten upon America and all its allies, the entire Western world. And Israel's is a bit more simpler than that. It's about existential survival against a regime which wants to destabilize, destroy Israel and destabilize the rest of the West. So I think whatever Netanyahu and Trump were talking about, I hope that they've slightly come together a little bit more after that crisis meeting. Every meeting between Netanyahu and Trump is a crisis meeting.
Yeah, absolutely right. Your sound is just starting to break up a little bit, so I'll let you go. Johnny, listen, thanks very much indeed. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much. We're going to speak to Ralph Schulhammer in a moment, but before we do that, should we remind people, in case they haven't seen it already, and in case they want to see it again, this is what's going on in, what's the name of it again?
Yeah, in Suta.
Suta, or
Suta.
Huerta.
Huerta. Yeah.
ده ترى يقول له شوت ده
So you'll have seen that incredible picture, and those incredible moving pictures of bloody young men jumping out of the back of a lorry, running towards a border, and then amassing on the beach of this town, which is now a Spanish town as opposed to a Moroccan town. They know, we've heard, that they've done it because basically one man swam around the border before, and it was ruled by a court in Spain that he could not be returned to Morocco because it would affect his human rights in some way. So now what we've got is this sort of scene, which you can see now from the beach perspective. Have a look at this.
Increíble la situación. Mucho a la raza. Increíble.
Now, when I came into work this morning, I thought to myself, I've seen those pictures overnight. I'd seen those bits of footage of people invading a beach, invading a country, in fact, invading an entire continent, because they basically invaded Europe. 40,000 plus men have come over the border into Spain, right? They are now in Europe, and already the Spanish rule says that they can't be sent back to Morocco because they've made it onto Spanish mainland, even though it's not technically Spanish mainland. There's already an emergency in the Spanish country. But what I found incredible this morning was that the newspapers in this country don't seem to think it's a story. You have to go all the way to page 17 in The Sun before you see a tiny little box at the bottom of the page in which it says border crisis. Thousands of migrants streamed into the Spanish territory of Ceuta yesterday, prompting the government to vow to send in the army. At least 9 migrants died after crowds of mostly young men, it says, stormed the enclave in North Africa from neighbouring Morocco. Should we play another clip and see if anybody can spot anything other than mostly young men? Now, you might think 40,000 young men breaking into a country in Europe would be a story, but it's not on any front page this morning. Instead, they're all banging on about the World Cup and whether or not there's a rally to be had between those people who back UEFA or who back FIFA. I don't care. International football is not for sale. Doesn't matter. Well, Europe's not for sale either. The Times, right? Not one word on page 1. Not one word on page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Story about Hiroshima on page 17. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh, hang on. Finally, page 31. We see a little boxed picture in the middle of a page. Not even a page lead, as we would call it. The Times has become so left-wing, I don't know what's happened to it. Yeah. It's absolutely incredible, isn't it?
I think it's disgusting.
I'm afraid we're going to have to give it the old treatment we used to give The Guardian, you know? Because The Guardian used to get ripped up for being rubbish and being wrong. And now I'm afraid The Times has gone the same way.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
You know, they're obsessed with reform. They're obsessed with George Cottrell. They're not in any way interested. 40,000 Moroccans breaking into another country in Europe on their way to Britain. Is it any wonder that Burnham can't stop the boats? Because the people running this world in Britain don't want him to. It's that simple, isn't it? That's my meltdown. Couple of super chats before we speak to Ralph. Let's have a look what we got. We had a lot today. This one from Mick Rose. Johnny, legend of Plonk of the Week. Yes, we're hoping we're going to get a Plonk of the Week this week, but we're not sure, are we? Okay. We're working on it. Abby says this: please wish my best friend Liz happy retirement today. We have listened together for many years and I will miss doing this so much. Abby in the NHS and North. So you work together in the NHS and you listen. Well, maybe you can listen together but separately, if that's possible.
Well, they can listen on Alexa, can't they, very soon?
Very soon we're going to have the ability to listen on Alexa, which is something that Pooch has been working on. So that's great news, isn't it? For those of you who wanted to have a sort of podcasty feel to it. Because that means we probably could do a podcast, is it?
Yep.
An audio
podcast.
An audio podcast. It's all going on, isn't it? It's all fantastic stuff. So, what's going on in your world, Will? Because we haven't. Well, we've had you here all morning, and we haven't really asked you anything about
That's all right,
what's
mate.
going on in your world.
My world is very quiet.
Is it?
Very quiet at the moment. This time of year, you know, you get a few people having a few dramas here and there.
Yeah.
Other than that, no. It's as is always the way in our world. You can never predict when a crisis is going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? There we go.
On screen.
The Wagner Group. Yeah. You know what? I think there's going to be Wagner's going to have a little bit of a part to play in that. I've brushed. So Wagner Group is the deniable Putin mercenary organization that has been absolutely everywhere in the world. I've crossed swords with them a couple of times.
They're in Africa a lot.
All over Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
They've been involved in a couple of activities. I can say all this now because I'm banned from Russia. I am officially
He's
banned
on the list,
on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah.
Of 22 people banned.
Quite cool.
It's not bad, is it? But yeah, they're involved, but Iran is very much involved.
Yeah.
Iran has been involved in basically infiltrating the traffickers, or certainly of the small boats, or the big boats now coming across, obviously, the channel. And they've been using that also to conduit not only Iranian agents, but also weaponry as well.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact.
we now know that there's been an awful lot of Iranian agents coming into Britain
heck of a lot.
on the boats
Yeah.
specifically, that they specifically aimed themselves at that.
Yeah, because they've been using proxies. So they've been using low-level criminals to carry out extortions, kidnappings, death threats, assassinations, all that sort of stuff. But now they're actually sending their own IRGC operators to come over, particularly from the 700 unit, which is part of the Al-Quds unit in the IRGC, who are involved in logistics management. So they are about moving operators, moving resources, weaponry, that sort of thing around the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because one of the other things that I was told...
I'll be talking more about that on Frontline.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is Will's new show that he's going to be doing for us here at UK Live online. Because one of the other things that people noticed, and this was sort of before the Trump crackdown, I suppose, on Tijuana and on the southern border of the USA, was that there was suddenly an awful lot of sub-Saharan African people turning up on that southern border, who had obviously come from Africa into Central America, and then were making their way up through Mexico into the US. And people were going, well, how have they got here? And it turns out that the Wagner Group supposedly were assisting their travel, shall we say, from Africa to Central America.
And vice versa, also from Latin America. So we've got individuals coming from Latin America, coming over into Europe and inserting into the UK.
Yeah, right.
As well.
So are they they're a mercenary group of people who are involved in sort of people smuggling, but also in gun running,
everything,
and they could be fighting forces as well.
Yeah, they're capturing assets for Putin, lithium mining capabilities, gold, natural resources, a lot of the extraction sort of minerals, gas, oil, all sorts of things, particularly across Africa as well. So what Putin is doing is basically land grabbing, and then you've got the competitive sort of side between Russia and China, because China's doing similar, but not in the same, quite the same way as the Wagner Group. The Wagner Group is basically a mercenary organisation.
Yes, but I mean, it's obviously...
So Putin could say it's nothing to do with it.
But it's a kind of shadowy group. You don't know how many people are in it. You don't know where they're all being
but you've got
held.
some serious players in there. So you've got... so if people want to think about, say, Blackwater when they were operating in Iraq, and Blackwater's operated in Haiti, all sorts of places like that, was set up by Eric Prince, former Navy SEAL. Wagner Group is a sort of Russian sort of comparable, if you like, but a little bit more, but a lot more brutal. Not a little bit, a lot more brutal.
Right.
You know, Blackwater was more about protective of assets. Wagner is about grabbing assets.
Yeah. And let's have a look at some of the things that we've also been seeing overnight. Christian Drogan, Pooch, I don't think we've played that yet. Should we have a look at that? He was over in the channel yesterday, or the night before yesterday, I think, having a look at the activity, because the channel is hotting up at the moment. It doesn't seem to be it's not getting slower. It's not quietening down. And there were 1,000 people came over in one day. I think yesterday about 700 and so came over. So we're looking at probably up to maybe 3,000-4,000 people coming in the course of a week.
I think that's a conservative estimate.
In the course of a week. But let's have a look at this report from Christian Drogan from Watchmen.
The choppers arrived. This is absolutely chaos here. This is chaos. Why are they allowing this to happen? Choppers on site now to try and light up the sea and search for the dead bodies. There is one on the beach over there. It's getting CPR, I'm not sure if they brought them round. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I don't know if they've got the defibrillator on him, they've got a drip on him. Not sure what's going on over there. I'm not sure if he's come round. Again, you've got the warship out there.
incredible work that Christian does there for Watchmen, and he's done that for us there as well. But you know, it's clearly a massive problem. It's not getting any better. It's now going to be a lot worse after having seen what's happened down there on the north coast of Morocco. And let's talk now to Ralph Schulhammer, who's here.
This is Ralph Scheulhammer, and I'll be back.
Good morning.
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you.
Good to see you. We've been talking mostly this morning about how incredible it is that the newspapers in London seem to be pretty much ignoring the biggest story of the week, which is this incredible invasion of Ceuta, as it's now called, I think, down there in northern Morocco, where a bunch of guys, we've just been speaking to somebody in Madrid who's told us exactly why it happened, that apparently there was a situation where one particular North African swam around the border, was pulled out of the water by the Spanish authorities, and because of that was then basically granted the right to stay in Spain. And the courts ruled that he couldn't be taken back to Morocco. So when they got news of that, all of these men, and some estimates as high as 40-odd thousand of them, have all simultaneously decided to breach the border and come into Spain, knowing that they can't be thrown back.
I mean, you know, sometimes people accuse us of being hyperbolic when we call it an invasion. But if you basically overrun something that is sovereign Spanish territory, I mean, what else do you call it than an invasion? I mean, it is like the textbook definition of an invasion. You can say, okay, fine, you know, it's in North Africa, it's not on the Spanish mainland. But this is like if Spain would overrun Gibraltar, I think everybody would say that's an invasion of British territory, or of the larger British possessions. And I think it's the same there. I mean, what else do they have to do for us to take the thing that is happening, to take reality serious?
Yeah. Well, as you saw there, some footage from the channel where four young women, I think, died yesterday as a result of probably being trampled upon by a lot of men getting into a boat. And the reason given for their deaths was a heart attack. And you kind of go, really, was it? Is that the best you can come up with? They all simultaneously had heart attacks at the same time and died?
Yeah, it's the same thing what we see in Austria and Germany, right? When you have people cross the border with children and they throw away all their documents, and then you have the official listings about the birth dates of the children, and they're all born on January 1st.
Yes.
Which is so we have all these phenomena, but the point is always the same. All of this is only happening because the governments allow it, because the legal system allows it. And I think we have to talk about this as well. That's a phenomenon all over the West. You have activist judges. Yeah. I mean, this absurd idea all over the West that you can go to a left indoctrinated law school and then you come out a lawyer, a judge, or what have you, and you'll be like super objective, and all your ideological preconceived notions play no role in your judgments is completely absurd. We would never say this for any other profession.
No, of course not. And you can see from just the way that they operate what they believe in, and that they are clearly not in any way neutral. You know, and this is why Spain is now in the terrible place that it's in, because they've allowed a left-wing government to get in. They've got a left-wing series of judges. They've now got people literally invading their country, 40,000 men in one single day. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Oh, it is absolutely extraordinary. And once again, the Spanish government was lying to its people. They said this whole program of the legalization of people that are in the country undocumented, as it turns out, it's not going to be 500,000 as they promised. It's going to be up to 1.5 million by the end of the year. And that is not including family reunification.
Yeah, exactly right. I think we've got some Nigel Farage clip, have we not, Scarlett? Do you know about that?
We do.
You do? Can we play that? Can we have that?
It's time to wake up, everybody. No, I really mean it. Just have a look at these scenes. This is happening today in Ceuta, the Spanish enclave in North Africa. Yep, it is Spanish territory. Tens of thousands, maybe more, breaking in to that little part of Spain. The authorities seemingly powerless to act, and yes, of course, they've declared a state of emergency. Bear this in mind. Earlier this year, Spain gave an amnesty to 500,000 people who'd illegally got into the country. The messages from Spain are clear. You know, come in and you'll be allowed to stay. Some of you might remember a poster I put out 10 years ago called Breaking Point, where I showed vast numbers illegally breaking into the European Union. I made the point that if we vote for Brexit, we'll have the power to stop those people coming here. Sadly, the Tories failed us, Labour have failed us. Believe me, unless we get a reform government, those scenes you're seeing in Spain today, many of those young men, lots of them dangerous, will be heading towards Calais and coming to our country too. It is time to wake up. This is a battle for the future of our civilization. I can't put it any more plainly than that.
Pretty much says it all there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, if you look at the video, right, it's all men. It's always all men. And this is just as you would have in an invading army. I know. They probably don't perceive themselves as being part of an invading army, but that ultimately is what it is. And Spain, by the way, brought this upon itself. I mean, Nigel Farage is mistaken here. It's not 500,000. It's already 1.2 million. And it's going to be 1.5 million by the end of the year. And I did some thorough research because people attacked me and said this does not include family reunification. It does include family, meaning that those 1.5 million can then apply for family reunification. Now, you tell me, do you really think the same Spanish legal system that just basically allowed some guy to apply for asylum because he swam to Spanish territory, that they will then deny family reunification? We all know that that's not going to be the case.
And of course, and what we also know is that we have the same problem in this country where people come here illegally, they get given the ability to apply for asylum. Once they get given the right to have that asylum claim tested, they are then living here already, regardless of whether they're giving permission to live here, at which point they can then have their family members join them. And we don't know if their family members are actually their family members. We have no idea. You just go, oh, yeah, that's my brother. There's my mother over there. There's 3 cousins there. You know, we have no idea whether any of that is true.
No, we don't have exactly. We have no idea whether any of that is true. And I would say even more importantly, what is completely underestimated here is, and you mentioned, and Nigel Farage said that some of those people are dangerous, and that might well be true. But there's always the assumption that no matter what happens, radicalization or extremism is only going to happen on one side of the aisle, right? It's the radical Muslim, the terrorist, whatever have you. But we will reach this point where the native population is going to go radical. And I think this will be a very, very ugly scene. And you see this already. I mean, we have now a new right-wing party in Italy. Right, we have with Rupert Lowe, I'd say we have a second right-wing party in the UK. So even the new right-wing parties are, for many people, for good reason, not right-wing enough. So who knows what follows the new right-wing party? So if the powers that are do not change course very, very quickly, this is going to get very, very ugly very, very soon. And I think nobody wants to see this. But at some point, as Elon Musk said, and I'm not somebody who quotes Elon Musk a lot of time, at the current trajectory, civil war or civil war-like conditions are almost unavoidable.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem, because there doesn't seem to be anyone who wishes to take a political decision. I mean, Giorgia Meloni has come out and now said that she thinks that Spain should be removed from the Schengen group and that basically there should be no freedom of movement between Spain and any other European country. I think that's right. But will anybody back Italy in that? Will the French do it? The French should do it because they're their neighbours.
Yeah, the problem is, right, the promise of the Schengen area was free movement for Europeans in Europe, strong borders outside of Europe.
Yeah.
If you break one side of the equation, consequently, you have to suspend the other side of the equation. I mean, this is not rocket science. I think Giorgia Meloni is absolutely right. If you end your side of the bargain, which is protecting the outer borders of Europe and the European Union, you also lose the privilege of having no borders internally. I mean, this is completely logic. They should have done this a while ago.
Yeah, they really should. So, I mean, what happens next, do you think? I mean, I haven't seen anything coming out of the European Union. I presume they're all on holiday because it's, July, and of course they don't like working very much.
Well, I can tell you precisely what's going to happen. We'll see the same thing that happened in 2015. We have one country, in 2015 it was Germany, now it is going to be Spain, that says, come all in, our arms are open. Then it turns out that not the estimated 500,000 are going to come. It's going to be, between 1.5 and 3 million that are going to come, and that's a low estimate. And then the Spaniards will go to Brussels and say, we made a miscalculation here. This is not going to work out as we can. Somebody has to help us. And then Ursula von der Leyen will go out and say, well, now we need European solidarity. And then this is going to be the same game again and again. And if somebody else comes to power in Italy, you will see the same thing happen in Italy. If somebody comes to power in Greece that is more like Pedro Sanchez in Spain, you will see the same game here. But ultimately, as you see with these new suggestions in the UK about legal migration routes, whatever happens at the end of the equation, there is always more mass migration. The one thing a majority of the European peoples are saying we don't want it is the one thing they constantly get.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you might have a view on how many people there are in Morocco. I don't know how many people there are in Morocco or how close they are to this particular border. But who knows if there's not going to be another 40,000 that decide to come over on Saturday night.
And it's not just Moroccans. I mean, we know from the little data that we have available, right, that Morocco, if you want, is the transit point. But of course, the people, what happened if you are a human trafficker and you said, man, Italy, Greece, France, that's a little bit tough. But if I can get my people to Spain, whether it's on the North African coast or the Spanish mainland, there's basically nothing they can do because the government is complicit in it. I mean, the Spanish government, in a certain sense, is now complicit with human trafficking because they created the world's largest incentive structure. Come here. If you're illegal, you can immediately apply for legal status. Yes, they say you have to be in the country for a while. How are you going to check this? So I come from Algeria. I come from Nigeria, you name it. I cross over somehow, I make it on the Spanish mainland. I go to some office with an NGO-provided translator, and I say, no, I've been in Spain for the last 2 years. How exactly are they going to prove that I just came over the ocean? There's no way for them to do that.
Yeah, in the same way that we don't have a check on any one of the 750 odd people that came into the UK the other day, in one day only, or the 150 that came on one boat the other day, or the 1,000 that came the week before. You know, we have no clue as to who any of them are, and we let them in anyway.
Agreed. Yeah.
It's shocking.
And it's a dereliction of duty, right?
Yeah.
We tend to forget this. Governments have a primary obligation towards their own people. That is the social contract. The social contract of the British state, of the German state, of the Austrian state is not with the world. It's with the British people. It's with the German people. It's with the Austrian people. And they are increasingly and constantly in violation of that contract. And to speak with some guy that you British people love very much, John Locke, right? If you break your side of the social contract, the people have a right to revolution. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to foment revolution in the UK. I'm just saying that a contract goes both ways. If one side is in violation of it, the other side has certain rights. And at some point, at the voting booth for now, but if that doesn't help, then at some point people will say we have to look for other means. I'm not endorsing it, I'm warning.
Yes. No, I think so. I mean, plenty of people have warned about all of this coming to pass. As Nigel Farage just said, years ago he was castigated for doing so. He was branded racist. He was told that he was a ghastly, horrible right-wing, hood, shouldn't be listened to, must be ignored, and everything he said was going to happen has now happened. So I'm afraid, he was right and everybody else was wrong. But there we are. Ralph, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. Ralph Schulhammer, who will, of course, be back.
Thank you.
So there we are.
We love Ralph.
We do love Ralph.
We love Ralph. I mean, it's like the old saying, Mike, men who are escaping war take their families with them.
Yeah.
Men who are going to war come alone.
Yeah. Well, look at what happened in Ukraine. The people, I personally know a guy who was working for the guys that used to look after my car.
Yeah.
And he was Ukrainian and he went to fight.
Yeah.
He lived in London, right? But he went the other way, while the women and children were coming to get sort of refugee status in the UK.
Exactly.
The men were going the other way.
Yeah.
They weren't coming in here.
No.
And in fact, in Ukraine, they weren't allowed to leave.
Well, they weren't between the ages of 18 and 60.
And this guy, how about this story, right? This guy, this guy used
to,
he's like a panel beater. He's, fixes cars up and stuff like that. And down in Bermondsey, he lost his leg in a battle. And when he got back to the UK, got it all sorted out, he went back again with one leg because he's like, I want to fight the Russians. I don't care. You can take the other leg if you like. And then that's how men are supposed to operate in a war zone.
Exactly.
They're not supposed to swim around a corner and then suddenly invade
unless
a town.
they're going to war.
Yeah. Well, or at least coming for no good reason, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think Adam Cherry's not here, is he? Are we talking to Linda?
We don't have Adam, but we do have Linda.
We do have Linda Duberly, who is here, who joins us now. Linda, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Very tired, though. Oh,
Are you?
dear.
Yeah, did I
long
see?
drive
Did,
home
you
from
were on?
studio last night.
You were on GB News last night, weren't you? I thought I saw you on there.
I was, and I come off there at midnight, and I'm telling you now, the M40 is just a car park at midnight. It is
Really?
beyond belief. Beyond belief. I can't get on at the exit or the spur road where I need to enter the M40.
Yeah.
I finally get on it. Then there's a traffic jam at Hanger Lane. I
Right.
get past the traffic jam, and then the M40 is closed
No.
at High Wycombe. So I have to traverse the British countryside, pull back into Marlow, where I finally get home an hour and a half later.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I mean, the trouble is, people forget how bad the systems are in this country. But when you drive around sort of late at night, you realise just how bad they really are. I had the same problem. I came back from. I don't like to mention going to Cyprus very much, but I did go to Cyprus, and I came back. It's 2 a.m. and landed at Gatwick. Went to get my car. Right, drove out onto the M23, and I live sort of southeast London, and it went the M25 shut. I was like, what? What do you mean it's shut?
I know.
So I then had to go all the way through South London, right, at 20 miles an hour because it's a 20 mile an hour limit.
Brilliant.
So I'm driving a rather nice, expensive car that goes quite fast at 20 miles an hour, deserted streets everywhere, temporary traffic lights stopping me about every 3.5 nanoseconds. And it took me about, 2 hours to get home, instead of what would have been about 45 minutes, because I couldn't go faster than 20 miles an hour because I didn't know where the cameras were, right? Because that's the other problem.
That's right.
Is if you're driving through sort of rural towns to get home because the motorway's shut, you have no idea where the cameras are, right? So it's just a nightmare. Dreadful. Anyway, that's enough of our travails about driving. We might get to the latest anti-car story, which is that they're apparently talking about doing surge pricing, or dynamic pricing, as I like to call it, on car parking now. So when you do take your car in and park it somewhere, if it happens to be the wrong time of the day, you'll be paying 3 times as much as the guy parking next to you.
But that's if you've got the required mathematical qualifications in order to be able to operate the parking machine. And that's if you haven't got the Ringo app. But I can tell you, in my little town on the Thames, when I park locally sometimes to pick up groceries, there's a lot of elderly people there. They haven't got a hope in hell of parking their car properly.
No, you've got no chance. And I mean, almost certainly you haven't got the right app. And apparently this is one of the problems for people with electric cars, apparently, because if you've got an electric car and you're supposed to be able to charge it at various different points, you need about 55 different apps, because everyone's got a different sort of, operating procedure of some kind or another. But so speaking of that, should we talk about net zero? We haven't talked about that much today. Front page of the Daily Mail today, Andy Burnham apparently has admitted that it might be able to make the cost of living a bit cheaper if we actually drill for oil in the North Sea. Hurrah! Finally, somebody's seeing sense.
Finally, yeah. The fact of the matter is that I was thinking about this on the way home because I had plenty of time to think. But the thing is that MPs have been defending this previous policy by saying, actually, the price of oil is capped internationally. You never save any money on your bills domestically or at the petrol pump here because it's all controlled. But there are several reasons why we need to drill, certainly at Jackdaw and Rosebank. And that's because we can tax the extraction of that oil, which is money that needs to go into the exchequer. You create jobs in and around Aberdeen. It's said to be about 3,500 jobs actually in the balance there. But also at a time of international geopolitical crisis, you maintain control over your own supply, even in the immediacy. So we have to drill in those two oil fields, even though they're mature oil fields and they're mostly drilled out. We have to go ahead and we have to consider new exploration. I'm very pleased that Andy Burnham has finally realised that, because at the end of the day, he's between a rock and a hard place and you simply have to push money into the exchequer.
Yes, exactly right. And I'm just seeing a story breaking this morning about BP, which is no longer called British Petroleum, as it's now called Beyond Petroleum. Apparently they're selling off all of their North Sea oil and gas businesses because apparently they've finally decided they can't actually make any money. Although the trouble with BP is, I seem to remember that a few years ago, before they sort of saw sense, they actually, I think, came out and said they weren't going to drill any longer for petrol and oil because they wanted to try and get themselves to net zero. And I'm thinking, well, hang on, you're an oil company. You know, why would you not be drilling for oil? It's what you do, right?
Yeah. Well, any company, I suppose, any big company morphs itself according to where we are in the world in terms of evolution. And certainly energy companies have to carry on going, and they have to transform themselves somehow, and they have to work out how they get alongside renewable energy, that's for sure. And
Yeah.
even though we know that we need to drill for oil and we need to get gas, we have to do that in parallel for looking at new forms of energy, because that's just what's going to happen in the future. But we can't chuck the baby out with the bathwater just yet.
No, we can't. No, but as a lot of people are saying this morning on various social media sites, and particularly on Twitter, they're saying the tax regime in the North Sea is just punitive. It's too difficult for people to make any money. So even if Burnham does now say you can go back and drill, it's a bit too late, maybe.
Well, he's just got to sort that out. I mean, you know, nothing's impossible, particularly when you're in the position he's in. If the tax regime is difficult in this respect, and actually it's difficult in many respects in this country, he simply has to set about changing it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, he's setting about changing a few things, isn't he? But have you noticed, one thing I've noticed about Andy Burnham in the best sort of bottom half of this week is that he's lost that little glittering smile that he used to have every time he started talking. Now when he talks, he's not smiling anymore because he's had a good look around and he's gone, crikey, this is worse than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's only to be expected because, you know, you have that moment of triumph, and there's that very famous selfie he took in the hall, the Great Hall in Westminster, with all the people behind him, and of course you feel euphoric at that point, and you've got a big burst of energy. But the problems that are ahead of him they are widespread and they are fundamental. They're profound problems.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he's lost that glint. I bet he's got a few sleepless nights ahead of him.
Oh, I think so. Because, I mean, if you look around at all the various sort of things that are happening, you know, we've got Wes Streeting now admitting that they can't really get anywhere near 2.5%, never mind 3% of GDP
That's
from
right.
the defence budget because they just haven't got the money, which is what everybody told them before they decided they were going to do it. We've got Angela Rayner is going to miss the target of 1.5 million homes, which we also told her was going to be impossible to do. You know, I mean, I don't think there's any part of the government which is working at all well. You know, the only reason we're not talking about the economy is because there's nothing good to say about it. You know, John Healey's come in and no doubt will be told, oh, well, he's looking at all the books and he's looking at all the various different projections and he's going to put a budget together. But meanwhile, what are we supposed to be doing? We're sort of freewheeling around in the summer months without anybody sort of being held accountable for anything.
Yeah, it's ironic, really, that he should resign over a very important feature of defence spending. So he resigns as Defence Secretary, as does Al Cairns, who was junior arms minister there.
Yeah.
So they do that. And then John Healey jumps into the far more toxic area of overall spending.
Yeah.
It's hard to understand why he would do that. He must have been given some sort of guarantee about defence spending, I reckon. But you're right, Wes Streeting this week was very, very non-committal about our ability to get to 3% of our national income. Let's call it national income, not GDP, because people get confused about that.
Yeah.
So we move towards 3%. He won't commit to moving towards 3%. Well, that makes it even more difficult to maintain any commitment to 3.5% by 2035, which is the NATO request or the NATO demand, if you like. And if we don't meet that, it's not just that we don't meet that level of spending, it's that we risk our reputation on the international stage.
Yeah, and what about all this business of moving money out of, Westminster? I mean, number 10 North, we've sort of done to death. Doesn't seem to me to be a very good idea. I'm still not convinced that it's going to prove to be a very good idea. But he's now talking about giving local mayors the power to give money back to you and I, should they wish to do so. I mean, I find it a bit hard to believe that anybody in the public sector is going to give anybody like us money back. Why would they? You know,
well, he's going to have a problem.
Yeah.
He's going to have a problem because not all those mayors ultimately will be Labour mayors.
Right. Right.
Point one.
Right.
Point two is I don't see how it can work. I can see how you might conceptualize this, but in practice, how will that all work? Because it will lead to a level of inconsistency in this country, which isn't fair or democratic.
No. So, what's your understanding of how they think it would work? That you would be living in a place where somehow they would decide that you've paid too much in tax, and so they're going to give you some back. I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh, no, I don't think anyone's thought it through. I can't speculate about it because I cannot imagine how this can possibly happen in practice.
Right.
The fact is that we are a really small country. And we've got to understand that we're overcrowded. That's a really, really big problem. We've got profound problems here that need to be tackled. I can get behind Andy Burnham and everything he's saying about social care. I think that's a really, really big issue. And I think defence is a really, really big issue because we've been warned by the head of UK military, Richard Knighton, that we can expect some form of attack from the Russians within the next 3 years. So we know we've got two profound problems ahead of us. We need to concentrate on those and not get distracted into side issues like, I believe, devolution or number 10 North, which I think is a cosmetic action.
Yeah, it's cosmetic, but it's also costing us money. That's the problem. They said it wouldn't, but it's already, we know, costing at least £1 million just to move everybody around twice a week. I don't know, for example, whether Andy Burnham is in London today or is in Manchester today. I don't know what his plan is. I don't know whether we're ever going to know because obviously security-wise they might not tell us. But presumably, from what he said, the idea is that his wife is not moving to London, so his family's not moving to London, so he's going to treat sort of Downing Street as a bit of a sort of dormitory for 3 nights a week, and then the rest of the time he's going to stay up there. Kind of mad.
You can't do that. It's ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
I've said before, I think, on this program, I've said it on air elsewhere, and this is it's a comparison. I appreciate it's not a direct comparison, but I used to work on a program called Tonight with Trevor McDonald, and we had one office at ITN HQ in London and one at Granada HQ in Manchester, and the reporters, there were only about 5 of us, and all the producers and all the assistant producers used to spend our lives going up and down the railway line, or I used to fly backwards and forwards sometimes just for speed because I was on 3 stories at once, and it never made any difference to the style of the programme or to the substantive content of the programme, but it put the bills up enormously.
Right. Well, it's a bit like when, I think you and I have spoken about this before, when the BBC decided to decant to Salford Quays and put a load of people up in Manchester. It just added massive amounts of money. They used to, our mutual friend Kevin O'Sullivan told me, he used to appear on Richard Bacon's show on a sort of once a week in an afternoon. He'd do a 10-minute slot, for which they'd put him on a train, first class up to Manchester, taxi to Salford Quays, taxi back on a train, back to London, and plus a fee. And it was like, this is kind of insane, right? So they were still bringing people from London to go on the shows, even though the shows are now being recorded, 200 miles away.
It's just performative. The trouble is that in life in general, not just politics and not just the media, we've got used to performative stuff, and we're not actually doing the hard yards, the real grind work, the diligence required, for example, in transforming the NHS in order to free up some cash to sort out a social care service. A lot of really, really difficult work has to happen. You can't just put a marketing label on it and expect something to happen for the good, because we're going to have years of hard work, and that's if we're lucky.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, thanks for the upbeat message there to everybody, and we'll see if we can.
You should ask me some questions about something nice.
There isn't anything nice, although we can ask you what your favourite food is, because we've got a poll today on what is the best British traditional dish, and it's a bit of a trick question because we've got curry, Chinese, fish and chips, or a kebab. What do you reckon?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Fish and chips with mushy peas.
Fish and chips with mushy peas, 79%. So you're with most of the country on that. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. Have a lovely weekend. Lyndon Doobly, thanks for joining us. Fish and chips, head and shoulders above the rest of them. You did call it. You did, absolutely did.
You know your story about Kev going up to BBC? That reminded me. I used to go up and guest on BBC Breakfast Time a lot.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. They used to stick me on a train, hotel overnight, go on the show for about 3 minutes, and then a train back.
Yeah, was that when Susanna Reid?
I only did it about 2 or 3 times.
Was that when Susanna Reid was still on it?
Yeah,
back in the day.
And Charlie.
Yeah, because she, of course.
And Naga.
Well, she, of course, was.
She's disappeared now.
Well, now she's gone off to do Radio 5 live breakfast, apparently.
Oh, has she?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody's been talking about it at the BBC, like as
Right.
if there's some kind of death in the family. Like, you know, the people
Yeah.
who are currently doing breakfast, like, oh, it's all been so good, and we're all getting very emotional. And but isn't it great? It's like nobody cares, you know.
Yeah.
Just-
I like Naga and I like
she's all
Charlie.
right. Yeah.
The other one,
Yeah. Well, the thing about Susanna Reid, when she was doing it, apparently, when she didn't want to move to the north of England, and she had a child who was at school in London, and she apparently used to come up and down every day.
That's a long trip.
Well, quite not only a long trip, but quite a lot of money spent as well on the
Yeah.
fact that she would have to come back in time to take her kid out of school, take the kid home, give the kid dinner, and then go back up north to be ready for the morning show.
But it was mad them moving up into the Midlands because I mean they used to have a lot of celebrity guests and they just wouldn't bother going up there.
No.
Because
Well, that was the thing. It was a bit like the Talk Studio in Ealing, you know, when they
Yeah.
opened that up, and it was like, you know, you couldn't get very many MPs there because it was too far away from Westminster and all the other major
it was a nightmare to
kind
get
of,
to.
you know,
I mean,
all the
you
other.
could get on the Elizabeth line, which
you
made
could.
life a little easier, but it was
Well,
still
not
a
really,
nightmare.
because the point is that down at sort of, you know, Parliament, as far as, you know, you are where you are, and the people who are around that area. Millbank is where all the sort of studios are. So BBC, ITV, Sky,
everybody,
and GB News, they're all there.
On a busy day, if there had been some terrorist attack and I was asked onto various channels, I'd literally just go from floor to floor to floor to floor.
Right. But
All
that
in
was the
Millbank.
thing, and so they couldn't get people on because it was too far away, because you'd have to take like 2 hours out of your day to go and do a 10-minute slot.
Yeah.
And who's going to do that? Waste
Yeah.
of time. Should we do a few super chats? I think we've got a few more coming in. We've had an amazing day for super chats.
That's
Here's another one.
amazing. You could
from
retire,
Gwen.
Mike.
Thank you, Mike, and all your amazing team. You do an amazing, much-needed job. Thank you very much indeed. It's been
Thanks,
another.
Gwen.
It's been another amazing week, actually, one way and another. Ms. Behaves. Good name. Whoa! How'd you do that? Scarlett's trying to mess with my eyes. My eyes! What do you do?
Burning.
We can't do it. We're too sensitive.
Okay, we'll go to Bish then.
We'll try again. The Bish is here. Will, are you around? I'm
going to stick around
You're
for a
gonna
little
stick around?
longer,
Okay.
unless everyone votes me off.
No, you're very, very, very
They
welcome.
could do a poll.
Very welcome to stick
Tish and
around.
Phipps.
Let us talk to
I'll probably stick around till about 5:30, and then I'll foxtrot.
Okay, splendid. Bishop Kai Durham is here, our favourite bishop, the official bishop, in fact, of the Mike Graham Show.
Oh, we love the bishop.
Kai, very good morning to you. How you doing?
I am absolutely fantastic on this phenomenal Friday. How are you both?
Well, after that
Really well.
introduction, then I'm also really good. We've had an amazing show today, actually. Loads of people have been sending us in super chats and sending us good wishes and thanking us for doing what we do, because we love doing what we do, and you're very much a part of that. Well, we finally got this one from. Oh no, it's gone funny again. Sorry. So it's been another week. I was just saying to Linda Doobly there that it's interesting watching Andy Burnham these days. He's slightly lost his luster. You know, when he first started, it was all smiles and it was like, oh, yeah, I'm Andy Burnham, I'm going to fix everything. And now he's kind of looking a lot more serious, and he doesn't seem to be enjoying it quite so much, which we could have easily predicted, right?
Well, this is the problem of thinking you can run the country like you ran the Greater Manchester Assembly, where my word is law, right, and I can do whatever I want. And suddenly he realizes just what a mess his predecessors have made of the country in the 2 years they've had it under their control, and how deep he has put both his feet down his own throat with all of the nonsense he was spouting in the run-up to being coronated as the new prime monster, as I like to refer to him now, because he's certainly not the prime minister. But and talking of Linda and Will, I got no sympathy at all with you complaining about travel arrangements when it takes me 5.5 hours, 6 hours plus traffic just to get to the studio. You're all southern softies, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I've got a big weekend of driving ahead of me, so I'm going to say nothing in case I jinx myself. I'm going to go to Manchester and pick up my son from uni and then drive all the way back.
That's not a big weekend of driving. When you do 4 events in 4 different parts of the country and cover 1,200 miles in 2 days, like I've done a fortnight ago, that's a big weekend of driving.
Yes, I'm sure you're right, and I'm sure that nobody will have any sympathy with me at all, and I'm not looking for it. I'm just saying, you know,
But the
probably-
bishop
Tell the
does have
truth, though.
Godspeed
Tell the
behind
truth.
him, though.
He does have Godspeed behind him, yeah. But also because I've got my son will be stopping on a regular basis to stop at various fast food outlets that he would probably say that he can't afford to go to when he's on his own.
Well, I think you're leading us all up the garden path. I think you're dark horse in the mayoral election that you already know you've won because you've been coronated and you're going up there to take over.
Well, but you know,
Tell
it's
the
funny you say that because we'd sort of almost forgotten that the Manchester by-election, or not by-election, the mayoral election was going on. And I was reminded at the beginning of this week, it's on Thursday. And I was like, all right. Because, I mean, Reform have kind of moved away from it because they've put all their eggs into the Clacton basket, I suppose. But also, you know, it was sort of, everybody kind of realised that Labour's lead was so big. We'll get an announcement, I think, this afternoon as to who's won. And most people seem to think that Labour will have held on to it and Reform probably will have come second. But it'll be interesting to see what the numbers are like, because if the Greens go down a bit and Reform goes up a bit, see where Restore comes, you know, we'll be able to draw some conclusions from it, I think, will we?
Do you know what? I used to think that about by-elections. I just think that at the moment they're so fantastical in their approach.
Yeah.
And of course, the election restrictions on them are vastly different. You can throw huge swathes of cash at a by-election campaign that you can't at a constituency campaign in a general election.
Yeah.
That this kind of by-election is completely non-indicative of the mood where I think the country is at. I think overall the country is still very much fed up with Labour, possibly not as fed up as they were now they've got rid of Keir Starmer. However, as I've said, you know, this is a rarity in British politics where you replace the worst person that's ever been our prime minister with someone that over the next 3 years is going to be far worse than the guy you replaced. So I think by the time we have a general election, we probably see a completely different picture. I have to be honest, though, when I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning to get up and pray, when I finished that and came to my phone and picked up the messages, saw the news headlines and completely forgot that there was even a Greater Manchester by-election taking place. It was only about 7:05 this morning. I thought, oh, hell, was that last night?
But I guess does it also not show you as well, and as you were saying, you know, he's not qualified really to run the country, having only just run a city. You know, without being part of Manchester, without living there, I don't really care who the mayor of Manchester is, to be honest. It doesn't make any difference to me.
No, and I think that, you know, this whole push of him being prime minister now with number 10 in the north, which incidentally I didn't consent to paying for, and all of that lot, is his only option of any success is to desperately cling to this moniker of King of the North, because he's absolutely hated in the south. And I don't know anybody outside of Labour in Wales that thinks Andy Burnham should have been prime minister.
No.
I've met Andy and I've worked with him many years ago, back when there was still a Conservative mayor in Birmingham, and I wouldn't trust him to tie my shoes. Never mind, you know, tie this country into trade agreements and various things like that.
Well, this is the thing, you know, now that he's in situ as the Prime Minister, it's only because of that you can actually imagine that he is, because before that, you're kind of going, what's he done that would in any way merit such a promotion? You know, he sort of rose without trace, I think is the phrase they use, isn't it? Where nobody really remembers anything that he did that was particularly good, apart from things that were bad that he did. Like, for example, the ignoring of the grooming gang scenario.
Well, it's more than ignoring it. He was active in the cover-up of it, which is despicable. It's a damning indictment of Labour that 6 years ago they thought Keir Starmer was their only hope, and now they think that Andy Burnham is their only hope. That really says a lot for the NEC and Labour, that they think they're the best people for the party. But enough bad news. How about we have some good news for a change?
Yeah, go on. Let's hear it from the big. Go for it.
Well, my brothers and sisters, the scripture says this: I lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. We find that in Psalm 121, the first and second verse. So if you've watched the news like I have this week, it would be easy to conclude that the world really is actually falling apart. We read of wars, economic uncertainty, political division. We read more violence taking place, more news of broken families, people suffering tremendous loneliness, and a generation searching for meaning and finding nothing but anxiety. Every headline, it seems, is designed to make us look down. We look down at our fears. We look down at our failures. We look down at the darkness that seems to be overtaking everything. But today, the psalmist gives us the command that changes everything. I lift up mine eyes unto the hills. Notice what he doesn't say. He doesn't say, I looked within myself, like so many gurus tell us to do. Doesn't say, I looked to the government, like so many politicians tell us to do. He doesn't say, I looked to the markets, to technology, or to the experts, like so many social commentators tell us to do. The psalmist says this, I lifted up my eyes. Because where you fix your eyes determines how you face your future. If you spend your life staring at darkness, my brothers and my sisters, darkness is all you will ever see. But if you lift your eyes to God, suddenly the storm no longer appears so large. The greatest lie of our age is that evil is winning. Believe me, it isn't. Turn off the noise for a moment and remember something truly astonishing. The God who spoke galaxies into existence has never once panicked. Not once. Empires, they have risen and they have fallen beneath his feet. Kings have boasted and disappeared into the pages of history. Ideologies have swept across continents and crumbled into dust. The Roman Empire, long gone. The Soviet Union, gone. The Third Reich, gone. Every civilization that imagined itself invincible has become yet another chapter in the history books. But Jesus Christ is still building his church. He made a promise that no newspaper headline can ever overturn. I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it, as St. Matthew records. Notice that. The gates of hell. Gates are defensive. They do not advance. But the church advances. Christ advances. The kingdom of God advances. My brothers, my sisters, history is not moving towards defeat. History is moving towards a throne, the throne of Jesus Christ, which means Christian hope is not wishful thinking. It is confidence rooted in the sovereignty of Almighty God. The world will tell you, look how dark it has become. But the Christian will tell you, then perhaps dawn is nearer than we think. Because every sunrise begins in darkness. Every resurrection begins with a tomb. Every victory begins with what looks like defeat. My brothers, my sisters, the cross looked like the end, but it became the beginning. So whatever you're carrying today, perhaps it's illness, perhaps it's grief, perhaps it's overwhelming financial pressures, perhaps it's fear for your children, their future, or for our country. But lift up your eyes, not because your problems are small, but because our God is infinitely greater. Let me leave you with one of the most electrifying promises in all of Scripture. Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord Jehovah is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation. From the prophet Isaiah. Not might become, not could become. He is. So today, my brothers, my sisters, stand taller, walk straighter, pray more boldly, love more deeply than ever before, fear less, because our hope does not rest in politicians. It does not rest in economies. It does not rest in institutions, and it does not rest in earthly kingdoms. Our hope rests in the King of Kings, and he is still seated on his throne. God bless you all.
Amen.
Amen. Bishop, thank you very much indeed. Have a brilliant weekend. As ever,
And you.
inspiring
Drive
words.
safe.
Inspiring words, I will. Thank you. Some people are going to be, why doesn't he just get on the train? Well, it's because he's leaving the place. So I've got to fill the car up with all of his crap as well. So it's not just that I'm picking him up, I'm picking up all of his bits and bobs.
His bits and bobs.
He's been instructed to throw loads of it away.
He won't.
But, crikey. I don't know how I managed. I think I volunteered in a moment of weakness to do it. And that's why I'm now doing it.
A loving dad for you.
It is a loving dad. But I will be nice, actually, because I haven't seen him for a while. So we'll get to sit in the car together for hours on end, wondering when we'll ever get to wherever we're going. Should we try the super chats again?
Great words
Charlotte?
from the bishop.
Give it a go. Let's see what we can do. Here we are. Super chat from Mick Rose. Morning, Mike, Pooch, and Charlotte. And yes, I've seen these words before. Say these words quickly. Whale, oil, beef, hooked. You'll find that you've acquired an Irish accent. Yes, I know. Happy Friday to everybody knows that one, don't they? I presume. This one from LTL. Fish and chips, very good.
Yeah.
I like it. We had fish and chips as the winner, by the way, of the poll. Gwen says this. Thank you, Mike, and all your amazing team. You do an amazing, much-needed job. We do our best, don't we?
You guys do an amazing job.
What are you up to this weekend? Anything exciting?
Me? No, I've got a quiet one, actually. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm speaking to... I'm doing a talk later for a bunch of people, and then... Saturday, gym. Sunday, gym.
Yeah.
Not much else.
Dangerous world of international spying. You
Probably.
can't say what he's actually doing, obviously, for that reason. I told you I've got a book coming out.
Yes. When's it coming out, Mike?
I think it's coming out in the next couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, maybe.
Great.
I think they're printing it soon.
I want a signed copy,
I'll give you a
please.
signed copy, of course.
Yeah.
They're not giving me that many, so I might have to buy one and then give it to you.
No, I'll buy it, mate. Don't worry, I'll buy it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, it's an actual proper book.
I'm going to contribute to your next holiday.
Thank you very
wherever
much.
it is.
Yeah, maybe Cyprus. No, we never know.
Have you been there before?
Yeah, just a couple of times. I don't like to talk about it though. Coming up, we've got Plank of the Week. We've got
Excellent.
the dynamic duo
Who's on
from
that?
the World Cup.
Oh, yeah.
It is Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox. They're in there
that'll be
sitting on
great.
the in the green room, which is
That will
funny
be
enough,
highly
the same
amusing.
room as we're in. Strangely enough. But yeah, so we've got some great nominees this week. But we'll have to get you back on it again soon as well.
I look forward to
because then they're taking over and they're filling in for Kelvin McKenzie today, 10 o'clock till 12 o'clock. 2 hours, 2 glorious hours of you'll be able to promote yourselves in a minute. Actually, should we go to the news early because then we can start Plank of the Week early?
I wish you all well. Have a lovely weekend,
and then
everybody.
you can get out and do whatever it is you're going to do.
Whatever I'm going to do.
Great stuff. So let's have some news with Fiona McLeod.
Good morning. I'm Fiona McLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. The Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position, with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Ed would go his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Thank you very much indeed. There's a bit of activity going on, as you can see, because we're unusually, because we haven't done this for a while actually, we're doing planks in the studio live, because Paul and Mark are here in person, because they're doing the show after this. Very good morning to you both.
Good to see you, Mike.
Hang on a minute, you were there a minute ago.
No, I don't know what
I've
happened.
just gone, whoa, that was quite frightening. I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going to be Mark.
I'm not.
But anyway, no, never mind. I suppose we should play the Plank of the Week intro, shouldn't we? If we can we do that, or is it too ambitious?
Probably a bit too late. I'm not sure we have a Plank of the Week intro.
Yeah, that's what we normally do.
Yeah, I know, but we're trying to organise these guys for next door as well.
Okay. All right. Listen, I can do it myself if you like.
Yes. Can you sing it?
No, I can just do it as Lewis McLeod would do it live from London. It's Plank of the Week with the host and originator Mike Graham. How's that?
Yeah, love it.
Brilliant. That was great. Marvellous stuff.
As
Much
me.
better live.
Yeah,
Much better
impersonation
live,
of myself. Listen, well, we've got lots of clips to play. We've got a really, really good list of planks here, actually, as well. So we might as well get stuck in, shall we?
Yeah,
let me find it, first of all.
You can never run out of planks, Mike, can you?
You really can't. I mean,
No.
at the beginning of every week, I sort of start. I always leave. When Starmer was Prime Minister, he always left him in because he knew he'd be doing something stupid. And I now do the same with Andy Burnham. So he's literally always in there, even if nothing's happened, because you know that something will happen. But there's been so much of it. And I was saying earlier, by the way, that you now notice that Andy Burnham's smile has disappeared. You know, that happy-go-lucky kind of...
Job's wearing it down.
Right from the north, and I can do everything in this... He doesn't look happy anymore.
No, that's
all gone. He's not going to be smiling again.
The honeymoon is over.
The honeymoon is officially over, yeah, exactly right. So I have got down for you... Mark, Gary Stevenson.
Yes.
Who is must be a guy that you must love to lampoon, this guy.
Yeah, I've even debated against him. So,
Have you?
Yeah. So for those who aren't in the know, Gary Stevenson was apparently an extremely successful trader. He's definitely made a lot of money. Some of his former workmates suggest he might have somewhat overstated how good he was at trading, but he's nevertheless made a right pile. And then he was involved in setting up this group called Patriotic Millionaires, who go around bemoaning the fact that they've got too much money and they'd like to be taxed a bit more, right? This is the thing they want most in their life is more tax, right? Yeah. They are so unimaginative that they can't think of what to spend their money on. And so I've debated against Gary Stevenson a lot, and it's pretty evident that he doesn't understand the tax system.
Right.
Now, in fairness, the tax system is goddamn complicated. The UK has the longest tax rule book in the world. It is 14 times the length of War and Peace and even more boring. So I can't claim that I'm completely across it. But in broad terms, I understand which bits are taxed and at how much and why rates might differ. Stevenson doesn't get that. So he just assumes everything should be taxed the same. You know, well, I pay 40% of my income. Why aren't I paying 40% on my house? Why aren't I paying 40% on my new car? Why aren't I paying 40% on a
simplistic way of looking at economics,
unbelievable. So anyway,
he is special.
For reasons best known to Channel 4 and Gary Stevenson, he makes a series with Channel 4 in which he goes around talking to proper economists, putting forward his theory. And he basically gets eaten alive by each and every one of them who call him out for not understanding the tax system.
Yeah.
And he has now reached the conclusion after this humiliation on Channel 4 that he is suffering from burnout, and therefore is taking a break from YouTube.
Yeah.
So that's good news for the rest of us.
It is good news
but
for the
it's
rest
very
of us.
planky behaviour from
It is very
Stevenson.
planky behaviour, because I actually went to look at some, because I've never I mean, he kind of appeared out of nowhere to me, this guy, relatively recently. I'm sure he's been around for a long time, but he sort of only came across to my attention relatively recently. And we got a clip actually of him announcing that he's quitting. I think this is from Newsnight the other night.
Well, I am quitting, I am quitting.
Quitting public conversation?
Yeah, I am, because I'm tired, Paddy. I've been doing this for years, you know. I'm tired of betting on people's living standards collapsing and trying to tell people every year and getting called a liar by liars and getting called an idiot by idiots. It's tiring, Paddy. You know, I don't need to do this, right? I do this because I don't want this country to go down the toilet. I see what's happening. When I come on here, I want people to understand this will get much worse. This living standard collapse will get much worse. And I'm not just saying that. I've been betting on it for 15 years. I've made millions of pounds doing it. You cannot allow a situation where the British, and it's not just happening here, it's happening across the Western world, where the working class and the middle class and the government all very rapidly lose all of their wealth to 1%.
So there you go, Mike. Let's hope that's the last we see of him.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
What is it with the left, by the way? I work on panels across media about the left, and they always dress down. It's like the anti-establishment sartorial expectation is that you look as if you've just split up with your girlfriend, and you're at home, and
you've been sleeping Leicester Square all night.
Yes, this guy's a million. I mean, he is the most successful trader ever. So he dresses like he's never done a trade in his life.
Right. It's not exactly the Wolf of Wall Street, is it?
No, it's not.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, people say, or I read a piece about him in which it said that taking economic advice from a trader is a bit like taking advice on farming from somebody down the fruit and veg market, you know, because they're in a completely different area of the product, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Just because you understand how to make money as a trader or in any business doesn't necessarily mean that you've got any knowledge of how the tax system works, other than how it's directly applied to you and what you've done. But the idea that you've got a wider purview or overview of the whole UK tax system, you don't. So, yes, it was, you know, in Stevenson's case, I'm afraid, ignorance was no barrier at all to voicing
No,
an opinion.
indeed. Well, I've got another clip here, which is we'll cut it short, but it says this is a clip of him being owned, which apparently is worth playing. You got that one? Number 2?
Yeah, I've got it. It's there.
How many billionaires are in the UK?
There's a lot of billionaires in the UK.
It's 150.
Yeah, so tax them all. What do they pay? Listen, I worked my tits off, and I paid, it was 50% top rate of tax. 50% top rate of tax, plus national insurance, 60%.
So $1 million a year.
To bring my family out of poverty. At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. Do you think that's fair?
That's not true.
Okay, why is it not true?
Because the Duke of Westminster is one of the highest taxpayers in the country.
What does he pay?
Well, on the trust, the Grosvenor estate, they don't pay inheritance tax because trusts can't die. They pay something called periodic taxes,
Which is how much?
6% every
How
10
often?
years.
6%, so they pay 0.6% a year.
Six,
So I paid
just hold
60%
up.
and this guy pays 0.6%.
Apples with apples, inheritance tax is 40% across the course of your life. If a trust is, if a person lives who owns a trust for 70 years, then 6% times 7 would be 42. So they actually pay more.
So he pays 0.6% a year.
Pro-rated.
You're telling me 0.6%
But that would
a
be
year.
the same as...
What percent did I pay per year?
No, but that's...
60%.
Hold up.
So you're saying I pay, what's 60 over 0.6?
No.
100 times the tax rate.
You're not comparing apples with apples.
Wait, why is it not apples with apples? This
Because
guy pays 0.6% a year. I paid 60% a year.
That's inheritance tax.
I paid that 60% every year, Daniel. Every year I paid
You're
it.
paying income tax.
So why have I
the
paid?
Duke of Westminster
Why do I
pays
pay
income
more
tax.
than him?
The Duke of Westminster pays income tax. He probably makes your bill blush.
Yeah, you think he pays income tax?
Yeah, well, if he's going to live, he has to withdraw money to have his income. He also, let me give you a list of all the taxes he would pay. He'd pay income tax, corporate tax. He'd pay stamp duty when he buys a building. He pays any of the other taxes, VAT when he spends money. All the same taxes apply to a duke as they apply to anybody else.
So you think he pays income tax on the income on that?
Any income he draws.
Okay, well, our viewers can research whether he pays income tax on his income.
I find it very hard to believe that he made any money at all doing anything. He just comes across as an idiot.
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
He's either very clever and doing his best to manipulate and deceive his disciples, or he's very stupid and achieving exactly the same thing. Either way, all he's ever doing is preaching to the already converted, those who don't understand the tax system and are on the left of politics and believe that anybody who has any success shouldn't retain any of the fruits of that labour. And I just find it astonishing that somebody like that can be so successful. It doesn't highlight him as somebody who is somewhat less genuine than he could be. It really, to me, highlights how quickly and easily a certain proportion of the population can be deceived, because all they're doing is listening to that, thinking, "Yeah, that sounds about right." And his whole argument there was, "It doesn't sound quite right to me, so how can it be right?" And it's like, well, that's not how life works, mate.
But exactly. It was this complete, as was pointed out there. He was not comparing apples with apples, right? So saying, I'm paying 60% income tax. He's only paying 0.6% on his estate. Yeah, but could you imagine if the tax on your wealth was 60%? I mean, the state's got all of it within 18 months, right? I mean,
year on year,
it's gone within 18 months. The whole enchilada.
It's called North Korea, isn't it?
You're
not allowed to own anything.
That is exactly what communism is, isn't it? It's the state owning absolutely everything. And we're seeing that. I don't know, this is the point I'm trying to make. It's like we don't learn from history. It's like we believe that the bad things that happened in the past happened because they were clever people deceiving everybody, and now it's just by accident. So Starmer and Burnham and this sort of loose connection they've got to communism is by accident, and they're a bit stupid, they don't know what they're doing. But in actual fact, there's a lot of sort of skullduggery going on in the background that means that we are really being attacked by these people.
Yeah, absolutely right. And unfortunately, they're convincing an awful lot of other people behind them who think they're talking the truth, when in
It
fact...
kind of like sounds attractive at first blush,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah, the first sentence. Wouldn't it be great if we get more from billionaires and wipe out
Yeah,
poverty?
but it's that. But
People,
it's also that whole view of the world from a sort of I don't know, sixth form's bedroom, but where you go, oh yeah, well that bloke's got a lot of money. He shouldn't have all that money. What does he need more than £1 million for? We'll take the rest. And you go, well, that's not really how it works either.
No, and if you did just give the average bum £1 million, then it would be gone very quickly.
Yeah.
The National Lottery is testament to that. That some of the biggest stories from the National Lottery are not the success. It's that Mr. Wally was given £6 million.
That guy who was
by the end of year 2 was worse off than he was before.
That guy who was a Rangers fan, he was also wearing a Rangers shirt, and he lost like 25 million or something, in the space of about 2 years.
There's a reason people generate and retain wealth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
So Stevenson really planky.
So Stevenson, very good start.
He may be, oftentimes people who make a lot of money are really good at one thing.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe he was a really good trader. I don't necessarily. I'm not trying to deny that. Often, if you're really good at one thing, you're pretty goddamn useless at everything else.
Yeah,
and he is pretty goddamn useless at understanding the tax system.
That would be true. Speaking of stupid and useless, what about Zach Polanski? That's your first nomination.
Zach, well, all you got to do
is he good at anything?
All you got to do on Plank of the Week is go, Zach Polanski, am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
and then we move on and everyone agrees and I win. But yeah, this week Zach Polanski, obviously inadvertently, shall we say charitably, shared this image of what can only be described as the archetypal lefty idiot.
Yes.
I mean, if I said Mike, draw one,
you
would draw that guy.
Yeah.
Who was wearing a T-shirt that said, "We're only making plans for Nigel," which is an XTC lyric from 1979, and it was a picture of a guillotine.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea was our plans for Nigel are to execute him. And Zach Polanski, aka David Polden, shared this, and he collaborated in it. I don't use Instagram in the same way as the youngsters do, but apparently you can be invited to collaborate, and then you've got to agree to do it.
This is one of the things I don't get about the modern world, because collaborator used to be a bad word, didn't it?
Yes,
you were like in league with the Germans or something,
so
in Paris
Mike,
in 1939.
When I saw that Polanski was nominated, I put my head in my hands, because this story broke. I was on Jacob Rees-Mogg's show at the time. And Jacob Rees-Mogg had to absolutely lecture me on all of this Gen Z stuff about what collaboration means. Right? If I need to take lessons from the former member of Parliament for the 17th century on how this stuff works. So you're right, Mike. Collaborate. When they read out the Green statement, I was like, well, that sounds like you're up to no good whatsoever.
Yeah.
But it actually means, I think, on Instagram that you agree to kind of hand over the keys to your account, and then a whole bunch of you will release the same thing at once. That's what it means. I mean, he was an idiot to hand over the keys to his account.
Doesn't sound a great thing to be doing if you're the leader of a political party, does it? Because you can't check what they're putting out.
Exactly right.
I like to start right at the end here, which is that I don't want people arrested, questioned by the police, or jailed for things that they say online, within a huge scope of reason.
Yeah.
And this, by the way, I wouldn't have wanted any real police action if I'm honest. However, against the backdrop of Lucy Connolly, against the backdrop of Anne Widdecombe's murder, Charlie Kirk's murder, and the fact that the left seem more and more complicit in this type of militia almost against the right, then questions need to be asked. And of course, the Met Police have said there's no case to answer. He didn't know that what he was sharing, and if you're going to have a prosecution, you've got to prosecute all 170 people that shared it, for instance. Then it becomes incredibly difficult. But it wasn't difficult when they arrested Lucy Connolly and they put her in prison. It's not arrested when a father gets marched away from his house because he said something discouraging about a headmistress on a WhatsApp group and is taken away for 6 hours for questioning. But it's a Gestapo. And so what we want is apples to be compared with apples.
Yes.
And we're not getting that. So from that perspective, one of the reasons I wanted something to come of this is so that the left could finally see that their methods can work against them.
Yes, exactly.
And therefore just go, that's enough, we shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
Zach Polanski then refused to apologise. Again, I wanted him to apologise, but I don't really, because in that situation, I wouldn't apologise either. I'd also be saying, this is utterly ridiculous. But they set the rules. So why don't they have to abide by them?
Exactly right. Well, we've got a little clip, I think, of him saying he's not going to apologise. So let's have a look at that.
I don't have a clip of it.
So that was on Newsnight.
I've got it as number
Victoria
7.
Derbyshire.
Let's do it. Let's act it out.
Have you got the Plank Clips file?
Yeah, let me.
It's the one at the end. But
yeah, but this thing about it, he goes on about it was a mistake, and that's the grounds for which he wouldn't apologise. I mean, I can remember a couple of years ago, the other half phones me up and says, "Mark, you flooded the entire flat because you left the bath running and walked out." I said sorry.
Right.
I didn't say, well, I'm not going to apologise. It was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
Right?
That is a sort of obscure logic.
For mistakes,
very
right?
obscure logic. All right, I'll tell you what.
Have it, Mike.
Have you got it?
Yeah.
All right.
2 seconds. There we go. And we will play it now.
Do you want to take this opportunity to apologise to Nigel Farage?
Well, if I'd done it deliberately, I'd be apologising. But because this was a mistake, I think the important thing is that I point out it's a mistake, that I also make sure that I condemn political violence. And also, crucially, I make a commitment to be better on my social media.
OK. Do you want to apologise then or not?
No. The reason for that is because Nigel Farage, when I posted this, or when the person posted it, it got less than 1,000 likes. Nigel Farage then took it, cropped it, so it made it look like I posted it, which I think was fundamentally dishonest. It's now had 3.2 million views. So actually, this whole conversation has been seen more because Nigel Farage, Lee Youssef, and I think Richard Tice posted it. So I'm accepting my responsibility in that I shouldn't have accepted that collaboration. I'm accepting that we all need to condemn political violence. But I also think the reporting to the police, the ramping up of the language to say this is incitement to murder me, feels like that's also putting me in a dangerous spot.
Okay. I mean, so now you only apologise for something you did deliberately.
Yeah.
And you only apologise for something if it's got a big audience.
Yeah.
If it's got a small audience, you don't have to apologise.
Yeah. Murder you
Those
apologise
are the rules.
for, but manslaughter's fine.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, you've run somebody over accidentally, you get out, their whole family's
It's a
distraught.
mistake.
What have you done to me, mum? And you go, I'd love to apologise, but I didn't mean it. Anyway, I've got to go.
Anyway, I've got to go. I've got to be on Newsnight again. I'm going to go for 2 at the same time, really, because Andy Burnham, obviously, because he's lost his lustre already, and also nothing's working. They've now said we can't do the 3% of GDP for the defence. We're not going to build 1.5 million houses. We can't do that. And basically, what we're going to have to do maybe is tax you some more.
Yeah.
But I tell you what you will do is we'll open up number 10 North, and if you can just reach over there, you can hold up the sign, because we decided to have some of our own. This is the Mike Graham Show North, and over here is the Mike Graham Show South. As you can see, the only difference is that my new office doesn't cost £1 million to the taxpayer, and I don't have to travel between it very much. But you know, it's like, what the hell are they thinking?
Yeah.
Heron House is now apparently where they're going to stay. At first, they said they were going to build some new place for it. But I was saying on the show today, I don't know where Andy Burnham is today. Is he in the north? Is he in the south? When is he going to go there? How often is he going to be there? Is he going to do press conferences? I mean, nobody really knows what it's all about. It's just this kind of performative madness, isn't it?
If you're presented with the troubles that the UK currently has, and you think that the solution to that is to generate another hub of power because you want to please a certain amount of people up north, then you haven't got a grasp of A, what the problem is, and B, how to fix it. We haven't heard him talk about how he's going to solve any of the major issues facing the UK. And I put something like this online recently, and a bunch of lefties said to me, he's only been in power a week. You're thinking, well, actually, not really. He's been in power one way or the other since about 2012.
Well, actually, since about 1997, when he joined the Tony Blair government.
He was a very early part of that Blairism, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So
he was a minister in Blair's government.
Yeah.
You know, the idea that for the last 40 years politics hasn't worked for Britain. Well, he's been part of it.
Yeah, big chunk of it.
For all of it.
Absolutely incredible. And we're just going to have to go through it. There's no other way. We've got democracy still, which I'm starting to believe is a bit of a shame. And I want one charismatic leader and everybody just to follow what they say.
But here's another really irritating thing about Burnham. If you notice this, when he was talking about, we've got to do something about social care, he was sort of saying, it's all going to be very expensive, but I'm going to give it a go. And he said, and I hope we can proceed with public consent. And then he's also suggested, I hate it when politicians use this term, we might have to ask you for some more tax.
Yeah.
Well, if you ask me, the answer will be no. Right. I've got a feeling you're not going to be asking me. I've got a feeling you're going to be telling me, and the money will come straight out of my account, or I'll go to prison if I don't pay it.
I get those letters from HMRC, you know, none of them are seem particularly friendly.
No,
none of the
None of
emails
them have
and-
asked me to pay anything at all. It's normally just like, here's a bill, would you pay it by the end of the month, please? It's not even please, actually.
I'm always terrified by the HMRC emails, texts, letters. You're absolutely right. And you know full well that if you don't comply, then you are in some serious trouble.
Yeah, totally. Unless you're Angela Rayner, of course, in which
Well, then
case
it's
you get
fine.
about 14 months to figure it out. And at the end of it, as she will tell you without being asked, they exonerated her. And she told her she hadn't done anything wrong, apparently.
No.
So do you think on this number 10 North thing, is it going to fizzle out? Or is he
I
going to
think it will
actually do
fizzle
this
out.
for the next 2 years?
I think it will have to fizzle out because it will become impossible.
Yeah, it will
because
just
you
look
can't,
ludicrous.
you know, I mean, why would anyone in their right mind take a very difficult job, which is hard enough as it is, and split it into two, so that you've got? I mean, I liken it to when I was working in newspapers. I had a secretary who took when I got the job as editor, she'd gone off to have a baby, and when she came back, she wanted to work part-time. So it was like a 50-50 job share. So I had 2 secretaries instead of 1.
Right.
And it was chaos. Because nobody ever knew what the other one had done. And I would always go, well, do you remember when I said this to you last week? I know I wasn't in that day. And I'd go, well, didn't she talk to you about it? Well, I can't remember. And it was just madness. And so you'll have all of that every single time anybody does anything in Manchester. There'll be some bloke in London going, what did you do that? How did that happen?
Well, it's like a split personality thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because can South and North disagree? Is South and North
this is it.
personified by somebody different than the Prime
It'd be
Minister?
like the War of the Roses all over again.
It's absolutely... Andy Burnham could literally be in a situation where he said, I'm sorry, but the North don't agree. Andy, you run them both. You're talking about your
I know. Andrew Neil made the really good point, a really good point. There is a reason why countries have capital cities, right? There is a very good reason why countries, all countries agree they need a capital city, because you want a single hub of governmental
and also
operations.
where the leader operates his office from,
and the
where
government
most of
operates
the
from.
staff are, and you know that's the way it works. Why would you completely throw that up in the air and break it in half? It's
Madness.
Incredibly mad. Right, the next one for you is Phil Jones.
Oh,
Not a
yes.
person I'd heard of,
Right,
in fact,
yes.
until
No, I
this
actually
week.
have come across him. And it was one of those things when when you see people in a different context, it doesn't percolate. But I have seen him because once or twice a year I go on Jeremy Vine's Radio 2 show, and he has been the producer of that.
Okay.
But I don't know if we've got the clip here.
We have, I think, got the clip.
You've
Have
just
we got
got to
the clip?
see this. It is jaw-dropping.
Yeah, let's have a
This
look.
is amazing.
I have a very different view on this.
Go on.
Definition of madness, continuously trying to do something, doing the same thing and failing. You're not going to stop them. I've said this before years ago on your show. Go down to the beach, welcome these people. They are the very definition of entrepreneurs. They have travelled, they've used up their life savings, they've travelled across deserts, difficult seas, they've beaten the odds. They are entrepreneurs. Meet them on the beach, give them a grant to set up in business. They will be successful business people within 10 years. I have a few caveats. No benefit. You break the law, you're out. No ifs and buts.
And no
But
criminals.
These people, we can all think of immigrants. Immigrants built this country. Immigrants work harder than most people who live in this country. Let's welcome them.
What about that? Just stop trying to prevent them coming here.
And welcome them.
Welcome them.
I just think it is so unbelievably wrong-headed. I
Why?
mean, we...
I mean,
Emma Trimble's face.
Has he been talking to Gary? He's been talking to Gary Stevenson.
Where do you begin? I'll tell you what's really irritating about it is it's another one of these, you must do this, they must do that. If he really believes this, he should turn up at Dover Beach with a sign saying, come and get your entrepreneur loan from me of £1,000
Absolutely.
and dish it out to him. He thinks there'll be a good rate of return on it. He should do it. How many loans has he given? How many start-up grants has he given
Well, he should
to these
really
people?
do, actually. He's getting himself on the first plane to Huelva, or whatever it's called, down in the north coast
Cut
of
out the
Morocco.
middleman.
North coast of Morocco, where 40,000 men have just basically breached the border, all of whom want to start their own business. Obviously, they're clamouring to get a shop down the Huelva High Street, you know,
that can swim.
and open.
I'm desperate to lend them all money. I mean, the rate of return over a year or two
Well,
will
where
be
does
fantastic.
this logic stop and start? Do you just go and find your local drug dealer and say, you've been getting away with this for so long, you're an incredible entrepreneur, let me invest in you?
Yeah.
The whole point is there's a crime being committed and we probably shouldn't reward that crime.
Yes, I think that's probably a fairly sound place to start.
It's a reasonable starting point, Paul. I've got to agree.
I mean, that is true. I mean, I've also been able to roll into this, the Times newspaper, which you might see is lying on the floor.
Destroyed.
I tore it up this morning because they decided that the story in Spain, in northern Spain, or northern Morocco rather, it's so insignificant that they were 31 pages of the paper before you actually got to it.
Yeah,
Nobody was publicising it because, of course, it's and the Sun's version of the story was actually they described it as mostly young men.
Yeah,
coming
entirely
over.
young men.
We didn't see anybody else, unfortunately, because it's quite an extraordinary story. But this is this kind of endemic lefty view, isn't it, of the world, that technically speaking there might be one or two bad apples, but actually, of the 1,000 people who've just arrived on 4 boats, they're all pretty decent men. Well, they're really not, are they?
No. Well, but it's worse than that, Mike. They're not even saying they're decent men. They're saying that, these are the Elon Musks of the future. Right? It's not just that they might be all right people. It's no, these people are, are the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Bill Gateses of the future.
And they built Britain as well, apparently.
And they built Britain. Yeah, we've got to remember that Britain was entirely built by immigrants, apparently.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I think we've got to... It's got to be called out by, if you're saying that asylum seekers are welcome, then we want to know how many spare rooms you've got in your house and how many of those you're going to make available to asylum seekers, because we've got a list of people we'd like to put there. If you genuinely think, as Phil Jones does, that these people are a bunch of entrepreneurs, I want to know how much seed capital he has put in to funding their start-up businesses, and I bet the answer's naught.
And this guy is a producer at the BBC,
Correct, yeah.
Which
doesn't
leads me to
surprise me at all.
believe that maybe the BBC... Maybe that's the reason the BBC are failing.
I think he's considered to be slightly on the right of the BBC.
He's been warned twice.
Also, how bad are things getting at the BBC where they can't get any guests on the show? They have to go and get the producer. Go, can you just sit in because the other guy's not made it on the train?
No, I think he's going to be in trouble at the BBC. They're going to call him out for being in favour of entrepreneurialism.
Yes,
that doesn't go down at all.
Shocking.
Well.
Absolutely
dangerous
shocking.
pro-capitalist ideas.
Yeah, shocking. Paul, you've got the Essex Police.
Yeah, and it's strictly not the Essex Police, but Alison Pearson, the great Alison Pearson this week, had a victory. And it's a huge victory, actually, because on Remembrance Sunday, the 11th of November 2024, I think it was, she had a knock at the door to say that she'd committed a non-crime hate crime.
Yeah.
And when asked what it was, they couldn't tell her. When asked who had complained, they couldn't tell her. And it was already a victim by that point. It wasn't an accuser. It wasn't a victim. The long and short of it is the police commissioner for Essex, who is a democratically appointed Conservative police commissioner, and I don't know which counties do have and don't have police commissioners, but I'm rapidly becoming not in favour of police commissioners. He actually went out of his way on LBC to say that she was liable for 7 years imprisonment.
Right.
And he'd also taken this and put it onto his own website, which is quite prominent apparently. And it's been deemed by the courts now that was liable, and he's had to put an apology out, and he's had to pay a 5-figure sum to Alison. It's totally unclear if that comes out the public purse or at his own bank account. But there's a couple of things I want to focus in on there. This is a democratically elected police commissioner who is Conservative. I think it should be a crime that a Conservative would go about their business in this way. The whole point of being Conservative was we conserve the things that keep us a democratic state, which is not this. This guy has basically said Alison's words, which were never proven or otherwise, affected somebody's rights in some way, and this constituted a hate crime. Totally abhorrent behaviour in a Western democratic society. I'm glad that she's got this. Next come the Essex Police. She should never have had a knock on the door.
Right.
She should never have had to answer any questions. And this is absolutely insane.
It is, but not as insane as Dawn French.
No, she is
I'm
insane.
about to nominate, because I'm just going to have you watch this, right? This is her defending Mrs. Andy Burnham.
So, a woman, a human, normal woman, standing there, and all you can talk about is her dress and her body. How dare you body shame her? This is a bright woman who speaks lots of languages, she's run businesses, she's faced challenges you wouldn't even begin to imagine. You wouldn't have the courage for it. Stop it bullying people. It's a human woman with a human body. That's meant to be grateful. There are some humans there.
I can't imagine why Lenny Henry left her, can you?
No, I mean, you can see that she's obviously had a great career in comedy, can't you, from a basic personality there? Oh, my God.
When you can act and produce the amount of characters she has, why does her own character have to be that mental?
Yeah, I
That's
know.
why she could do anything there, and she could actually convey what is a reasonable point about people just pointing out the body of the Prime Minister. But she does it in a way that suggests that she's actually legitimately gone mad.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, she has, clearly.
It's even worse than the thing she did about Palestine, isn't it? Israel, which more or less lost
But
her the
doesn't
job
that
at
tell us
Marks and
more about the
Spencer's.
audience? Again, I look at this and think, well, people do this and they think, they think they're going to get away with it because they do get away with it because their audience want that from her.
Yeah.
This is normal to them.
Yeah.
A mental breakdown straight into camera is what they
Actually,
live
you're
for.
saying you need to show total outrage. You couldn't just sort of say, the correct human response say maybe this is a bit off.
Yeah,
but she has to scream and shout about it, right? And show how
and
absolutely
be deranged.
traumatised
I
she
know,
is. Yeah.
I know, insanity. We're getting close to the end of the show, so I'm going to rush through the last couple. Matthew Talbot, you both must have come across him in your travels in various different ways, shapes or forms. He was a former advisor to Christian Wakeford, Bury South MP, general kind of holier-than-thou lefty. I don't know particularly well. And he's apparently been done for expenses fraud.
That's right.
Because he claimed for some parliamentary expenses that were illegally obtained, apparently. Claimed rail tickets that were not for parliamentary purposes. And he was at Thames Magistrates Court. He was also admitted making a false claim for travel and accommodation expenses in 2024. I suppose he might say, I made a mistake. So I'm not sorry.
So I made a mistake. I'm not going to apologise. It was a mistake.
But he's a bit sanctimonious. Is the only reason I nominate him as a plank.
But I think the other thing that's quite planky here, Mike, is what an idiotic thing to do.
I know.
I mean, I don't
know how much money's involved, but it won't be much, will it?
A few grand. So I don't want to kind of condone any crime, but I could at least understand it if somebody committed a crime because it might make them 10 million or something, right? You just aren't going to take the chance to get away with it. But to torch your entire career on the basis of a few £1,000s worth of fake travel expenses, what are you thinking? The risk-reward ratio is nuts.
I know.
That's planky as well.
And
as
I'm not going
the
to play it, but Dan Wootton made some other allegations about him as well, would suggest that there's maybe more to the story than meets the eye, but we don't know about that. And then finally, for me, Sky News. I was watching Sky News on Sunday night, and I mean, apart from the fact that they would be planks anyway, just because they are complete and utter planks because they're such lefty wallies. They were reporting from Berlin after that horrible terrorist attack by the Arab guy, the Lebanese guy, who was actually born in Germany, but his parents were from Lebanon, who drove into a crowd of people, killed one of them and injured several others, life-changing injuries and all of that. And they were trying so hard not to mention the fact that it was possibly a terrorist attack by an Islamic terrorist. They even had a guy who came on who was one of the local kind of councillors who started blaming Donald Trump, right? And started saying things, and they didn't question, they didn't challenge it. You know, it's the hate, it's all of the terrible things that come from the right wing. I think at one point, people were blaming, I think there was one Labour MP who blamed
Nigel Farage
and GB News for the fact that this guy decided to run over some people in Germany. And you're kind of going, how deranged do you have to be? But the Sky News people just ran it all. And they had this girl reporting from there who was at a loss as to why they could explain that this festival of love had resulted in this attack by someone who obviously was anti-gay. And you're kind of going, well, that's not really the story, is it?
Yeah, exactly right. So I think I reckon you can put Sky News pretty much on rinse and repeat, like Andy Burnham, Mike, for each and every week. Basically, you can just cut and paste that onto every week. They're bound to say something like this.
I know we need to be quick, but there is a very serious side to this, and that's that there is a terrorism being committed, a crime of the worst kind being committed on an almost weekly/monthly basis. And if you cannot identify the perpetrator, which is absolutely obvious, then you will never solve the crime. So these people are perpetuating the crime, which means they're, partly responsible.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm just about to name the plank of the week, Pooch, but I haven't got the plank because it's over there. Do you think I could get it? Would you mind? Sorry. I think it's going to have to be Gary Stevenson, isn't it?
Right. Good choice.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Good
I mean,
choice.
after all of the nonsense that here we are.
Yeah.
After all of the nonsense that we've had to put up with listening to this guy, to finally say that he's had enough because a couple of people have been critical of him. I mean, it's pathetic, isn't it, really?
I think he's a worthy winner, Mike. Also, bear in mind, if he really has exited stage left, then this might be his last chance to have won it. So,
Well, that's the other thing.
So that's the other thing.
I mean,
Like,
that's
he
the other thing.
deserves it,
People like number 10 North, Burnham, they're going to be in there
They'll
for
be
a long
back
time.
every week, yeah.
But yeah, so thank you very much indeed, Paul Cox, Mark Littlewood. And now you're going into the other studio.
We are.
So this is just the warm-up for
This
your,
is the
for your
warm-up.
show.
Now comes 2 hours of chaos.
Yeah, so do you know what you're doing or not really?
I haven't got a clue.
Excellent.
I mean, we'll make it up as we
It's
go
like,
along.
I'm keeping it all together.
Are you driving the
Yeah.
train?
I mean, it'll look like Mark is presenting, but ultimately I'm under the surface, really keeping
absolutely.
We hope you'll have a functioning studio and company to come to on Monday night, but I can't guarantee it.
I'm sure. Well, listen, it's been an amazing week for us, so thank you very much indeed. So, Gary Stevenson, Plank of the Week, well done, mate. Maybe you can take 50% of it and give it away to somebody else. Because,
Mark and Paul leave now.
Yeah, you leave? Yeah, get out.
Can you leave?
Just get out. I'll finish up.
We've been that offended.
I'll finish up here and give you 5 minutes to get in there. And thank you very much indeed to everybody for listening. Thanks to Bishop Kai Dewar. Thanks, of course, to Linda Jubilee, Ralph Schulhammer, Johnny Gould as well, Sunil Sharma, Will Geddes, who was here earlier and brought some lovely cakes with him. We will see you.
Pooch is Pooch.
Pooch is Pooch,
we've got time for one.
Have we got time? Let's do
Cutest one of all
it.
time.
This one is very cute. Yeah, this is really cute. Check this out. Oh my God! It's literally like it's like a toy dog almost, isn't it?
His back feet.
Yeah.
Look.
See how he just stares?
So
Oh.
Watch.
Amazing.
Now you're gonna cry. See?
So sweet.
I know. No.
Wow. What an amazing picture that is of that beautiful dog. You just have to go and get another one to see that, don't you? Thanks to Pooch, thanks to Charlotte, thanks to Scarlett as well that was here all day. Thank you to all of you for having such great taste as to watch this show all week, and thank you for all the super chats today as well, which was quite an extraordinary thing. We will be around all weekend, of course. I'm going to do a live Ask Mike on Sunday, if I manage to get from Manchester down to Sussex in time to do it. And there'll be
involved.
Ziggy will be involved. Yeah, I don't know what the weather's going to be like, but we'll probably be in the garden. I dare say. So if you fancy asking me a question, we'll be trying to do it live on Sunday afternoon, right here on my Substack. So if you haven't joined that yet, go ahead and do it, which is always good fun. And we will see you on Monday at 7 o'clock. Plank will go out again tonight. Of course, you can catch that at 7. Loads more to do, loads more to talk about. And we will be thinking of you, and we'll see you on Monday.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, of course, for Paul Cox and Mark Littlewood coming next, right here on UK Live Online. Beautiful.
Bosh. Here we go. Welcome, 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 common sensors. Thanks to Mike Graham, another awesome show. You will notice that the revolution is indeed being televised. Paul Cox and myself have secured Studio 2 for the revolution. Here we are. Every good revolution starts by taking control of the key TV station, and Coxie and I have managed to do it. For those of you who are worried, I can tell you that Kelvin McKenzie is alive and well. He is obviously under house arrest, but if he concedes to the extensive but entirely reasonable list of demands that Cox and I have put to him, he should be out on Monday and back in this seat, which means Cox and I and our brilliant guests have just got 2 hours to make sure the revolution sticks, Paul.
Good morning, comrade.
How are we doing?
I'm good. I'm very good, thank you. This feels very natural to me. We're now obviously talking to the nation, which is the one thing that you and I should be doing on a most regular basis.
And we haven't issued any threats yet.
No threats, but there will be. You won't know they've come from us, of course. There may be some knocks at the door, and you may be told you've committed a non-crime, hate crime against us. And we won't provide any evidence, and you'll just go straight to the gulag, and we will seize your assets.
Here we go. Simon Kilford. Thank you, Simon. Funding the revolution. Mark Little and Paul Cox. I'm sending you a £10 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The revolution needs as many resources as we can possibly get because you're fantastic. And Paul Cox, and he's a Portsmouth fan.
Oh my goodness!
Any Saints fans out there? We've got to match that, guys. We can't have an entirely Pompey-funded revolution.
£10 up.
Absolutely no way whatsoever. So look, we've started the revolution, and I think we've got good justification, Paul. If you look at the news today, Daily Mail. Burnham admits oil drilling can ease cost of living. I mean, is that an admission?
Yeah,
really?
I mean, it's like he's given in, like his arms behind his back, and someone said, "Can you just agree that actually maybe producing our own oil can help us in some way?"
Yeah. So, how have you survived the first 2 weeks of Burnhamism? And what's been your tactic? Have you tried to ignore it? Have you tried to laugh at it? Have you tried to pretend it's not as bad as we all think? What's been your psychological strategy?
So first of all, I set a rule for myself, which was that I would listen to him if I believed he was talking about one of the key issues facing Great Britain today, the illegal immigration issue, welfare overspending, the state of our economy. As yet, he's failed to really mention any of those significantly and tell us what he's going to do about it. He has made Number 10 North. I've not paid too much attention to that. He has made several TikToks. I've not paid any attention to that whatsoever. He has gone into an old people's home where an old Jewish man said to him, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm the new Prime Minister." And he was like, "What, another one?" So I did kind of enjoy that. Look, I'm really concerned because we've basically got more of the same again. And if anything, I think he's more socialist than Keir Starmer. And as you know, Mark, unlike you, I'm not a big fan of socialism.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's controversial. If you are a big fan of socialism, please drop that in the chat.
Who is your favourite socialist?
And also hand over all of your money in super chats, please, to prove that you are very socialist indeed. But here's the other thing about him, right? Because, look, okay, I will do the anchor role of trying to give this bloke a fair hearing. It's all memes and vibes, but he's a better communicator than Starmer.
He is a better communicator.
I mean, Starmer, if he came to you and said, you've won the lottery and here is the elixir of life, you will never die. And even if you believed him, he would still make it sound like he was passing a death sentence on you, right? Whereas Burnham does have a certain sort of, hopey, changey air to him, but it's damn irritating as well, isn't it?
The thing about hopey, changey air is that that's all very good if he is actually focusing on the things that could give us both hope and change. And he's not doing either. Look, it's all platitudes. It's all talking about devolution, which again I'm against. I mean, I want smaller government, not absolutely massive government where it is absolutely everywhere and mayors have got power. I don't want that whatsoever. It doesn't solve the problems in front of us. In fact, I think those things are for when a country is prosperous and the economy is going excellent and we can go, what more can we do to help the constituents? We're not in that position. We're not.
So you'd prefer he leveled with us and said, guys, this is the scale of the problem. It's going to take a lot of getting out of. We can do it, but it's going to be awkward. A bit like a doctor explaining to you need some surgery or something, rather than just telling you to feel more optimistic and upbeat about yourself.
Yeah, because I don't think hope is either right or left wing. I think hope is something we should all get, but hope has to be based in reality. It's like your mum telling you that you will be a professional footballer one day, even though you can't do your laces up.
Yeah.
This is a problem, and this is where we find ourselves as a country at the moment. I think the economy is on its knees. We know why the economy is on its knees. The NHS is on its knees. We know why the NHS is on its knees. We spend £333 billion a year in welfare, and the tax receipts don't even cover it.
Yeah.
So these are just a couple of things, and we seem to be focusing on things like net zero zealotry at £10 billion a year. We seem to be encouraging the very people that are bleeding the system dry to continue to bleed it dry. In fact, actually offering some other ways you could bleed it dry if you haven't got enough already.
So what do you make then, Paul? Also, I should say thank you very much to Katie Hates Crap, £2 donation
Thank you, Katie.
to my new Saint shirt, she says. Thank you very much indeed. That will go some way to getting a new Saints shirt. You could have given it to Paul, and Portsmouth could have bought a new centre forward for £2. It will be a contribution to this season's kit. What do you make of Burnham's this sort of I'm going to get out of London stuff, right? That he's got number 10 North, but my parents live in Bath, down in the west. As you know, I come from a deeply impoverished background, and they live in Bath Spa, on the rough side of the tracks there, and. When he did his bus announcement, he decided to go down to Bath. I mean, God knows why you'd do it from there. And my old man tracked him down. I think might have gone along to see, or at least heard from friends. They filmed the whole thing in this bus depot in Bath that members of the public can't get into, right? So it was obviously just sort of Labour activists pretending to be bus passengers. Okay, staged photo ops are kind of part of politics, but why go all the way to Bath to do that? Can't you find a bus in London?
Well, this is it. He believes that going absolutely everywhere means that he's going to. This is going to produce growth in every postcode, as he says. It's not quite how it works, unfortunately, Andy. And I'm still not comfortable with a Prime Minister called Andy and a Defence Secretary called Wes. Andy and Wes are not the two guys you want helping you run your country. Trust me. Every Andy and Wes I've ever met on the council estate I was brought up on couldn't run a bath. But could sell you some things that probably you couldn't get on the open market. Look, he seems to be doing this really interesting / communistic thing where he's avoiding all questions, all scrutiny. Now, he goes to these places, it's completely confined, only safe questions are asked. And he's telling us the reason he's doing that is because when he does open himself up to the media, to the press or to the public, they ask him questions about uncomfortable things that might not be related to the things he wants to talk about. So he's saying, come on, guys, I just want to talk about buses. So that's all we're going to talk about today, irrespective of all the other murder that's going on. And look, I understand it to some degree, because if I wanted to control the narrative entirely, I would avoid asking questions too. But unfortunately, if you're the Prime Minister of Great Britain, you've got to be able to field questions. Even Keir Starmer fielded those questions. He did it incredibly badly, but at least we had the opportunity to ask him. And it's almost as if he's saying, no, I've got a holiday period now. That's till September. And until then, I'm going to tell you how well the buses are going to run in Bath.
So, one thing here which is pretty annoying, they stitched up the whole timing of this, right? So that Burnham came in, just as Parliament was ending. So, for instance, no parliamentary scrutiny for months. Has got the whole of the summer. He can control the media, right? Obviously, he's in high demand. So if he wants to do something about buses and he's only willing to talk about buses, that's what will come out. But when we get to the other side of the summer, if he makes it that far, I mean, we obviously have a pretty high turnover of prime ministers. He may be sacked in pre-season, but let's assume he makes it to September, which I think is a fair enough guess and estimate. He will face scrutiny at noon every Wednesday in PMQs. I think Kemi's going to eat him alive. What do you think?
I think the indications are that she will eat him alive. This whole soft Andy approach is certainly not going to wash with Kemi whatsoever. And now Kemi is the one person in which all of us who want to know anything, irrespective of our politics, in which we entrust, because at no other point are we going to... I mean, the interviews that he's done so far with the BBC and Laura Kunsberg was so softball.
And Gary bloody Lineker.
I don't know, I can't remember some of the questions, but they're about as troublesome as what's your favourite colour? And do you like, fish and chips with brown sauce or red sauce? And I answered those, and everyone patted him on the back and said, this is our man. And we're all left thinking, well, what about all the problems, mate? So I think that he's only prolonging the inevitable. And the inevitable is that if you come in and say you're going to deliver a manifesto that we all know was failing anyway, and then start to surreptitiously put in things that aren't in the manifesto but don't allow any questions for it, then there's going to be a massive bow wave of questions coming his way.
Yeah. So the Times was reporting today, which we would have with us, but quite rightly, Mike ripped it up in the other studio. Utterly justified behaviour. So I haven't actually got a pristine copy of the Times. Tax is going to go up, guys, isn't it? Tax is going to go up. One way or another, he's not spelling out exactly which tax. Could be a council tax going up. That looks likely. Could be a new tax on property. Do you reckon he's going to dial up employers' national insurance and pretend that's not a tax on your work? I wouldn't be surprised. Some suggestion that he might go for 10% of every estate, even if you're below the inheritance tax threshold when you pass away, might scoop all that up. Tell me in the chat which taxes you think he's going to go for. But tax is going to go up. And at the moment he's ducking this question, right? Or he's saying, I might have to ask you for some more tax. He's just going to take it.
Yeah.
Why don't you think he's just bitten that bullet and spelt it out and actually said, right, yeah, I've decided we need, for some reason, Burnham's view of Britain is that we're not taxed enough, the government isn't big enough, the government isn't spending enough, so he needs even more to feed the beast. Why not just get the bad news out of the way now? Tell us what it is, how he's going to raise, 18 billion, 20 billion, whatever he thinks he needs. Get it out of the way now. Otherwise, we're going to have a summer of speculating exactly where he's going to hit us or exactly who he's going to hit. I just don't know why new prime ministers don't get the bad news out of the way first.
Well, look, they don't like to do the grown-up stuff, and the grown-up stuff is difficult. So he is going to have to put up taxes in order to fund his ridiculous manifesto. I'm not saying he should put up taxes. I'm saying that if you're going to continue to spend other people's money in the same way socialism always does, then you are going to have to get more money from the public. Even though that is a completely dry. If you imagine the public the public bank accounts as a lemon, it is it's drier than this lemon here, which is actually real, weirdly or not. But because of that, he is sort of massaging that message in. We all know what's going to come. We all know that it makes ridiculous sense to do so, and that he should be cutting rather than taking. But inevitably he's going to do it, and it's going to cause him massive problems. It just tells me he's disingenuous. It just tells me that we can't trust him. Just like we couldn't trust Keir Starmer. What we really want is people just to give us the information. This is what we're going to do. This is why we're going to do it. And then we can make judgments. But we don't even get to make a judgment. It just gets taken from us.
So, there's this thing called, way back in the day, criminology, right? Which was the study of leading figures and kind of memos issued by the Soviet Union. Because they'd never talk to you straight about it, the Soviet Union, right? You wouldn't actually get like Leonid Brezhnev coming out and saying tractor production has fallen really badly, so I'm afraid, there's not going to be enough bread to go around as a consequence. You'd never get it straight. So you had to interpret all of these sort of little signals, right? Who's sitting at the high table? Does that mean they're going to get promoted? Who's been shuffled to the back row? Does that mean they're going to be shot? What order are officials listed in on an official Communist Party press release? And people would study this, read the tea leaves to try and work out what Soviet Union policy actually was. And I think it's the same with Burnham. All right, he's not necessarily a communist, but he's some brand of socialist. But you can't get a straight word out of him. So you're trying to look at this word salad and interpret whether that means he's going to come for our property, whether it means he's going to dial up council tax, whether it means inheritance tax is going up, all of the rest of it. It's maddening. I just want straight talking politicians, whether I agree with them or not. Simon Kilford, shout out for the super chat. Thanks very much, mate. I think he also put in the chat, it's 20 quid, Paul, and he reckons that is enough to buy Portsmouth a new centre forward. I reckon it is enough to buy you a completely new squad.
Totally unfair. Look, I said this to you before we were on air. If you look at Hampshire from the sky, Pompey are on the right. Southampton are on the left.
Right.
So make your mind up. Are you on
and
the
you're
right
blue
of politics?
And we're red as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not looking good for the Saints, is it? I never say Saints. I'd say something else. But, I'm going to be professional. I'm going to be fair.
That won't last the hour.
No,
will
it
mate?
probably won't last the hour. I just think that one thing we do know for certain is the people that were likely to vote for Andy Burnham, the people that rely most on welfare, are going to support him, because the people that are going to pay for it are the complete opposite.
Yep.
It's those that have gone out there and earned. It's those that have gone out there and accumulated wealth, no matter how small that is. And they consider wealth to be anything over about 12 quid now.
Yeah.
So anyone who's got over 12 quid will have half of that 12 quid taken away and given to the people with no pounds. So we are in big, big trouble, because no one has ever produced a successful economy from this type of politics.
Yeah, I agree with you, because it's not just the unfairness of it, it's the disincentive effect, right? Once you start sending out the signal that if you accrue wealth and make a good life for yourself, we're coming for it, well, people say, why should I strive? Or why should I strive here? Perhaps I should go to the USA, perhaps I should go to Dubai, something like that.
And also, most people actually Most people aren't on welfare, although you would think with a £333 billion bill that everybody was on welfare. Most people aren't. And if you talk to your friends and family and those people that have worked their whole lives, they won't know how to game the system. I don't know. I've never claimed a benefit in my life. Now, I'm not suggesting I shouldn't have done. There's been no need for me to have done. And I'm grateful that it's there for the people I know that have been able to, because most cases they've genuinely needed it. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be a welfare state. What I'm saying is it shouldn't be so massive that the income tax receipts cannot pay for it. And therefore, there are people out there that are career welfare takers that have done nothing other than take welfare and live off the state. And if you've had your grandparents, your parents, and now yourself do that, where is the incentive? And actually having it take away seems to them like a crime in some way, when actually all you've got to do is go out and work. Now people are saying, well, the only jobs available to me are minimum wage, and how can I possibly accrue wealth that way? Well, unfortunately, that's where you've got to start, and you can be entrepreneurial and try and make money for yourself. But all the time the welfare state pays you more than minimum wage, what's the point?
So I'm going to make a nerdy tax point, but first shout out to Nancy. Thanks very much for the £5 super chat. Very important and good historical point. Since Sir Robert Walpole, considered to be our first ever Prime Minister, every UK PM has been based at number 10. Yet this entitled idiot, I think she means Burnham, not you, Cox. Yet this entitled idiot has no mandate, no general election changes that, arrogant or what. Absolutely bang on, Nancy. You are completely correct about that. This number 10 North nonsense is not going to stick. We got another one as well, have we, Pooch?
Yeah, 1 second, there you go.
Wow, this is great.
Super chat.
Just out of interest, Pooch, would Kelvin normally have had the £700,000 or £800,000 we've had in super chats already? No. So this is thank you, comrades.
So this is D-Light 4595. Have I got that right? Hi guys, love you too. Thank you very much. I never voted for Andy B or to give out even more of our tax to mayors to have a spending spree. Roll on September and PMQs. I think you are bang on right about that. Scrutiny is coming, and I think he's better actually to do a few warm-up routines first by taking some proper questions from some proper journalists, because otherwise he's going to go in cold at PMQs and he just simply ain't going to get away with that.
And we had a tenner from Bob the Seagull. Thank you.
£10 from Bob the Seagull.
Yep.
Does that mean he's a Brighton and Hove Albion fan? Are we now split three ways on the South Coast? Is Bob the Seagull
He's a Forest fan.
Forest fan, okay, that's much more acceptable. And £9.99 from Andrew as well. Thank you very much. Keep the money pouring in. The revolution needs to be properly financed, guys. We really, really appreciate it. Now, I'm going to make a nerdy tax point and see what you think of it, Coxie. Cox in the corner, I need your view on this. Because we were discussing on the plank session with Mike earlier, Gary Stevenson just does not understand the tax system. And quite a lot of people say we need to simplify the tax system. And there is some good reasons to do that. The tax rulebook is now, I think, more than 14 times the length of War and Peace. It is impossible for any single individual to get your head around it. And quite often what folks say is, one way we could simplify it is if you just merge together national insurance contributions and income tax, right? They come out of your pay packet. You just see a whole lump goes out. Why should it go in two different directions? Why don't we just blend them together? It's very complicated because different rates kick in for national insurance with different thresholds. Why don't we just bundle it all together and just have one income tax? That would simplify it. I say no to that. Here's what I want to do. I want to get back to the initial, original concept of national insurance. So when you see money leave your pay packet, it goes in two different ways. Your income tax, that pays for the general services and taxation, that's general taxation for what's needed in the UK, pays for defence, pays for courts, might even be paying to, relieve poverty, to get people, homeless people into a shelter, that kind of thing. It's for the general running of society. Your national insurance, this is my idea, should be earmarked for you. It goes into your personal pot with your national insurance number against it, and you build that up as you earn, and as you get into whatever, your 60s, your late 60s, your 70s, when you retire, then you draw down on it. So that's how you pay for social care. Ultimately, that's how you should pay for pensions. Possibly we can do that for healthcare. So what do you think about that, Paul? That you're sort of forced to save for yourself with some of your income, a bit like if you buy a car, you have to have, insurance on it, right? You've got to pay insurance on it, otherwise you can't use the car. To say, look, if you want to live and work in the UK, you've got to insure yourself against your needs in old age, social care that you're likely to need. So you will see your personal pot growing up. But you could log in online, see how much you've got in it, and you could only draw it down for things like social care or healthcare or the rest of it. So you're obliged to save for yourself, but it doesn't just go into a bloody great pot of money for Burnham at number 10 South or number 10 North. It's earmarked for you.
So this is devolution
to the individual.
To the individual.
That's what we need.
I absolutely love this, and I can see why people on the left would absolutely hate it. You imagine them finding out that you and I are making decisions for ourselves, and we're not agreeing with them, and the hundreds of thousands of pounds, because you and I are both multimillionaires, so we've got huge national insurance policies.
Yeah, but you haven't yet got your own Learjet.
No, I haven't got my own Learjet. No,
well, the two quid's going towards that, not to the Pompey Centre Forward, right?
I genuinely, though, in all seriousness, the idea that's exactly what he's talking about. With an additional tax, isn't he? With social care, he is saying that people will put money by so that they can be looked after in old age. The first question I always had with that was, well, aren't we doing that already, Mr. Burnham? What are you doing with the money I give you every week, every month, etc.? So yes, I think that's a fantastic idea, and maybe we make some choices about where that money should go. Maybe we don't keep it all to ourselves. Maybe there's a deal that 20% of that has to be given away, but we tick a few boxes once a year to say, actually, I want it to go towards this. I want it to go towards that. I don't want it to go towards the other.
And then my other view on that would be if you build up that pot and, I don't know, the worst happens, you die young, right? That money goes into your estate. It's part of your estate. It doesn't go to the government. It's stuff that you've saved over your lifetime, so it goes to your nearest and dearest when you die. It's your personal pot of money.
Wouldn't that make perfect sense? It would also mean that you were covering the future cost of you and your family. So then wouldn't that just be fantastic? Can you imagine if it had worked that way until this point, Mark? We would have 90% fewer less issues. There would be 10% of those issues that remain, and they would be massive because there would be people that hadn't contributed that would be unable to take from the system, and we would have made some decisions maybe for it not to go that way, so they would find themselves in a terrible situation where what they might have to do is go and work for themselves. And I don't think this is apply for the terminally disabled, by the way. I think we should be looking after those people. People that can't go and earn for themselves, sure, let's look after them. It's a given. If you can work and you choose not to, then I'm afraid you're only entitled to a certain amount, and I'm not going to give it to you.
So this is the other thing about where we draw the line. Like, I think virtually everybody agrees there should be a safety net. And of course, some people find themselves through no fault of their own in unfortunate circumstances and need to be looked after, chronic disability being an obvious example. So far as people have got disabilities and can work, you want to encourage them into, I don't want to write off anybody with a disability. They can have useful functional lives. But I look at it this way, right? Roughly speaking, so put your finger in the air, tell me in the chat what you think as well. Roughly speaking, what proportion of British adults do you think can't stand on their own 2 feet over the course of their life? Okay, you might hit a rocky patch, be out of work for a while. In that case, you may need to borrow or tuck into your savings. But over the course of your lifetime, what proportion of Brits do you think cannot stand on their own 2 feet? Eat what they kill. Make their own savings when they're doing well, dip into them when times are tougher, put a nest egg away for old age. What rough percentage do you think can stand on their own 2 feet? I reckon it's about 90 or 95%. 90 or 95%, rough guess or estimate. What do you reckon, Paul? And then my argument would be that the welfare state should focus only on the 5 or the 10%. The rest of us can be self-sufficient
I would have said,
over our lifetime.
if you'd asked me to guess, I would have said about 90%. Which will bring into question why the welfare bill is so high. Now, we do have a situation in this country which the left will throw back at us, which is actually a pretty significant percentage of people are claiming benefits whilst working at the same time, which shows us that working isn't working for them, which is a bigger, wider issue. But one of those reasons is because we have an exponentially growing population who are unable to support itself. So every time somebody comes over, and particularly when they're illegal and they're on a boat, that has a cost associated to it. Immediately, there's a cost associated to it. And we instantly know they've not provided into the pot that would pay for that cost. So as that grows, the pot gets smaller. And what happens is you've got more and more people feeding off of less and less. It's basic economics. I'm not an economist like yourself. I'm probably better than Gary Stevenson.
Low bar, mate. Low bar.
But I'll take it. I'll take it. But yeah, what that would be, I think it would be somewhere in the 90% region. You're saying 95. I could go along with that. But all of a sudden, what it would do is expose a massive issue, and that's the fact that there are plenty of people that don't want to work. I saw a story yesterday. I think it was an American kid. It was essentially said, he's never going to work. He didn't choose to be born. So therefore, because he didn't choose to be born, why should he work and pay for it? Therefore, someone else should pay for it. Now, there are definitely people, and if you're under 18, you probably look at that and think, wow, what a genius idea. I didn't choose to be born. But that's not how this works, by the way. No one chooses to be born, so who are you going to rely on and who is going to pay for it?
Wrongful birth being the claim. Couple of things I want to pick up in the chat. Steve Gibson asked, where do I get my magnificent shirts from? I haven't been sponsored by them yet, but let's hope they do come and sponsor UK Live. Blake Mill is the name of the shirt company. I've got a whole range of them, keeps growing all the time. Richard Phillips, I saw, just said in the chat, bring back the workhouse. Now, I'm not quite sure I would go that far, but here's another scheme for you to toy with. See what you think of this, guys and gals, right? In Wisconsin, I think this was back in the I want to say the early to mid-90s, when Scott Walker was the governor of Wisconsin. If you're a nerd about American politics, you may have heard of Scott Walker. He once ran for the Republican nomination for president. And the deal was this, right? He saw that there were too many people on welfare who he suspected were able-bodied, were pulling the wool over our eyes. So what he worked out was, I will basically guarantee you a job. And it went something like this. If you are, unless you're signed off because you're, terminally ill or something, I expect you to turn up at the park gates at 8 o'clock in the morning, to be there till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The park warden will give you various menial jobs to do, clearing up litter, sweeping away the leaves, scrubbing some graffiti down from the walls, whatever it might be, repainting the fences. You will have to contribute to the community. And if you don't show up, your welfare checks are going to be stopped. And it went something like this, Coxie, right? In the first few weeks, loads of people turned up. They were like, I can't afford not to have my welfare. And they sort of assumed, wow, Wisconsin's now going to have the tidiest, cleanest parks known to mankind. Every little pothole's going to be filled on the roads. Within a few weeks, absolutely fell off the edge of a cliff because, surprise, surprise, these people found jobs in the private sector. They actually decided, rather than going to the park every day, I'm going to work in that restaurant, that bar, or go down the garage. That's the way to do it. You've got to stop people being able to choose leisure at other people's expense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to say, I've seen the counter argument for this for years, is, you don't understand, and some disabilities can't be seen, and so-and-so's a little bit sad at the moment. And look, we all go through tough times, and it is difficult sometimes to pull yourself out of bed and get yourself to work. I understand that,
especially the amount I drink.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But the landlords are absolutely thriving.
I'm stimulating the local economy.
Yeah, exactly. So it is, it is a cycle. Yeah, look, we have to take away the incentive to just sit on your bum and do nothing. It's as simple as that. And all the time we're not doing that, we're going to get what we got.
Yep. Look, we've had a whole half hour, and guys and gals, don't worry, because as luck would have it, Coxie and I have not actually contrived to bring this about. But you will notice one of the big news stories of today is all about football and FIFA and Sycophantino and people walking out of the World Cup. We are going to cover that in depth with my next guest, the brilliant economist Andrew Lillico. But first, it's Fiona with the news today, isn't it? It's Fiona, the lovely Fiona, with the news. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
I'm Fiona MacLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. the Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position, with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Edward got his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Fiona Shaw floats my boat. Hope she floats your boat, viewers, as well. We've got a great guest coming up here, and I'm really glad that I caught him, a comment of his on X. Andrew Lillico is an economist with Europe Economics, knows way more about economics than me and a zillion times more than Gary Stevenson. And Andrew and I nearly always agree on everything. Andrew also knows his stuff about football. So I thought no better person to speak to than this whole stuff around FIFA wanting to sell off a stake in the World Cup. That's the concept, that private companies, I think linked somehow to the Trump family or administration, would be able to buy a kind of percentage stake of the World Cup. Infantino would soak that money in and then apparently dosh it out to some of the federations. UEFA has said over our dead body, if you do that, Europe will not compete in the tournament. We're not having it. With this up, we will not put. CONCACAF, that's the North American equivalent of UEFA, have done the same thing. Not as important in football terms, but that's still USA, Mexico out. I'm glad UEFA have done this. I don't want football privatised in this way. But Andrew, great to have you with us. You're going to make the case for the defence, aren't you? You think that Infantino's onto something here, and I'm some whingy, pinko, statist socialist. Is that a pretty fair summation of your take on the matter?
Well, I don't know. You've always been slightly dodgy on the socialism front, obviously, but I would have thought that it was UEFA and other bodies probably should have withdrawn from FIFA some years ago. I mean, at the time of the Sepp Blatter scandals and certainly the Qatar World Cup. So I'm not unhappy at the idea of withdrawing from FIFA. I just think that this particular set of circumstances is a very odd one and rather self-interested on the part of UEFA. What's being proposed here is that that there's a stake, there's some private money introduced into the running of a tournament that could be then used to commercialize the tournament, increase the amount of money available to run it, run fancier tournaments, make some more money out of them, and then pay something out to the investors. That's a very classic kind of a way of raising a minority stake investment. It doesn't turn over the control of these tournaments to the private investors at all. Obviously, one of the things here, I think, is that FIFA has had such a bad reputation that people don't trust that there wouldn't be some nefarious things going on in the background. But I think actually there's a case that it's rather the reverse. FIFA's had such bad governance issues over so many years that actually the mechanism of having some external investors with a stake in applying better controls, in checking what was going on, in making sure that there weren't bribes being paid to people and the kind of terrible things that happened in the past in FIFA, could potentially be a mechanism for improving its governance. So addressing some of the very issues that people are concerned about that leads them to be worried about this. Another thing that I would say is that UEFA's objections to this seem very strange and self-interested. I mean, they're suggesting, there might be incentives to have a load of extra matches and introduce extra teams. Who knows? Next, they'll be suggesting that we have a sort of Swiss-style league and 2 sets of knockout matches like they have in the Champions League that UEFA introduced there. UEFA has very heavily commercialized football in Europe, and the idea that there was some fundamental objection to introducing money into football. I mean, nobody thinks that watching football or the quality of the game and so on is worse than it was before TV came in the big in the 1990s. The idea that money will somehow make football worse just seems to me to be silly. And I think that UEFA is also trying to protect itself against the principle which was behind some of the movements to a Super League. So they want to say, nothing must ever change about the governance arrangements of football because that vests their own position. they don't want to face any threats. So
Yeah.
although
But
I
hang
think,
on,
just to
Andrew. I
summarise
mean,
again,
come on. I mean, you're being a bit. Aren't you being a bit hopelessly optimistic here? You're seriously asking me to believe that Infantino wants to bring in some private investors because these people will be better at rooting corruption and bribery out of the game, right? You think that's what his real motivation is here, do you? I find that absolutely inconceivable.
I don't think that that's necessarily his motivation at all. I'm sure his motivation is that he wants to get extra money in so that he can run bigger, fancier tournaments that he thinks that will allow them to make more money. But I'm saying that one of the consequences of that may well be, as it is in other areas of corporate governance, that when you have such a minority stake, a side effect is that you get improved controls.
But what do you think? What do you think's lacking? I mean, I'm all for making the game bigger, glitzier. I'm not in favour of half-hour bloody intervals in the final. That's a nonsense. Got to stop. I'm not in favour of making the balls bigger in order to have more goals. But I am in favour of it being bigger, more glamorous, more glitzy. I thought the Americans did a fantastic job in the round. I'm just scratching my head a bit about what the private investment's for. I mean, this is a profit-making tournament, right? I mean, World Cup football's not on its knees. It's not thinking, oh my God, if we could just find another $1 million or $2 million of investment, perhaps we'd be able to sell some tickets. We need a better marketing strategy, otherwise nobody's going to know the games are on. This is a guaranteed moneymaker. And of course, you will involve private consultants to, do all of these things, to market it, to come up with the logo, to run the ticketing operation and all of that. I don't understand why you need any further private equity. What would it actually enhance in the game?
Well, it's difficult to guess, of course, exactly what it would enhance until somebody does it. That's one of the things about new innovations, is that it's hard to say in advance exactly what they might be. I think that fairly clearly, one of the things they want to do with this money is to reach out to additional new countries. So they think that football has the capacity to spread further across the world. It's already very widely spread across the world, of course, but they think that they can make that happen even more, and they want some of the money to get even bigger reach for that. I think, look, you could always say, how much better could football be? I think in the early 1990s, you might have said, oh, there's some of these, Arsenal and Liverpool and winning the first division and with the final kick of almost the final kick of the entire season. How could it be any more exciting? And yet somehow when they brought in the extra money from the TV with the Sky agreements and so on, then things did get better. And so it's difficult for us to say in advance. I don't think that I can, unlike you, I don't think I can centrally plan exactly what's going to happen in football and predict everything in advance. I'd rather allow there to be some, emergent innovation.
Fair point. My first 42 minutes of this show got off to a pretty bad start. Cox has already called me a socialist. Lilico now thinks I'm a socialist as well. I don't think I'm going to be around for much longer. They're going to hook me at the 11 o'clock news, I reckon. Coxie in the corner. What's your take on this? Because look, you and I do tend to lean into all of the stuff that Andrew's talking about. Get private money in. It makes things better. We don't know where it will go. That's the nature of the market. There'll be a discovery process. Don't centrally plan things. But there's something about this that just sits in my craw. Am I being a pinko lefty statist socialist, or am I right?
Look, somewhere between the two, actually. I understand what Andrew's saying, and what Andrew's saying actually assumes there's good faith, which was your point. I don't believe there's any good faith from FIFA, and there's no good faith from Infantino. And in fact, UEFA are on slightly shaky ground, because obviously the Super League just a couple of years ago didn't get off the ground because football fans smell a rat, essentially. And when you talk about football, I think you can equate it to UK politics in a way. The thing that backs up UK politics, and you and I are capitalists, we're not socialists, irrespective of the accusations me and Andrew have made against you. But one of the things that also backs that up is the pillar of British culture. And what I would say with football is you have this pillar of football culture, which is led by ostensibly the football fans, which are on the whole sort of middle to working class. And if it doesn't work for them, then it cannot work for football. And the point is, sure, have private equity, have money coming in, but it has to be ring-fenced away from the football. We can't have what we fear Infantino's going to do, and that is these 30-minute breaks where we have the Super Bowl-esque shows. Nobody wants that. And I don't think UEFA, even with the Champions League so far, have managed to make changes to football. The way it's played on the pitch is generally played exactly as it was before that come along. So, Andrew, Do you agree that football shouldn't be changed as a result of any private equity investment?
Well, I think that the whole business with having a half-hour break was absurd. It was a terrible halftime show, apart from anything else. But also, it changes something of the nature of the game. These are extremely highly tuned athletes, and they use up their energy in a way over 90 minutes or then 120 minutes. And if you add an extra half hour in the middle of the match where they have to keep warm or they get cool and then they have to heat up again, that changes the athletic experience. So I think that was just completely the wrong thing to do. I would also say that I don't trust FIFA, and I think we should have withdrawn from it some years ago. I said that right at the start. And I completely agree that one of the issues here is that people don't trust Infantino. The institution of FIFA is seen as being so dodgy in various ways. You know, even just in the World Cup with some of the decisions about suspensions and some of the allegations of biased refereeing in favor of Argentina and that kind of stuff. People don't trust them. What I would want to say though is in not trusting FIFA, you shouldn't throw out the principle. You shouldn't buy in, as it were, to a principle that we can't have commercial money into the game. And I think that UEFA in particular is being very disingenuous here in its objections. It does all kinds of things to introduce additional commercialization to the game. It does all kinds of things to change the formats of its tournaments in order to encourage more commercialization of the game. And at the same time, it tells some story about how it's somehow the guardian of the soul of football when alternative commercial ventures such as the Super League come along. So I think that you don't want to buy any of that stuff. You can say we should withdraw from FIFA because they have a terrible history of corruption, because they're doing stupid things like making half-hour breaks in the game and all kinds of other bad decisions. At the end of the day, the World Cup's just a tournament. You can have an alternative tournament if we want to have an alternative tournament, and we probably should have done before now. But there's nothing wrong in principle with having outside investment into these kinds of arrangements.
Andrew, let me finish by asking you this. Here's a sort of worry, and you might just say this is down to the frailties and weaknesses of Infantino, and if only we could get a better, decent FIFA boss. But we had the whole scandal about the American red card essentially being rescinded, which just seemed to me it had no sporting justification whatsoever. That was clearly political interference. But another example, and this is the sort of thing that would worry me about commercialising the game, running it entirely on a for-profit basis. You know, how much cash can we make out of football? And that was at the Club World Cup. So for those of you who don't know, this is a relatively new innovation in which the best teams from the world, so those who have won the European Champions League over recent years or have won the South American Copa Libertadores, it's called, that's the equivalent of the Champions League there, or in Asia or in Africa. You put all of these teams together and it's very similar in format to the World Cup, right? Except you've got Man City and Chelsea and Real Madrid and Flamenco and Sao Paulo and Boca Juniors and all of the rest of it. They allowed into that tournament, representing the United States of America, not the best team in America, not the team that had won the MLS, but Inter Miami. They were the team selected. No sporting grounds for this whatsoever. But guess what? Lionel Messi plays for Inter Miami. They were allowed in, if you like, for commercial reasons. I think that I will not put up with that. And I would be worried in a World Cup that the private investors might say, you know, all right, 48 teams, but do you think two of the places could be invitationals? You know, it's very upsetting that Italy didn't manage to qualify on the pitch. The Italians are a huge television audience. You know, the number of people watching in Italy will be a mere fraction of what it would otherwise be. Let's hold back two invitational places. Now, I'm speculating about that, but the Inter Miami thing, I think, provides grounds for my concern. What say you to that, Andrew?
I think that it's not only, I mean, that's one illustration, but I think that Infantino has done a number of very dodgy things, not least of which was the FIFA Peace Prize being awarded to Trump, which have undermined the sense of any integrity of the process. I don't think people necessarily at this stage think of him as being corrupt in quite the same way that Blatter was, but there's a lack of integrity to a lot of things that goes on as things stand. If you were transparent and you said, look, when we're trying to get a new tournament going, we want to have a couple of invitational places because we need to be able to get enough momentum in order to make things operate. I wouldn't necessarily object to that in principle. I wouldn't have thought that the World Cup needed that kind of thing because it's been going for many years. If UEFA and other bodies were to now set up an alternative to the World Cup, I wouldn't necessarily think it would be wrong to have some invitational spots available again to try to get momentum going for the tournament. So I don't necessarily wholly reject the point you're making, and certainly if Infantino did it, you would worry that there was something very dodgy about the way that it was being done. But again, I wouldn't want to reject the entire principle that it would be. I wouldn't want to say it would be always wrong to have invitational spots available.
Andrew, very fair point. Paul's got another question on it. Coxey, what we got in Coxey's corner?
Okay, over here in Coxey's corner. Look, here's the thing. In this world of medals for all, football and sport in general is a meritocracy. And my fear is that, as with Mark, is if we move away from that and there's invitationals and people aren't there on merit and people don't win on merit, then what's the point of the sport? The whole idea of sport is that we don't know the outcome because it gets played on the pitch. If there are things external to the game on the pitch that can affect the outcome of a game, I'm not even sure I want to see that. I'd much rather go and watch 22 lads hungover playing Sunday League football than I ever would want to see something that's been manufactured by a couple of sort of very rich men who don't understand the rules of the game. So the chances of that happening, I think, are greater with more private investment. So I just think there should be a cap. This sounds incredibly socialist. I'm going to go and take myself for a wash. If we had breaks, I would go and take myself for a wash. But I just feel with sport, I want it to be a meritocracy at all costs.
There's nothing socialist about that.
No, but the more you talk about it, the more you realise that actually it's kind of no. There's nothing. No, I'm going to stick by this. I believe that meritocracy is the only way for sport.
Andrew, just before I let you go, what I'd also like to hear from Andrew, do address the meritocratic point, Andrew, but I'd also like your prediction. What do you think's going to happen? You've made a compelling case about how private money could help the game, but address Paul's point on, meritocracy has to be the DNA that runs through sport. That, it's sporting success that gets you on, not, bribing somebody for an invitational. I'm also intrigued to know how you think this movie is going to end.
I agree that there's a concern that some people might want to make a big tournament like the World Cup into a kind of entertainment. That the point was, you need to make sure that certain people are there because that'll make it more fun, or it'll be a better spectacle, or we need to make sure that things get evened up so that you have, we've got to have a South American team and a European team, or we mustn't have Messi excluded. Those sorts of, that kind of thinking, which people were definitely concerned was affecting refereeing decisions and other kinds of decisions during the World Cup. I agree 100%. Needs to make sure that we don't get that in the game. What I don't really agree is that you're necessarily more likely to have that if you have external funds coming in. Because, as I say, I think one of the problems here is that FIFA has quite poor governance arrangements. It's very little accountability to anybody. It's not as though, up to this point, FIFA has been a model of integrity, and now we're worried that if we change anything, we'll deviate away from the wholly pristine way that things have been run in the past. What it is has been a byword for a lack of integrity for many years. And I think that having some external parties who have an interest in trying to monitor what's going on and making sure that not too many dodgy things happen, I think that could be to the benefit. What do I think will happen here? What I would probably like to happen, as I say, is that UEFA and other bodies withdraw from FIFA and establish an alternative tournament. I fear that what's going to happen is that Infantino will back down and it'll all come to nothing in the end, and we'll just find another way to navigate through to doing the kinds of things that he wants.
Yeah, that UEFA won't move in for the kill. Andrew, great to have you with us. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Such clear thinking. You've made me have second thoughts. especially as I'm now very worried I'm a socialist. So I'm going to have to revisit this. But great to have you with us, Andrew. Thanks. Have a wonderful day. That's the brilliant Andrew Lillicoat, ladies and gents. Look, some people are saying they want us to move on from football. Kitty said it won't be long before Spain have the best Moroccan team. That certainly seems pretty plausible from recent events, and we're going to get right onto that in the next half hour or so. I want to make a shout out to, can you name, and I'm hoping the answer's here no, Coxie, because it will prove my point. Can you name the head of UEFA?
No.
Yeah, I had to look it up.
No, I can't.
Alexander Seferin, who is a Slovenian lawyer. And the reason I wanted to make this point, although I don't know a great deal about him, I love the fact that he's just in the background. Yeah, he's not jumping around on the stage of the Spanish team. You probably wouldn't recognise him if you bumped into the street. Yet he has pulled off unanimity amongst UEFA. Very strong statement. At worst, I think they're going to stop Infantino in their tracks. At best, might even tilt into a complete reset of the global game. So I'm going to give him a round of applause for being the man in the shadows who's done a pretty damn good job here.
Nothing's bigger than the game, no player's bigger than the team.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. How do you think this is going to end?
I think we've neatly summed it up. I think Infantino loses this. I don't think it works out. I think that he's painted himself into a corner and has to try, because I think he made promises to people during the World Cup. I think people, particularly in America, looked at the World Cup and thought, "My God, this is a cash cow," and I think we can milk it for all it's got. Unfortunately, there's 130 to 150 years of association football, and behind it is a huge tradition which deserves protecting and will be protected.
Yeah. Let's get on to this Spain-Morocco thing. The reason, ladies and gents, that the Times newspaper is in tatters, ripped into shreds on the floor of the other studio, is Mike Graham, quite understandably, lost his stuff because the Times newspaper only covered this unbelievable movement of people from Moroccan territory onto Spanish territory. I think it was like page 32, page 34, buried at the back, somewhere after the beauty section. But we've got a clip of this incredible movement of folk. And I want to get into that because, we've got to bear in mind it's not just the UK that's got an immigration problem. This is happening everywhere, and we've got to find a way of solving it. What clip have we got? Is it clip number 3? Yeah. Can we just have a look at this? You would have seen it on the television, but just to refresh yourself, this is what an invasion looks like. There you go. Look at all of those doctors, brain surgeons, architects, IT consultants moving into the country. It must be a great boon for Spain, that, isn't it?
When I first saw this yesterday, I also saw the left's reaction to this, left in the UK, that is. Not sure, not the left in Spain, which is now incredibly huge, by the looks of it. They said there was only 1,300 people there. There's men, by the way. Yeah. No one needs to tell me that there are any women.
I literally couldn't see any women.
There is absolutely not. And it's not 1,300 there either.
No.
I've been in capacity stadiums of 1,300 watching Portsmouth.
Is that the size of Fratton Park?
Yeah. No, we know that Fratton Park isn't that. It's 20,000.
Oh, is that right?
You know
Okay.
that. And it looks a lot fewer than that. That is a massive invasion by anyone's measurement. So, by the way, this is for those that aren't fully up to speed, and that's why you're tuning into us. We are going to bring you up to speed with all the accuracy of information and some good humour as well, Mark. That is an enclave in North Africa that Spain essentially.
Yeah, explain the geography of this to me, because I'm no great geographer, but I was aware that in my mind's eye, Spain and Morocco do not share a border.
They don't. There's sea in the way, but there is parts of North Africa, an enclave right next to Morocco, a bit like Kaliningrad in Lithuania. Right. If you know the area of Europe, Kaliningrad is Russian. It's separated from Russia by all the Baltic countries, largely Lithuania at that point. They've got this enclave, and essentially they've come on over, because they've been incentivised by the Spanish Prime Minister, who has essentially given amnesty to upwards of 1 million illegal refugees in Spain and said, "Come on in, we love you. You can help bolster our economy. Go and come here." And they've essentially seen that and gone, "Do you know what? We're going to take our chances." So they've come in.
Okay, but just to be clear, this isn't a legal break-in, right? It's just they're taking their chances that the amnesty will be extended to them in future. Have I got that right?
Yeah,
it's a kind of gambling to see if they're going to pardon them. Yeah.
Are you saying it's not illegal? Or are you
No,
saying
I'm saying it's clearly illegal. This isn't the Spanish government just saying, "Well, we've opened the gates. Please come in as many." They are breaking the law by.
If you look closely, there's still massive, great big barbed wire fences that they've managed to swim around. I mean. Was it Phil Jones that we were talking about earlier on playing? He would see them all as entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And they probably
He would be
also
handing out cheques to each of them so they can set up their own.
I'd imagine actually a large percentage of them now have floated on the footsie.
Yeah.
So they're probably doing it excellently
For
well.
a couple of days.
I'm thinking of becoming a shareholder, etc. But look, this is a massive problem. Look, Spain can choose to do what they want to do. And if, for instance, I thought that it would just remain a Spanish problem, I'd sit back with great amusement and go, look at this. This will help our argument from the right in Great Britain. But it's not true, because once they get into Spain, they can travel anywhere in Europe. And of course, the first place they try and get to is France and then into the UK, because this is where the pavement is paved with welfare.
Good point by McP in the chat we just saw on the screen there. Really good point. What about them getting into Gibraltar?
Well, this is exactly it. You know, I'm not exactly sure what the treaties are. I meant on the way in this morning to look that up, because I don't think you automatically can come to the UK if you
think that's right.
break into Gibraltar.
Yeah, because it's not part of the UK. It's like a protected territory or something. It's like Jersey
What's
or whatever.
the treaty? Schengen?
For the EU, yeah.
Yeah. So Gibraltar has recently joined up to that.
Yeah.
It might have escaped a lot of people.
Because obviously the flow of traffic in and out between Gibraltar and Spain is colossal every day, right? Yeah.
So they've joined. Actually, Italy said yesterday they're now going to start, even though they're all signed up to this, are going to look at this and go, do we need to start to have a fenced border with Spain if you're going to allow this to happen?
Yeah.
Because this goes back to my initial point, which is this isn't a Spanish problem. This becomes an EU problem.
Yeah.
And do you know what? We may have left the EU, but we have that illegal immigration issue still.
Yeah. Well, listen, we've got another brilliant guest to help us navigate our way through this. Easily the smartest Australian lady in the United Kingdom. We are going to be joined by Catherine McBride. I'm going to be picking her brains about this immigration thing from an economic standpoint, as well as her take on Bernanism. I need people to tell me what it is. I feel I'm against it, but I think she's going to help define it. But first, we're going to go to the news, where Fiona's going to float our boat again.
Good morning. I'm Fiona MacLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. The Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position, with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Edward go his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Edward, we're going to be looking into that. That's gone to HR. But Fiona, boat duly floated again. Top stuff. Let's bring in the brilliant Catherine McBride, as I say, the smartest Australian in our capital city, the kind of immigrant we yearn for, Catherine. Let's see if we can get you. You need to tilt the screen the other way. You need to do the opposite. It's counterintuitive. There you go. Now, I want you to help us navigate through a couple of things, Catherine. I can see your left eye, but not your right eye. So try and tilt.
I thought I was moving it better, but I think I made it worse. But there we go. I can see all of me. Can you see all of me?
You got to lean counterintuitively. Other way.
Okay, other way. Got it. Yeah, I'm here.
As I said, the smartest Australian woman in London. Case proven.
She thinks she's upside down.
Yeah, she thinks she's upside down.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Catherine, I want to help you. I want you to help us talk through, just analyse a couple of things for us. Let's
Yeah.
start with this migration thing. Okay, so we've seen these pictures in Spain. What's the economic incentive for these people? Is it that they are criminals and they reckon that their criminal activity will render them more money in Spain? Are they, this would be the sweet, be kind to people approach, they're genuinely seeking a better life. They want to run a restaurant or a pub or a bar or be a cab driver. And in sunny Spain, that's, it's easier to turn a buck than it is back in Morocco. The sort of reasons why people flooded into the United States back in the day, chasing the dream. What's going on here insofar as we can guess or surmise about the motive of these people who, as we have pointed out, seem to be 100% men between the ages of about 16 and 40. That's the impression that you get from watching the footage. What's motivating them?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't assume they're all Moroccan. There's a really big chance that these people have come from other North African places, because of all of the countries in North Africa, Morocco is one of the economically better ones. And at this time of year, it has a thriving tourist industry. And there's a lot of opportunities for employment in Morocco. So I would not be 100% sure they're Moroccan. There's still a lot of unrest in Libya and Egypt, so that they could be coming across North Africa and eventually get into this little section of what looks like Morocco.
Okay, but if they're not Moroccan, they've made it to Morocco. So what makes Spain so much more attractive that you would take this risk, break the law and break in, rather than just hanging out in Casablanca?
Well, there is an assumption that life will be easier in Europe. It's not just Spain, because Spain's part of the Schengen zone, much to Italy's horror. So once they get into Spain, they can get into anywhere in Europe, and they assume that within Europe they'll be able to get jobs, whether that's in the legal trade or whether it's in the drug trade or other illegal activities. If they get into the UK, obviously we'll put them up in a hotel and give them money. So, why wouldn't they try and get here?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of incentives for them to come, and they've all heard about these incentives. They've all seen them on smartphones. They've all seen pictures of how their relatives are living in the UK or Germany, or not so well in Sweden these days. But and Denmark have obviously put up very strict borders around their country. So a lot of European countries are actually not welcoming immigrants anymore. This is not 2015. Angela Merkel is gone, and people are being more sensible. But it's not about Spain; it's about Europe. In Spain, in southern Spain.
Is the right approach this then, if we want to stop this, rather than, I'm not saying we should sort of just open the borders, have no barbed wire, no border force, but I am saying isn't the smarter way therefore to tackle it is that you switch off the pull factor, you switch off the magnet, because if that's pulling people in, you can have as many border guards or fences or spotlights as you want, but you're never going to be able to stop the surge of demand. Isn't the solution we just switch off the welfare magnet? So you can come here if you like, but you're not going to get a hotel room, you're not going to get a handout, you're not going to get healthcare. If you've arrived illegally, we will not entertain an asylum claim, and we will make sure that you are on your way pretty fast. And in fact, in your short stay here in Spain, England, wherever it might be, you're probably going to have a more miserable time over those few days or few weeks than you did in the country you came from. Don't we just need to just switch that off? Isn't it as simple as that?
Oh, most definitely, we have to switch off all of the pull factors, and that includes the accommodation we give them and the money we give them. But you do also get encampments, where there was a time about 10 years ago when Theresa May was the Home Secretary, where we had massive camps of people in sort of Hyde Park Corner and in the park. You still, there's at least one or two tents that I run past in Hyde Park on the weekend, where people seem to be living under trees, and no one's asked them to leave. So we have to be, the second part of what you just said is not just turn off the donations to them, but we'd also have to actually enclose them in some kind of prison and then export them. And that is harder because we don't have a lot of prison spaces. Weirdly, when someone suggested we use army camps that unfortunately we don't fill with soldiers anymore, there was an outcry that this is not good enough, and these people, this is not the appropriate. And you sort of think, well, if it isn't appropriate for asylum seekers, how was it ever appropriate for our soldiers?
Yeah, Tony says stop the benefits. Fraser said he blames the governments more than the migrants themselves. I mean, people respond to incentives, right? If we're offering free hotel rooms and a chop load of money, and come and play Xbox and PlayStation in the utility room, people are going to respond to that. I mean, people want to better themselves. They might be doing it by breaking the law. So I agree, it's the government structure we've got to get right. Catherine, I also want to ask you, because I've got two big questions for you. The first one is, do you think I'm a socialist? Coxie here thinks I'm a socialist, and Andrew Lillico was accusing me of socialism. You know me well enough to know I'm not a socialist, right?
You certainly won't when you're at the IEA, but maybe life's changed. You're out in the real world now. Maybe you've had to adjust.
Well, you think adjusting to the real world tends one in a socialist direction? I'd say it does exactly the opposite, right?
Well, I would say it does too. I would expect that. But I haven't heard you say anything socialist lately, but I don't know what Lilico is responding to.
I was worried about FIFA, the commercialisation of football. So, slightly might have touched the third rail there. But on the topic of socialism, I'm not a socialist. By the way, Pooch and Co, can we make sure that the next few guests we book are unambiguously clear that I'm not a socialist? Okay, I just want to be clear for any future programmes I do. Right, that has to be locked in for a guest. Catherine, is Andy Burnham a socialist? And if so, or even if not, what is Burnhamism? What is his? Can you get your head around what his economic strategy is? Because I am puzzled, right? I'm trying to piece it all together, but it's like doing a cryptic bloody crossword puzzle. I can't really work out what he's getting at. And I don't think that's because I'm dim. I think it's because he's impenetrable.
Well, I think he's saying very little. The few things he did say at the beginning, he's had to reverse or walk back on. He's now talking about something that Theresa May spoke about once, which got quickly labelled a dementia tax, and it probably caused her to lose a massive majority when she called a snap election. So he's definitely a socialist. I think it looks like a more competent socialist than the last guy, but whose name escapes me at the moment. Oh, Starmer, that's right, yeah.
You've nearly managed to migrate Starmer from your brain. I wish I could do the same. You've nearly managed to forget him. Well done, you. So you think he's more socialist than Starmer, or similar?
No. I have a feeling he's a bit more practical, because he did come out of the Blair days, which seem like nirvana when you look at what's happening at the moment. So hopefully he is. But everything I see about Manchester shows that the things he's claiming to have been great successes don't actually look like very big successes at the moment.
And his approach, whether practical or not, but from what I can gather, is basically tax more and spend more. His analysis of the problems in Britain's economy is that tax is too low and government spending is insufficiently high. That seems to be his approach. I haven't heard of any area of government expenditure that he's minded to reduce, not one. Whereas he seems to have all sorts of plans for either fiddly little tax breaks on the hospitality sector or spending money left, right and centre on God knows what, capping bus fares at £2. This is just going to be more and more tax and spend, ain't it?
Well, it's one of those, it's also they're privatising things on the assumption that the government can run something more effectively than private services can. I have trouble believing that. They don't seem to understand that the bus fare reflects the cost of running the bus, and that if you cut it, they either have to reduce the cost of running the bus, which probably means reducing the number of buses out there, or they have to get smaller buses, or maybe buses that use less fuel, which is a big capital investment if they want to change their buses to electric buses. Which may be more expensive actually, so that might not be a good idea. It's this weird idea that they, having caused a lot of inflation, not just them, but the Sunak government caused a huge amount of inflation, or at least he did when he was Chancellor. by pumping out money. But these costs are real. The bus fare is not plucked out of the air. Well, it is maybe to a degree, but if people don't pay it, then the bus company has a choice. It has to bring the fares down or go out of business. And the idea that you can just cap a fare and expect a company to continue running, it's like, well, the company is going to go, well, sorry, but we have to pay our drivers. Can we cap the driver's fare?
Yeah.
Can we cap
Catherine,
his
you
wages?
haven't built in that, put aside the economics and the rationale, you have not built in that hopey, changey memes and vibes is really what makes the world go round, right? I just don't think you're just not listening. It's hopey, changey memes and vibes that we need to get the buses running. Coxie in the corner had a question for you, I think.
I do, yeah. In fact, it's a question for you both, actually, because you're both much more tuned into the economic world than I am. Bringing all of these things together, Catherine, what we've got is an invasion of migrants in southern Europe, and we've got a Spanish PM who says this is good for his economy. We've also got a socialist UK PM, or a succession of socialist UK PMs, who also believe this but don't say it quite as proudly. Why, from the right, do we not produce reports, like business reports, that look at the UK saying this is how they contribute, this is where they work, this is the demographic, this is the value to us? Of course, when it's public money, we never look at profit and loss. We only ever look at benefit to society, and nearly all of that is hopey-feely and is not measured in any tangible way. So why on the right, why in economics, why in business do we not produce monthly reports, annual reports that say who's contributing, who's taking, and how this is benefiting or not benefiting us as the UK constituents?
It's a great idea, and I think we should really change the way we measure the economy. For years and years and years, all my lifetime and Mark's lifetime, we've always counted consumption as if all people are consuming pretty much the same amount. And therefore, if you have more people, then your economy is bigger because they're all consuming the same amount. And there's this sort of assumption that they're producing that amount themselves, when in fact, when you've got a large section of the public, in fact, in the UK, it seems to be we're paying out more in welfare than we're collecting in taxes. So I've got to assume it's a very large share of the population. Yes, they're consuming goods, but they're not paying for those goods themselves. They're actually asking the other part of the population to pay for them. And the other part of the population at the moment is going along with this. But there will be a point when they go, sorry, I'm not doing that anymore. The first bit of sort of suppliers' strike I've seen is in cigarette taxes. For years and years and years, the government kept putting up cigarette taxes thinking that would stop people smoking. And instead, what we've discovered is it's created a massive market for cigarettes that are, I'll call them illegal, but they're not really, they're just untaxed. These are cigarettes, perfectly legal, exactly like the cigarette you're buying, except there's no 75% tax added to it, or 80%. And so we've just, people have just, even normal, regular people who would generally obey the law seem to be happy to buy cigarettes without tax on it.
Yeah.
And there's
That's
going to
the
be
thing, isn't it? That if you get to a point, I mean, the Laffer curve suggests there's obviously behaviour changes, but you get to a point where the taxes on things are so punitive that people actually say, to hell with this, I'll operate on the black market side of the economy. And that brings with it a whole range of problems of, quality control on goods, all of that sort of stuff. Potentially, I don't know in the particular case you've said, but we've got a particular problem in the UK that cigarettes are being supplied by organised crime, right? It's like supplying drugs. So you're helping organised crime. All right, you might not love British American Tobacco or Imperial Tobacco as entities necessarily, right? But they're a hell of a lot better than helping the mafia. So we're generating a black market in these sort of goods. Catherine, look, we've got to move on. Thanks so much for joining us. Absolute bundle of common sense from the brilliant Catherine McBride, smartest Australian woman in the UK. We'll have you back on the show soon. Okay. Absolutely awesome common sense.
And I'll work out how to use the camera.
There you go. You just got to go. With somebody with an IQ of yours, that will be absolutely no problem at all. Interesting point that you made, Coxie in the corner. we don't audit stuff that the governments do, right? So, I mean, okay, we kind of have a look at it and you look back on it, but a company, if it, invests in some new project or brings in some new rule or launches some new product, will sort of say, well, these are our expectations of it, let's monitor it. Oh, that one didn't work, cancel it, remove it from the shelves. This new approach to how we do things, that hasn't worked, let's end it. We never look back on stuff that the government's tried, whether it's a new rule or a new tax or, the number of things that have been brought in to tackle obesity, rules that, chocolate oranges can't be put within so many feet of the checkout. Has this done anything to reduce obesity rates?
Well, we just
never
don't know.
ever look back at it.
We just don't know, and this is a huge problem for me. Look, it's good practice, and we don't put good practice into place. Look, no good business runs this way. No good economy runs this way, and therefore no good country can be run this way. We cannot be run by ideology. We have to protect the market to some degree from the ideology of the incumbent government. That's not just because I don't want a socialist government, but there could be other types of government that maybe I do want that people need to be protected by. And I think you have to have an element of ring fencing to do that. And I think that can nobody's holding anyone to account. All the think tanks, POP conferences, I'd love to ask you more about that. We haven't got time right now. But the idea that we could have somebody or a group of people that are constantly monitoring this, holding the government to account and saying, you've invested X and from it you've got Y and it is not benefited or it has hugely benefited A, B, C and D.
Yeah.
I think we're missing something here.
Yeah. Alison Moore says in the chat, good idea, get Charlotte Gill to do an audit. She is fab. She is damn good at auditing things. I'll give her that. I also think it was Alison who's saying smokers have paid tons and tons of tax. That is absolutely right. Have you ever smoked?
I have smoked. I smoked when I was 18 to about 20, and then for a period of 6 months when I was 36.
Okay. I just want you to all know at home that if you have never smoked, that is tax avoidance. Clear and straightforward tax avoidance. And if you are like Coxie here, and you used to smoke but gave up, that is aggressive tax avoidance. So you people need to have a long, hard look at yourselves. No wonder the cupboard is bare for Andy Burnham's government.
Yeah.
It's all you sorts giving up smoking. Look, let's come to our next guest. Let's see if we can agree with him on on the new Burnham era. It's Matthew. Great to have you on, Matthew. I've got to start with the biggest question of the day, and I think I can count on you to give me a completely honest answer. Do you think I am a socialist?
Well, Mark, it's good to see you, and it's always good to see my friend Paul as well. I don't think you're a socialist because I guess we might have to whisper this, might we? But I remember the days when you were also a Liberal Democrat, Mark.
Yeah. Well, I still think I am. I'm in favour of liberalism and I'm in favour of democracy. So let's see if we can agree on those sort of points. What's the Lib Dem take on the Burnham government? Is he too left-wing for you? Not left-wing enough? What do you make of him? What do the Lib Dems like what he's doing? What's your overall critique? I've kind of lost track of what the Lib Dems sort of position is on the political spectrum now. It's drifted a long way to the left since I was there with the solid orange bookers, some of whom said they were way too right-wing to ever consider joining the Conservative Party.
Yes, I remember the Orange Book days, the Clegg days. Some of my fellow Lib Dems that are still of the Orange Book variety say that Nick Clegg led us into government, and I have to remind them, of course, that he lost seats in both elections that he entered, and it just so happened that in 2010, the figures for the first time in 80 years enabled us to kind of sneak into government on that occasion. So I'm not sure exactly that he led us into government. I think that's not quite right. In terms of Andy Burnham, look, I think he's had a good first few days. I think he communicates far better than Keir Starmer ever could. Not that that is saying much, but it's saying something. It's a very low bar, I think, isn't it, at the moment? But I think he does the comms well. And I know earlier on you were kind of bemoaning the hopey, changey stuff. I think we need a bit of that. I think optimism in politics is really important. You then have to deliver, of course, and that is the hard part of actually governing, and we're yet to see whether Andy Burnham and his government can do that. But I don't bemoan the hopey, changey stuff. I think we need that.
Tell me, Matthew, what areas of our lives do you think need to be liberalised? What freedoms do I not presently have from the government that you so-called self-professed liberal Democrats think I should. What more freedom should I be granted from the state that I presently lack? Give me 3 or 4.
Gosh, now there's a question, isn't it? I mean,
well, you're in a party called Liberal. Can you come up with some liberal ideas? It's not exactly a trick question, is it?
I think it depends what you mean by freedom. Is kind of the big issue of this week, and as Paul knows, I have a very personal thing with this because my poor mum, God rest her soul, died 2 days after waiting 11 hours for an ambulance after a fall at home in July 2022. And the reason I subsequently found out that she'd had to wait that long was because ambulances were backed up outside a local hospital, unable to offload patients into hospital because there were patients in hospital well enough to come home, but who didn't have a care package for them at home or in the community. So, I know as well as anyone about the failings of social care. I mean, I think me and you and lovely Paul would differ on how we should pay for it, but I hope we agree that there needs to be a significant change in terms of social care. I mean, let me just give you just a couple of quick figures, okay? So an extra £500 million a year could free up 800 extra social care beds, bringing an end to the horror that is corridor care. And this could be funded by raising corporation tax by 0.12%. We currently have the lowest corporation tax in the G7, so why don't we do that? Meanwhile, a 2% wealth tax, and yes, I have said the words wealth tax, on assets worth more than £10 million would generate £24 billion and would only be paid by, get this, 0.04% of the population. Why don't we do that?
Well, there's very good reasons not to do that. Virtually every wealth tax that's ever been attempted has backfired. I mean, just look across the Channel to France, been complete catastrophe. You're assuming that if you apply a tax on wealth, or indeed a tax on anything else, people don't radically change their behaviour. We've had a greater flight of millionaires out of the United Kingdom to foreign territories than any other country in the world, bar, I think, China, over the past 12 months. But Matthew, what troubles me, I'm going to bring Coxie in a minute at the moment, is, you've made some points on social care. I'm really sorry to hear that story about your mum. I mean, it's just ghastly. The system doesn't work. We all want to fix it, even if we have different means to do so. But I don't think that was a liberal point, right? I asked you for something that you wanted to liberalise, and you've suggested that what you want to do is to increase taxes and have the state spend more money. We can argue whether that's right or wrong, but that's not a liberalising measure. That's yet more power to the state, more resources to the state, and the state running even more things. You're looking at the world and you're thinking, you know what? The biggest problem in Britain right now is the government doesn't spend enough money and doesn't tax people enough. Is that where you're coming from?
Well, it's trying to find a solution to what has been an intractable problem. And I've just given you 2 potential solutions there. We'll see what road Andy Burnham chooses to go down. I mean, I guess in truth, I'm more a social democrat in the Lib Dems than a liberal, although I'm very socially liberal. I guess that's where my liberalism is found on issues like LGBT plus matters and other things. But as you know, Mark, we're a very wide berth of a party in the Lib Dems from ultra kind of ultra kind of orange buckers who are very small. They might as well be in the Tory party. They're very small state, low tax folks, to social democrats who could well be in the Labour Party. So we're a broad church.
Matthew, on socially liberal stuff, I've got no interest in what your sexuality is at all, but I'm interested. Are you a smoker? Do you smoke cigarettes?
I'm not a smoker, and the reason that I'm not a smoker is because...
Tax avoider. Outrageous, aggressive tax avoidance.
I mean, again, actually, I hate to bring the mood down, but my poor late dad, I've lost both parents. He died 10 years ago after having very serious issues with his breathing and pulmonary embolism and all of that stuff. And that was because he smoked very heavily for decades. So that put me off for life.
Do you think that should be a personal choice there? I mean, obviously, folk know that smoking is extremely bad for you and can be fatal. But if you're a social liberal, do you think a landlord should be allowed to allow smoking in his pub and individuals can choose whether they want to frequent those premises? or do you think the state should prohibit that personal individual choice, even though it is one that obviously all sensible adults know involves dangers to health?
I think that's difficult, isn't it? Because I certainly don't think smoking should be banned, because I mean it's people's choice, and we don't ban alcohol, do we? Despite the fact that obviously some people have a problem with that as well. It's interesting though that we don't as a society seem to approve of the idea of any drugs being legalised, and yet really what is the difference? I would ask you. So
that's a good point. That's a very good point. But I mean, what's odd to me is the Lib Dems seem to be quite liberal on drugs. I don't know what the official policy is, but I'm sure it's to legalise cannabis, right? But very illiberal on tobacco. I don't know why you'd be liberal on cannabis and illiberal on tobacco.
Yeah, and I think we need to recognise the point that you made earlier on that, I mean, I'd wish that fewer people were smoking, of course, but I mean, we have to recognise the amount that it brings into the exchequer and the fact that that can then be spent on the NHS and other things. And look, we all have our personal peccadillos. I mean, as you can tell, I'm not exactly a small chap. I should probably be eating more than I am, less than I am, and having more exercise. So
so a future Lib Dem government will ban food. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we all have our crutches, don't we, that we used to get through life, and some are healthier than others.
Being a liberal means that you allow people to go to hell in their own merry way, I think. Coxie, you got a question. I know you and Matthew agree on virtually everything. Let's find a zone of possible agreement here from Coxie in the corner.
Well, I genuinely love that Matthew has come on the first Little Wood and Cox show.
He's the first one who doesn't think I'm a socialist.
Well,
exactly, he's welcome back any time.
Matthew is my favourite, lovely and kind representation of the perpetually wrong, as he well knows. And look, I welcome you coming on, Matthew. Earlier on, and by the way, every time we talk at the moment, you talk about the latest relative that's passed away. I'm hoping you can just get them all out of the way in one show, because it makes it very difficult to debate you when I feel empathy, and I don't want to feel empathy. But Matthew, I'm sorry to hear about all of those things. But look, you talked earlier about the two solutions to overcoming our issues is to raise tax or introduce tax. Why can we not reduce tax? Why can we not reduce spending? What are you so sure that we shouldn't do that? And if so, why shouldn't we do that?
Well, so for example, I agree with an idea that apparently has come out of the Burnham camp, which is to make sure I get this right, to lift the burden before people at the very bottom end of the scale start paying tax. And I know that was something that the Lib Dems did in coalition that I did agree with. Wasn't much that I agreed with in the coalition years, but I did agree with that. So I mean, of course we should look at areas where the burden of tax can be lifted, but I don't think that should be at the expense of properly funded public services. And I know that you may think that a lot of money goes into the NHS, and of course it does, but actually we're still not at the European average on spend for health services. And you might remember that the last Labour government, to be fair to them, did get up to that level in terms of health spending, and that was when we had the best public satisfaction ratings for the NHS. And I don't think those two things are unconnected.
I think we're all old enough to remember a time where the NHS was better than it is now, and it wasn't necessarily under a Labour government. Yes, in the late 90s, the NHS was better, but my experience of the NHS in the 80s and early 90s was very good by comparison to now. So I don't necessarily think this is about spending more, it's about spending wisely. And I think that where we have a welfare state that is at the tune of 333 billion, which exceeds our income tax receipts, it's unsustainable currently. So we have to look at how we do it rather than how much we put in, I think, Matthew. Wouldn't you agree?
I think it needs to be what works. I mean, I'm not especially ideological on this. If there's a way that can be found to properly fund social care that doesn't hit the hardest most, but also from your perspective, it isn't about leeching more from the very richest, then okay, I'm prepared to hear that. I've not heard it thus far, but if we can find a way that manages to do all of those things, then great. But I've not heard it, and I think I'm afraid you know, and I know some people just don't like the way the NHS is funded anyway, and I guess that is an ideological divide that can't be bridged. But if you accept that actually we want an NHS that is free at the point of use, which is certainly what I want. I mean, I'd hate to go to an American system where you have to know whether...
Nobody wants an American system, Matthew, but I thought you were very pro-European. How about a Western European system? You'd be up for that?
And how
We'll get you back on the show to discuss that. I thought you Lib Dems very pro-European. I'd take the Dutch system, the French system, the Belgian system, the Danish system. I'd take any of those above the NHS. Look, Matthew, it's great to have you with us, but we're really on the clock, especially given that you don't call me a socialist. You're welcome back if I'm next in the hot seat anytime soon. Thank you, my friend. Always great to have a debate. Really good to see you, Matthew. Let's go back to the lovely, lovely Fiona with the news. Then
I'm Fiona MacLeod. The Knob of the North has announced a major devolution package, giving English regional mayors a share of income tax revenues from 2028 and more control over business rates from next year, aiming to shift power and funding away from Westminster. The Bank of England has held interest rates at 3.75% in a 6-3 vote, citing easing domestic price pressures but ongoing risks from Middle East tensions and volatile energy prices. Meanwhile, firefighters continue battling a large wildfire on Dunwich Heath in Suffolk, a few miles from the Sizewell B nuclear plant. Crews say they are in a better position, with no threat to the station after evacuations amid the ongoing heat and drought. More than half of England is officially in drought after successive heat waves and record low rainfall, with hosepipe bans affecting millions. I heard a rumour that Edward go his hose out while reading the news this week. Whatever floats your boat. See you later, alligators.
Fiona floats our boat yet again. Absolutely fantastic. A little bit of breaking news here, Coxie, before we bring in Steve N. Allen. Southport killer Axel Rudakabana charged with multiple assaults on prison staff. Just broken in the last few minutes. He's been charged with prison attacks and possessing a weapon. The offences took place at Belmarsh over 6 months, from May to October 2025. What do we make of?
Well, he's a dangerous young man. He's been a dangerous individual even since he was a child. I'm sure Stephen Allen, who we've got coming up next, will have a few things to say about this. He'll be sat in the wings now, thinking, "No, I don't, Paul. But you better do, Steve." But I think that we really need to look seriously at these cases, because obviously he's now gone to Broadmoor, okay? And the fear there is that he now gets a cushier life, because it is much more different. You get this lovely room on your own, access to all sorts of other things. But why should we be paying for this? This is where I really fall out of love with the system and the caring system. It's like, this guy is incredibly dangerous, both in and outside of the system. Why do we keep paying for it, Mark?
Well, so what should we do?
I think we could execute him.
Oh, there you go. Pro-capital punishment.
I've never said that before. And I've never really been pro-capital punishment. But I think with a case like this, we could save a lot of money that could go back into the system.
Yeah, a really good question by Paul on the chat here. How the hell does he get a weapon? I mean, you've got to wonder how on earth our prisons are sort of policed, right? I watched a couple of days ago one of my favourite movies, The Great Escape, based on a true story, except all the stuff with the Americans in it is completely fabricated, but the stuff with the Brits and Europeans in it is true. And Steve McQueen, who plays Virgil Hilts, is permanently, for fairly minor transgressions, sent to the cooler. Solitary confinement, locked up. I don't know why we allow some of these dangerous people at large. Let's bring in the great Steve N. Allen. Steve, how are you? As you know, this show is principally about football, and you are one of the leading experts on association football in the country. You keep telling me that you don't really know that much about football, and I keep inviting you onto my shows to prove that point. Have you learned anything about football over the course of the World Cup? No, is the answer, right?
No, I'm glad that now 55 nations are getting on board with me by boycotting the World Cup. It's been a long time coming, and finally you're seeing the light. It's time to step back from it. I boycotted the World Cup for ages. You know, when it was held in Qatar, I was like a conscientious objector. People were like, well done, Steve, for having principles. And yet when I boycott it when it's the Women's World Cup, all of a sudden I'm a big old misogynist. So it's it's difficult out here being a non-football fan.
Yeah, okay. Going to ask you the question I'm asking every guest. Do you think I am a socialist, Steve?
Oh, yeah, of course you are. You're a big old stinking socialist. So you believe in the pension, You like having pensions? That's a socialist principle, isn't it? And
Well,
you
I'd
know,
rather pensions were
healthcare for
private than
veterans.
state.
What,
I'd rather
so you want
people
to
have
scrap
private
the
pensions.
You'd scrap the state pension?
Well, no, I'd put your national insurance contributions into your own personal pension pot rather than run a Ponzi scheme.
Still sounds like a big old socialist to me. The idea that you're in favour of national insurance, even that's enough. On the kind of places we work together, that makes you a big old socialist.
Yeah. The kind of places that we work together, I'm not surprising I find myself on the far left, Steve. How have you survived the first 2 weeks of Burnhamism? Or maybe you're enjoying it.
Do you know, actually, I'm kind of enjoying it because some of the... No, I'll tell you, I shall tell you for why, sir. Some of the things, like threepence halfpenny off me electricity bill, absolutely loving that. And I realise that it's unfunded, so it won't actually be delivered. But I would rather have unfunded, non-deliverable cuts in tax than I'd rather have unfunded, non-deliverable ID systems. Do you know what I mean? We're not going to get any of it, but at least I appreciate that the mood music is in pretending to answer some of the genuine questions this nation has, rather than clamping down and giving us all digital ID that literally no one wanted. No one really liked it. Starmer suggested it, and because of that, we hated it even more, and they still wanted to do it. So I'd rather have... I think what Burnham's doing now, he's trying to spot what the nation wants, pretending to deliver the answers, or at least coming up with like, oh yeah, we'll do this, because he wants to make the Burnham bounce bouncier and have a general election. If you want a general election, we need to stop talking down Andy Burnham. Start saying, this guy, I think he's got something about him, and we'll finally get another go at voting.
Great. Yeah, that's an interesting kind of double bluff tactic. But I'm going to bring Coxie in the corner in just a minute, Steve. But I'm genuinely worried, though, that we are now living in a democracy that is permanently about gaslighting, right? So it's all about hopey, changey, we just need to sort of imagine that Derby, could be a much better city, and suddenly this will magically happen. And as you say, we'll sort of overlook the fact that the sort of tax breaks we're giving are completely unfunded. We'll overlook the fact that we're running a budget deficit of £130 billion a year. We'll overlook the fact that we are about 100% of GDP in debt and have liabilities piling up. Awkward truths, don't want to talk about them. Let's just do a bit of hopey, changey stuff. I mean, this is how the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union was run, for crying out loud. It's madness. I want a bit of misery in my politics.
I'm sure we can deliver some of that pretty soon. Although I think Starmer did misery too strong at early doors. Straight out the traps was like, don't get all excited. Don't enjoy your life. We're going to have some short-term pain before we can deliver some long-term pain, was the messaging that came straight out of number 10 when Starmer got in. The first point you mentioned there, I am from Nottinghamshire, so Derby can never be a good city. It's a local rivalry. They make love to sheeps, though we know that. But to the other point, I, for ages, have been saying we're not as well off as we think we are. We need to stop pretending we're borrowing. We're living on borrowed money. You literally cannot do that. But now I'm old enough to realise I don't want to address that. If we can kick that down the road for another 50 years, I ain't going to be around. Everyone else has had this life of pretending we are a richer nation than we are. I don't want to have to pay for it now. So give it 50 years, let the next generation pay for it. Because that's all we're doing, isn't it? The borrowing is taking from the future. That's one way of viewing how borrowing works. You look at it about the money.
It's just tax deferred.
Yeah. And at some point, it's going to come home to roost, and I will be dead at some point. I think we're all living this pretense, kind of like short-termism. I mean, that's my half-joke version of what short-termism is. Until you have a system where people actually don't just want to win the next media round, let alone the next election, then we will never address any of these issues at all.
Yeah. I quite like Steve's approach here, Coxie. What do you think? That we're doomed anyway? We're heading for third world or fourth world or fifth world status. I sod it. We're only going to be around for so long. Let's party along and just pretend it ain't happening. It's quite a strategy, isn't it?
I've always enjoyed the way Steve says things. I've been working with Steve for many years now. We're both collaborators on the far right. Both have pretended to be from other aspects of the spectrum in the past. I love the fact that he's got his own slogan already, which I believe is now unfunded, undeliverable until I die, which would be an absolutely brilliant slogan for anybody to run. At the moment, you'd probably get into government, Steve. But look, one thing I want to ask you, Steve, is when we first started working together, particularly in the media, you would have been considered potentially the token lefty, at the very least centre left. We've worked together now for 4 or 5 years. Do you think over that period of time that your mind has been changed, or is it just the case of the Overton window moving?
I think the two things have happened. One is that the type of lefty I am has changed, or not that I've changed, but the view. I was a centre lefty, but a little bit old school lefty, in that I think a nation, I'm a socialist like Mark is, I think a nation should have a welfare system, but I'm very much safety net versus hammock. And that's how I grew up. And I'm more about protecting working class people who could be exploited, because in the battle of capital versus labour, capital will have the upper hand, unless you have some ability to unionise, and that's making me a bigger old school lefty. But I'm not in favour of the kind of leftism we have now is about identity politics, which is just like a hierarchy of victimhood. Who can claim the biggest victimhood wins? Well, that's a race to the bottom, isn't it? So I think I've always been that. I've now understood what type of lefty I am. And also, you're right, I'm centre left, which is now viewed as far right. Like, yes. I keep going on about how the centre right and the centre left are so close in comparison to either one of us are to our own extremes. But we live in this time of you are either far right or far left. And most people, there's that Gaussian distribution. Most people will be in the middle. Very few of us are actually on the extreme, and yet they're the ones we hear about all the time. We're kind of letting the loud people, the squeaky wheels, control politics. And we'll end up paying for that because they're nutters on both sides.
Yeah, I totally agree. Look, I came to media as a centre right, would be described by others as on the right now, purely for all the reasons that you've said. But everything you described in terms of your politics is essentially reform policy, if not can be bad, not conservative policy. So it doesn't mean that left and right's changed. It just means that everything else has changed. Everybody watching and listening to this probably at no point consider themselves right wing or far right. They just consider themselves down the middle, open to compromise and a bit of both, please. I can't speak for everybody, of course, but we find ourselves in this ridiculous situation now where we're having to ask ourselves these questions when actually it's not us that's changed. It's the peripheries that changed, and those squeaky wheels have got louder and louder and louder. And the thing that's changed the most is that we've listened to them.
Well, they've got more power thanks to social media, and because media copies social media for some reason. Like, it didn't realise it was winning. But I've worked in various media outlets, including the BBC. Right? I've worked for the BBC in those newsrooms where they put together the running order for a show. And so much of it is just people who are on Twitter, like people who are producers at the BBC or other news outlets, seeing what's on Twitter and going from it. So, in a sense, broadcast media always copied newspapers, and then it tried to copy social media a bit. And that gives power to people who are loud. Like, you will get, if you say something inflammatory on social media, that will win, the way that algorithms work. So that's one of the reasons we're listening to them more. But also, it was a blip. I don't think it's just a drift, because the people keep having that clip of Obama talking about deporting people and saying that you should protect your borders. It wasn't really a left and right thing to think that a nation is defined by having a border. I mean, it's quite basic, isn't it? You probably did this at GCSE geography. What is a nation? You draw a little outline on a map, and who's in charge of that outline is the people on the inside of that outline. It's really simple. But we've gone through a weird time where it seems that if you say that, if you agree with Obama of the olden days, not even that olden days, you're far right. It's been a rebranding exercise brilliantly done by some people on the left, and we've kind of gone along with it.
Do you reckon, though, Steve, I've got a bit of a theory that actually, certainly compared to 25, 30 years ago, the centre ground has actually just disappeared. It's not that there are tens of millions of people there who are a little bit quiet. It's that there aren't tens of millions of people there. And if you were to look, I mean, let's look at the other side of the pond, right? Let's kind of assume, rough and ready reckoner here, that what happens in the USA tends to happen in Britain sort of 10 or 15 years later. If you go back to the 70s, 80s or 90s, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party had quite a lot of overlap on the Venn diagram, right? The most left-wing Republicans would be to the left of the most right-wing Democrats, right? So you had these guys called the Blue Dog Democrats, who would be down in the South, who would be pretty right-wing, even though they were in the Democrat Party. You had the kind of country club Republicans up in Massachusetts, quite lefty, liberal, cosmopolitan, and you could have bipartisanship, sure. The hard right would be in the Republican Party, the hard left would be in the Democrat Party. But in the middle, you couldn't really work out whether the Tennessee senator for the Democrats was to the left or right of the Republican Tennessee senator. And sort of same a bit true, I think, in the UK, right? That, you know, Ken Clarke, Tony Blair, who's to the left or the right of those two. But that's just gone. That's vanished, right? Because the big issues that now divide us
are climate change, immigration. It's the kind of people who believe that there are big global problems that we need a global community to work together to solve, like climate change, and we have one Earth on which to live. And a whole bunch of people who are saying, hang on one cotton picking minute, I think my nation is being diluted or going to the dogs, or we're losing something and I want to get it back. And the kind of proportion of people who would sort of vote for a centrist party seems to me to be fizzling away. The idea that you could get like an SDP Liberal Alliance getting 20, 25, 30% of the vote, absolutely for the birds these days, isn't it?
Well, I love your argument about politicians. The ones who are making the noise, the ones we see, the way that politics at the actual performing it level seems to work, I thoroughly agree. There's been that centrifugal shift moved towards the extremes, right? But for the actual voters, I don't know. I don't think we live in a land where we're not thoroughly divided. There are some people who would read today's newspaper and see Kemi saying, like, not supporting net zero doesn't mean climate denial. I think most people agree with that. You can find someone who wants to have the argument that there's no such thing as climate change. And they exist, and maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But most people are in the idea of thinking, well, maybe there is some climate change. I don't know either way, but I know we shouldn't bankrupt ourselves for it. I think that's where most people are, and that's quite a reasonable, sensible, willing to be moved slightly argument. And I think that's another thing that would define the extremes, that they're purity politicians, aren't they, on either side. If you vaguely agree with people of the opposite side, I now need to hate you. It all started with the Never Snogged a Tory t-shirt, really. That idea that you have to reject thoroughly anything that's not the purest form of your own side. But for actual people living their actual lives, I kind of think we are nearer the centre, because everything else is mental. Like the idea that there's no one who's going to hate the idea of net zero about the carbon. Do you know what I mean? No one, maybe you can find someone, but they're not representing most people who are going to say, cut carbon, but I love carbon dioxide. I like to see an asymmetrical molecule vibration. That's what I want in this atmosphere. But if you say to people, why are you wasting money on it? 40 billion, whatever it was, to turn off the wind things, most people know that's stupid, because most people have sense. For some reason, I think politicians have moved into some sort of weird bow tie shape, but I still think that bell curve is there for actual people living their actual lives.
For the real people. Steve, great to hear from you. Let's hope the centre can hold. I mean, although the revolution has seized Studio 2, and we're not handing it back to Kelvin Mackenzie until he has acceded to our list of extremely reasonable middle-of-the-road demands, which he will be getting over the weekend. Isn't that right, Coxie?
Yes, and I'm going to give birth to something now, which is Coxie's recommendation. Brrr. And that is follow Steve N. Allen on his YouTube channel. I tune in, I do watch it. You should too. If you think that was good, imagine loads more of that. Follow Steve N. Allen on YouTube. Where do they go, Steve?
YouTube.com/at Mr. Stephen Allen. There is some singing involved. I should warn you, I have a ukulele and I'm willing to use it.
Jesus, every silver lining has a cloud. Steve, thanks very much. Look, I've enjoyed this 1 hour and 50 minutes of the revolution.
Absolutely,
we have basically, I think we've seized the television station to quite some effect.
And it's not just us that's enjoyed it. Francis on X, who we have brought with us from the World Cup.
That's right.
By the way, I said Mark and Paul Cox are an asset. Pooch, great show, guys. Clapping emoji. So thank you very much, Francis. Thanks for coming over from the World Cup. The revolution starts here.
Yep, we are an asset. But I should clarify, that doesn't mean that we are an asset of either the Russian or Chinese intelligence services.
No,
we don't mean an asset in that way. We just
at a price.
Well, if they put in enough in the super chats, who knows? Who knows? We're kind of market-orientated people, right? But you will only get the unalloyed truth from Coxie and I here on UK Live Online. Look, guys and girls, it's been a pretty bloody depressing show, hasn't it? I mean, Burnhamism is nonsense. Steve N. Allen thinks there's some centrist way of saving the country. I think we need something a lot more radical. Lilico reckons that we shouldn't worry too much about FIFA. I'm a bit down in the dumps, Coxie. I mean, I want this revolution to work, but there's more bad news than good in the world, isn't there?
There is more bad news than good in the world, but it doesn't matter, because we're here to make that bad news look like good news, because we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And you should get involved. I've seen all the comments coming through on YouTube. Please do keep sending those. We read them all out. We then ignore them and say what we want. But thank you very much for sending them anyway.
It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, it's the thought that counts. Send the super chats. Mark and I need to holiday between each show. We won't holiday together. Because we absolutely do not get on. We do this purely for the bucks. That's capitalism. But please do send in those super chats. We've loved having you with us today. By the way, this is not the end of the show.
No, it's not. We've got our most important guest coming up.
We sound like we're closing the show. But please do tell us in the comments between now and the end of the show if you want this show back. Can you imagine this being every week? I don't know. It's up to you.
Do you fancy going on holiday this weekend if we get another super chats? I've got my Learjet ready to go. Southampton are playing away in Germany, as are Portsmouth. You could parachute out of my Learjet if we fly over. You're playing Darmstadt. And that's the Skates are playing Darmstadt. The Saints, the mighty Saints, are playing Poison Moonstare, a game I'm really looking forward to. I've got to get myself across the
moistened moonstare.
Poison Moonstare. Poison Moonstare, apparently. Massive German outfit, I'm told. I need to get my Learjet to. There's an airport 15 miles away. I think it's Dusseldorf Airport. I need
Just
to
kick me out somewhere. I'll jump out.
Yeah, you jump out. You can parachute out. But look, we got somebody who's got to cheer us up, right? A man we relied on right the way throughout the World Cup to bring us the unalloyed truth and some good cheer. I think those of you who watched our football show will know exactly who I'm talking about, but let's introduce him with his own little jingle, which I think is clip number 2. The Glindex is back! Glindex!
Oh, my boys!
The Glindex is back. Glyn, I'm begging you, have you got something positive about football, about politics, about the economy, about our bloody new Prime Minister in the Glindex? Something to cheer us up for the weekend, my friend. What have you got, buddy?
I've got magic numbers for you, Mark.
I like magic numbers. Does that mean they're made up?
No, they're absolutely true, and you'll love them. It'll spread lightness and joy throughout your socialist world. The first magic number is 14, right? Why? It's 14 days to the start of the new footy season, that's all.
Get in.
Yeah.
Right? So, this Friday, August 14th, Wolves against Blackburn Rovers in the Championship.
Yeah.
The next day, the Championship proper, so I can't remember who you're playing, but you should be able to
Watford
pronounce
away.
at least, I would
Watford
imagine.
away.
Yeah, you'll be there. And then the following week, on the Friday, the August 21st, i.e. 3 weeks tonight, it's Arsenal are champions against, I'll get sick of hearing this, Frank Lampard's Coventry City.
Yeah.
Because it'll always be that when there's a celebrity manager involved. And that's the curtain raiser for the Premiership season. The Premier League get a bit longer off because most of their players have been at the World Cup and stuff. So they're the key things. But also I think it's not just about footy coming back. I think this is geared up to be like one of the most exciting and unpredictable footy seasons ever. Because if the magic number in the Premiership is 9, why is it 9? 9 new managers, right?
Wow.
God, is that right already? 9 managers. Half the bloody league's got a new manager.
Half
basically.
the league. I'll go through them, just alphabetically.
Yeah, why not?
Bournemouth have got Marco Rose, right, replacing Areola. Chelsea, Xabi Alonso. Crystal Palace, Pierre Sage. Don't know how wise he'll be, but we'll see.
Lovely yellow
Fulham
card.
have got Alvaro Arbeloa, who was Real Madrid's manager until recently. Ipswich Town have got Gary O'Neill. He did all right at Bournemouth and stuff.
Yeah.
Liverpool have got Iraola from Bournemouth.
He's a great manager. Liverpool are going to do well.
He's a great manager, although he had a very dodgy start at Bournemouth. It took like 9 or 10 games to get a win, but he's a great manager, I think. Maresca is at City, having sat
Not sure
out,
that's going to work.
from Chelsea. Well, who knows what's going to happen after 10 years of Pep?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big question, I think, in the Premiership. And then, really interesting, if you last more than 2 months, Oliver Glasner has gone from Palace, where he was sensationally successful, to Nottingham Forest. And if you remember, Forest the season before last were vying for the Champions League. Now, they've lost Elliot Anderson, but he's a bloody good manager. And what will they do? That's 8 of them. And then, of course, Eddie Howe left Newcastle yesterday. So who are they going to appoint? So it's really exciting. And then if you layer on top of that, Man United only had Carrick from January. Tottenham only had De Zerbi from March, like a month towards the end of the season. And Tottenham have been spending money like it's going out of fashion. Although their best buy, I think, is Senesi, the Bournemouth defender, who was the best defender in the Premiership last year, numbers-wise, and they got him for free. So I think that's really shaping up to be sensational. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's quite a change. Mr. Fish and Chips just asking, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm guessing 9 new managers must be the highest number that we've ever started a season on. So there's going to be a hell of a lot of Chelsea. You know, some will work brilliantly, some will collapse.
Yeah.
Glenn, what will Chelsea do? My friends won't let me watch them as I'm a jinx, says MLB Peace Planet. Chelsea have been a bit flat for a while, but they are a clutch team, right? Even if they're flouncing around in the league, they went and won they're the World Club champions, for crying out loud, even though they can't win the Premier League. They're going to improve next season, wouldn't you say?
Well, Christ, they've just bought Morgan Rogers. So the thought of him and Cole Palmer in the same team.
Yeah, lethal.
And then the perhaps wisdom of getting a couple of old faces in. Danny Welbeck, who I think is a brilliant player. I'm not sure he's signed yet, but he was having the medicals. And Jordan Henderson, we keep knocking him, but it can't just be an illusion. This people are obviously, think there's deep merit in what he provides for a football team. And
banter, basically. Banter. We're tripping over advertising hoardings. Coxie, what you got in the corner?
I've got a fact for Glindex. I don't know if he knows this. Danny Welbeck, his dad was a bomb diffuser, and his name was Stan Welbeck.
Oh, fuck. Guys, we managed to get through most of the show without me having to reach for my yellow card. It's just clicked to noon. And I'm gonna leave you on another optimistic note as well, because Glyn, you're quite right. The proper full-blown football season is not far away. But weirdly, this season, the League Cup starts before the football season starts. So my first game is competitive, and not that I want to in any way suggest that Poisson Moonstare are anything other than a proper competitive outfit who I'm flying over to see tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Obviously, big challenge for the Saints, that one. But our first game's actually going to be on Saturday week, just 8 days before Saints are playing at Colchester United in the League Cup.
Yeah, I was only talking about the league season. My boys, Rod, and we play West Brom next Saturday.
Wow, that's a big game.
So you're going to go off to a losing start.
But also, magic number in the Championship, Mark, is 8.
What's that?
Playoff places next season, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So Saints should make it, I think, into the playoffs, even though we start on minus 4 points. Because, and I like this new playoff system. It used to just be, so folk know that 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th would go into the semi-finals and then the winners would play at Wembley. Now the team that comes 8th will go and play away at the team that comes 5th. The team that 7th goes and plays away at the team that comes 6th. So if you're 8th, you've got to go and win an away game, one leg, and then it goes into the... so that should keep the season exciting, because there'll be huge numbers of teams. Virtually the whole lot will be either, having a shot at 8th place or a shot at automatic promotion, or will be in the relegation battle. It's going to go the full 46 matches. Glindex, you've cheered us up, my friend.
Oh, yeah. It's like, do you know what it's like? It's like a spoon. It's like a spoonful of cowpole from your mum.
Yeah.
You instantly feel better.
Yeah. I was going to ask you whether you think I'm a socialist, but I don't want to end the programme on a low note. We'll just take that football's coming back. Football's coming home. The revolution has started. We've seized the studio. We've got the ammunition. We've got my Learjet all fueled up and ready to go. And make sure you're back here on Monday, because if Kelvin McKenzie does agree to our extensive but entirely reasonable list of demands, he'll be back in this seat from 10 o'clock on Monday. But make sure you get up earlier, because you won't want to miss the great Mike Graham from 7 till 10 a.m. Coxie, been a pleasure to have you in the corner again, my friend.
Thank you so much. Thank
you. The revolution will be televised. It is being televised. Have a great, great weekend, fellow revolutionaries. Over and out.